To all our new guests from across the timelines, I welcome you to the Hellfire Gala. Welcome one and all to Krakoa. This living island may be a sovereign mutant nation, but tonight, our home is yours. Honored guests, I propose a toast to Krakoa. Here, there are no rivals. Man and mutant
will be exterminated. You all belong to history.
To me, my X-Men! This is a fight for our survival!
Then try to stay alive just long enough to see my way as the Age of Ultron begins.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear.
Mind crush!
You were beneath me.
Impervious!
Pathetic. How embarrassing. That's White Queen mind control. To all our new guests from across the timelines, I I welcome you to the Hellfire Gala. Welcome one and all to Krakoa. This living island may be a sovereign mutant nation, but tonight, our home is yours. Honored guests, I propose a toast to Krakoa. Here, there are no rivals. Man and mutant
will be exterminated. You all belong to history.
To me, my X-Men! This is a fight for our survival!
And try to stay alive just long enough to see my way as the Age of Ultron begins.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear.
Mind crush!
You were beneath me.
Impervious!
Pathetic. How embarrassing.
Kneel, peasants!
That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine!
Ladies and gentlemen, champions will be crowned here today at the Marvel Rivals Championship Season 1 for Asia. Nello Mello and Potch Spice here to, you know what, I would say mark this momentous event of Season 1 capping off. Nell, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Yesterday's match got me so excited that I ended up not sleeping much. I stayed up for the other regions MRC as well. But like what you mentioned today, Marvel Rivals Championship Grand Finals. So we're finally at this point, and I think I share the same sentiments as you. I'm super excited for who will be crowned the champion for Season 1.
Yeah, and we're slowly writing the book, right, of the esports game that is Marvel Rivals. And in championship fashion, we will be ending with a coronation moment, if you would. And I wonder how the landscape is going to continue from here on out, because we did mention Season 2 is right around the corner. So Season 1 is looking pretty good, and we got some 3 teams that are very excited to showcase their skills because they've all kind of clashed into each other in this tournament.
Yeah, and those 3 teams that we're talking about is currently Genji, that's waiting as the first grand finalist for Season 1. And of course, there's XOXO and... And
we also have this in-game event. Before we'll put a cap to that conversation, because we have to tell you that you guys can decide your fate now. Brace the present and grow stronger with Thor's Lord of Asgard and Hawkeye's Ronin costume. Take your chances and make your moves towards glory on the battlefield. Available on April 3. It's already been available, by the way. 7 p.m. PDT. Let your presence ignite the battlefield.
What a sick costume, Lord of Asgard. But hey, another one for your views. Attain glory by any means necessary. Seek your revenge with Moon Knight's Fist of Vengeance and Black Panther's Thrice Cursed King costumes. Embrace the fury of Dracula's curse and use your yearning for vengeance to ignite the battlefield. The costumes have been available since March 27th at 7 p.m. PDT. And that's such a badass costume right there.
I hope we see some Black Panthers today. But no, you were saying we got 3 teams. We got M, XOXO, and Genji. Genji is already waiting in the winners, or I would say in the grand finals of things. Tell me a little bit about NM and XOXO.
Yeah, I mean, New Moon has been put down at the lower brackets finals by Genji, and that was a very, very close game, 3-2. Right, a lot of adjustments being done, but now they're facing off against XOXO, which is the pride of Thailand that has been getting back-to-back victories to reach this point.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that. So we're gonna let you guys know where we are right now. We started from the ignition round, and we had intense rounds from 4 to 14, which happened yesterday. And today we are going to culminate with the lower bracket finals and then the grand finals. The Pride of Thailand versus the New Moon, the all-star team, if you would, is what we're going to be watching in the lower bracket finals. And then we're going to cap things off with Genji versusing the winner of that matchup. But Nell, talk to me about numbers. Tell me about this prize pool.
Well, I'll tell you, this prize pool, you can buy a lot of skins with it because that's $14,500. With the champion getting the lion's share, $6,000, followed by runner-up at $3,000. Third place will be going home with $1,500. Fourth place, $800. The 5th to 8th seatings will get $400 per faction, while the 9th to 16th place will get $200 per faction. So something for everyone from all across the board.
Skins for everyone, even in season 2.
Let's go. Give it to us. Give it to us.
So we're going to give you guys the bracket. So these are the teams that did qualify for the top 8, I believe. And then now we are over here at the lower bracket finals with New Moon versus XOXO. And then the grand finals, you got Genji or Need Sponsor. Actually, all these teams technically are looking for that spotlight, right? So I'm excited that we're going to shine that spotlight here at the lower bracket finals between New Moon and XOXO. And then the winner of that is going to be facing Genji needs sponsor.
Genji Academy needs sponsor. That's true in a way because they really do need sponsors for their hungry players. And when I say hungry, they're just hungry for victory. So rest assured, they need the motivations to go up ahead. But hey, all these teams are so deserving of a representation. So any ORGs or individuals interested, here's your chance because the best of the best is here right in front of you guys.
Yeah. So with that being said, we're going to set this stage. We got New Moon on one corner. We got XOXO in the other corner. The Pride of Thailand versus the All-Star team in New Moon, who have been constantly present in the Invitational, in Season 0, Marvel Rivals Championship. How can we distinguish these two teams? Could you describe New Moon's playstyle for us, Nell?
New Moon is very, I think they focus a lot on team ups, and they have a few go-to characters that they used to utilize. Like they depend a lot on Don't Wanna Die, right? On Don't Wanna Die to be the main substitute that comes in after Happy is away for the time being. Whereas XOXO, a lot of unconventional picks. And I'm not going to spoil it for you guys if you haven't watched it, but we're going to see that spoiler later on.
Yeah, we're going to head towards the first match, I believe, and they have quite the distinct play style. They really like them dive characters. That's all we're going to say. But when it comes to the picks and bans, would you say New Moon's more of the 2-2-2 lineup, or they just go with the conventional route, or are we going to see any surprise stuff with New Moon?
I think New Moon is mostly going for the conventional 2-2-2 lineup, but they sometimes change it up with the 2-1-3. That's familiar. That's pretty common for everyone else. But they also come up with the triple Vanguards lineup that we might see later on. But for now, let's pay a little bit of attention to the ban picks, because Raccoon getting taken out by New Moon and Luna getting taken out. So I think they're afraid of the Namor Luna lineup, team up. So taking it out is good. And they're going to keep going with their standard, their go-to team up, which is the Avengers, the Guardian of the Galaxy team up. So they're reserving Adam. And it seems like XOXO, they're the ones that will be reserving Venom.
Yeah, because we talked about the dives, right? But I like what you pointed out earlier. You said that they rely a lot on the synergies, and the Adam Warlock has always been used yesterday. And also New Moon has used it to great effect. So at least they banned out the Mantis. They still have a Star-Lord team up at least with Adam Warlock. And banning out the Wolverine. Talk to me about this now.
Yeah, I mean, banning out the Wolverine is good because they have the triple lineup. But I was about to say, with the Venom reserve, it opens up an opportunity for Spider-Man to be used here.
Right.
And Supa wasting no time. He's just going to go with the annoying backline diverse Spider-Man. So I think what's required here is a really strong lineup. And I feel like the two Vanguards that they almost always go to, the most consistent ones, Magneto, Venom, Doctor Strange, right? And Groot. So those are the few Vanguards that they always go to. So let's have a look and see if the Spider-Man will be the difference maker in this game, Patch.
Oh, I'm excited. We did talk a lot about Spider-Man yesterday, especially Supa's Spider-Man. And it did merit some bans and reserves because for those of you watching now, unfortunately, we weren't able to see it on stream, but New Moon and XOXO already faced off. So this is a run back for XOXO. They want to get vengeance, while New Moon want to move on to get their vengeance over with Gen G. So not wasting any time, we're going to see the synergy of Venom and Spider-Man here. Rez has won a lot of MVPs with this Loki. We got Prime SQ with the Hela. While you see on the other side, the very conventional 2-2-2 type of lineup here. How is this going to push past now? Because we've seen a lot of these matchups not even go past the first point.
Yeah, they have to be very careful. Even though there's no Namor here, but Uprise still has some DPS that can click Spider-Man's heads here. He has to be really careful, especially Fun on Magneto, and Don't Wanna Die on Winter Soldier. So Spider-Man, well, he can fly across the map really fast, but the moment you get clicked 1 or 2 times by Winter Soldier, the Bucky's gonna get rid of you instantly.
Yeah. My apologies, it's actually 1 DPS, and you got Adam Warlock. I think Adam Warlock's a DPS, I'm sorry about that. But an Elite Choppa, known as the Disruptor in the front lines here, having his group, won a lot of MVPs here, seeing a lot of healing come from the back line. It's usually after this midway point where it really gets contentious and you have to really fight for that first point. But Elite Choppa trying to just whittle down Silence, who's also a really known tank on the other side, doing a lot of good damage here. It's still, they're all still trying to farm stuff, but Rez is actually the one that already has the ult ready for the invisible barrier.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? The supporters can just farm the ultimates really fast because of the immense action going on, and you can just keep healing and building up your trust really fast. The Strangling Prison, that's gonna help secure the first 2 kills, but Silence with the Meteor M is going to retaliate onto Invisible Woman.
Speaking of retaliation, Fun tending out Silence as he's out to capitalize on that. But yeah, that was actually an excellent call out there in that team fight. New Moon still dictating the pace of this fight. Still, wow, ASDF taking out Prime SQ. Doing a really good job just keeping everyone at this midway point at the first checkpoint.
Yeah, you saw that Bucky just took out Spider-Man, right? So while Spider-Man's really good, jumping in, the combo that you always see, the bunny hop combo into an uppercut, that's really good to disrupt the backlines because when you're floating in the air, you're sitting ducks. You can't really move left or right. You can't really dodge mid-air, if you know what I mean. But here, Zeta coming with the dive.
Coming in with a dive, gets the snare as well. Spider-Man wants a piece here, but he's going to try to go for the disruption on the back line. Able to get the uppercut and also eliminates both of the strategists here. We're going to get a cocoon onto Warlock here while we go forward to Prime SQ that's picking away at the Vanguards. We're going to get also ASDF getting the resurrect here, but the spectacular spin to be able to eliminate ASDF and just add more pressure here now.
Yeah, beautiful play by Spider-Man, just isolating people, right? But unfortunately, this one time, he sort of grappled the wrong target because Bucky, the moment you grapple him, he has a clear straight line target to your face.
He's like, oh, it's not, you're stuck here with, I'm stuck here with you, you're stuck here with me, says Bucky. And now, you're gonna get the, okay, we see that, ults are being traded back and forth, but it is going to be a 2-for-1 pickoff on the side of XO. Bucky doing so much damage here, and now that is going to be another pickoff out of Behemoth. Doing a really good job holding point here before they're able to get that one, and now we see that super big threat onto that Spider-Man. He might, get picked off a lot more, but he's really just causing that chaos, which is what you kind of want in your Spider-Man.
Yeah, I mean, this point is really, really good for Spider-Man simply because the moment you get rid of one character on the opponent's side, right, there's actually a few spots that you can hide between. So when they're walking through, you can get rid of them almost immediately. So that's a strategy that's always used by a Spider-Man main in this sort of position. You know, just stop the strategist from coming back. Stop the player from coming back.
You gotta love how Prime SQ just goes guns a-blazing, but he does get taken out. Behemoth, though, able to add some on the board, and Fun taking out the Spider-Man. Unfortunately, their efforts were not in vain because they were able to actually unlock the first checkpoint. You gotta love the aggression on Zeta's side. They have technically 3 divers here, but now Prime SQ changed back to the Hela just for more backline damage, while the front line, the Vanguards, are going to try to push forward while the mission vehicle moves forward. Nice pickoff by Silence.
Yeah, I feel like in this game, Prime SQ is not really eliminating a lot. I mean, not enough, right? Because it feels like it's the Spider-Man, Super, and Silence. These 2 names pop up a lot. So I'm assuming they're the top 2 killers, the top 2 eliminations right now. So I think if you want to push it even further, Prime SQ needs to click a little bit more heads right here. Spectacular spin in the background, you can see. And look, he just got cleared by ASDF.
Yeah, ASDF holding that angle, able to actually peek out Prime SQ and take him out. ASDF now just adding more damage to the backline. Wow, nice cancellation of the Galactic Legend. But we're still going to get a pick off of Spider-Man. At least the chaos was ensued. Again, I guess that's a moral victory there, canceling out that Galactic Legend.
Yeah, I mean, things could have been worse, right? He pulls it off and he goes to meet his teammates and get more damage onto his opponents, right? So pretty good so far. The Strangling Prison, wow, coupled with the shield, the invisible boundary is going to be used. But look at how fast Spider-Man rolls back in. Isolate the strategist. He's going to take out the invisible woman. What a play by Super. And at the meantime, the Hela is just going to try and clean shop right here. ASDF trying to push them all away.
Good, I would say, wherewithal on what's that? The invisible woman getting away from that goddess of death, but NLE Choppa is just disrupting so much, just constantly going back and forth as Zeta because he can't rely too much. Nice. Okay, that was so close. ASDF could have taken out the Venom. Now, less than 60 seconds left on the clock. They need to push this point just to add a lot more pressure on New Moon's side. They are recuperating and waiting for this next team fight here, getting their heals going. They have to go in as a unit here. It seems like Spider-Man's going to initiate here, kidnapping the Groot. No displacement just yet. He's going to try and pick off the Hela here in ASDF, but you got to be very careful. ASDF has been clicking heads as of late.
Yeah, I mean, kicking heads, that's what he do. The Spider-Man, again, trying to be annoying, right? Because you can see that ASDF trying to find a different angle to hit, but it doesn't really matter because now Galactic Legend is going to be employed, coupled with the piece over the beast in the back line. What a play! Galactic Legend is going to take out no one just yet because of the invisible boundary. What is going on? Chaos in the battlefield. No one's dead yet.
Okay, Prime Prime SQ calling for the Goddess of Death, but we still have so much time, well, an overtime to actually go for here, but no one gets picked off. Actually, no, it is going to be EXO. 3 get picked off the battlefield. This could be the beginning of the end for New Moon to hold on to this point and cancel out the overtime, and that is going to be it when the dust settles. It is going to be New Moon to hold point here and just get that 1 point.
Yeah, Spidey trying to do the bunny hop, trying to swing in and touch point and make it an overtime. But unfortunately, the clicking of heads is just too strong for Spidey to handle for Peter Parker.
Like you said, I think ASDF is definitely a lot more comfortable in this type of matchup. We did see him kind of switch from the Bucky to something else, but maybe this might require Prime SQ to kind of lock in. Seems like we might be getting a hint of Magic, which we saw Magic yesterday on Supa, and it performed pretty well. When it comes to dives, Nell, what do you think Supa's style is? Would it be more Magic oriented or Spider oriented?
When he plays Spider-Man or Magic, right? One playstyle that he always employs, and most of them employ, is you do not want to be seen by your enemies, right? You always go and find a different angle and flank the opponents. You always try to divide their attention, because the moment you divide the team's attention, the strategy is you have so many information going through your head. Who am I gonna heal? The Vanguards in front, or are we in trouble in the backlines, or the flanking duelists on the side? So the Magic's purpose here is to create havoc in the backlines, try and get the Invisible Woman, try and get the Loki as much as possible with the shift into a left click, uppercut, melee, left click. That's the combo that he should always do to determine, or a charge right click.
Interestingly enough, Satha not going with the Venom and going for the Black... Oh my gosh, the Doctor Strange. Nice kidnap, and actually able to capitalize on canceling out ASDF. So good start on Prime SQ's side. I mean, the Bucky here definitely is going to pay dividends. I wonder if that's going to... New Moon's going to retaliate by picking up Bucky. It seems like we're still going to stick with the Hela, and there you go. The chaos will be ensuing in just a bit as we see Supa get an elimination on Fun Fun.
Yeah, he's also a tank shredder. I forgot to mention that. he can eliminate the Vanguards with the combo, especially if they don't get heals enough time. And that was a perfect example, because the Vanguard was caught in a tight spot, right? The heals could not reach them. So pretty good job so far, trying to hold this point. Let's see, Prime SQ just trying to build up the damage, trying to farm up his ultimate, and you can see all of this happening. You can see Supa. He's not being seen. He's just at the backlines always.
And I think, yeah, Magic does have that built-in shield as long as he gets the demons or the minions out, right? And now forcing them to go with some flyers, and usually Magic doesn't go for the verticality, but wow, what an elimination on Supa's side to take out Storm.
Yeah, I mean, Uprise still has 2 minutes and 40 seconds to make this work, right? And with the Omega Hurricane incoming, right? It's almost there. I think they can take out the backlines pretty well. Like Behemoth, Rez, I think that's a very good indication with the Kraken Impact coming in.
Okay, eliminate. I love the synergy that, the Strangling Prison, Omega Hurricane, so much to think about. Rez was able to take out one, though. And it seems like EXO were able to take the best shot of New Moon, and they're still standing while we see a very low HP healer there. Again, Supa gets eliminated. They do they are in the prime location of spawn advantage, so now EXO kind of have to reset. So amazing thwart of the ults there, but ultimately it was New Moon to kind of win that team fight.
Yeah, that was crazy. How many instances will you see when there's a Kraken Impact, when there's ultimates after ultimates, right? Omega Hurricane as well to follow up. Everything being thrown, and yet you're the ones who are dying.
True. Okay, so it really new for me seeing Zayda not use Venom, but nice portal here just for them to touch point before they're able to get anything. But now we see, oh my gosh, an eye as well as an elimination onto the Dark Child. That is quite unfortunate. The ult was gonna get cancelled out. Fun taking out Silence, and now the Kraken Impact on the side of EXO. Gonna get some eliminations on the board here.
Yeah, but unfortunately, EXO is the one that has the trades going on. ASDF on the Storm, just trying to click all the opponents, and she's gonna get that double kill and pushing the card forward. So SDF, I mean, the buff team is still very, very strong. The damage buff onto the team is still very strong, and with the strategist keeping her alive, you cannot discount her left click damages.
It was just quite unfortunate that teleport and then the Dark Child coming out, but they were able to eliminate Dark Child right away. Or don't want to die using the Kraken Impact constantly, eliminating Prime SQ, even though he got like one elimination. So now fighting for a contention on the second point here. Silence, making sure Eneli Choppa is eliminated. Got the Loki clones here just providing the totems. And now the elimination onto, unfortunately, Supa once again. Even though Supa was able to take out ASCF, it's still going to be a midway point for both teams.
Yeah, what a good positioning as well. Just making sure, because one thing you gotta realize, right? The Vanguard, no matter how strong you are or how many heals you have and your back being pocketed and all, if you just stand in front of the line of fire without the proper positioning, you can be rest assured you're gonna get shredded, and that team is gonna fight 5v6. But here, Fan, look at him, just being the one person tanking the 5 people in front. Power of friendship.
Yeah, power of friendship indeed, Nell. Using the ultimates, we got invisible barriers, got Meteor, and taking out Dobby. But no, it's actually a 3-for-1 take, a 4 takedown of New Moon. Oh my god, and it all led by Silence there. And now just a cleanup, I say so. Still a lot of time left onto the clock for XOXO to recuperate here.
And that's your answer why Magneto is the most picked Vanguard of all time, right? He's always being picked. Not even not even a second thought, right? And Silence doing a great job isolating as well. But you gotta give credit to what's happening in the backline as well. We cannot see enough, right? Because of the observer limitation. Actually, the action is happening across the board here.
Oh yeah.
Look at all the ultimates being thrown here.
The fact that they were able to build up ultimates once again. The Dark Child now getting some eliminations on the board. Wow. A team wipe now.
Second team wipe, Posh. Second team wipe. First it was Silence, and now Supa's like, hey, I'm here. I'm here to make something happen too. Don't count me out. And the Dark Child, that was what they needed to push it more.
But Nell, here's the thing. Yeah, the thing is literally there. Choppa is using the thing. He changed it up. He wants to add more chaos too. And we've seen Choppa on the thing just bully the front lines and all the way to the back lines. And now we have another Omega Hurricane inbound here. They do have a Loki. Oh my god, the Loki was able to pop that shield so well. The invisible barrier is up to keep everyone alive, so countering it out, and ASGF is taken out by Prime SQ.
Yeah, you cannot discount it. Eye of Agamotto trying to clear a little bit more, but it's Dobby that has been taking the Illims there with the double kill. The action is still going on. Choppa with the Haymaker gonna take out Rest. It's like, where do you think you're going? I'm gonna clean shop here. He's gonna take out Zeta next, and now with another Haymaker, take out Silence. What a play by Eneli Choppa. He not only knows how to rap, he knows how to eliminate.
Yeah, throwing those right hands, throwing those Groot walls. If you need a Vanguard, call no further than Eneli Choppa. But now we're going back to the Spider-Man here. Final seconds and also final inches. They need to be able to get this point ongoing. Let's see if we'll be able to get any disruption going. Someone needs to step on point. They're able to get it, but unfortunately, it gets eliminated right away, forcing the ults to come out, and XOXO is falling under the pressure of New Moon.
Oh my god, 3 players going down, 4 players going down. Uprise was ready for the jump by XOXO with 3 ultimates to greet them. He's like, welcome to our ultimate world.
And our domain expansion.
Domain expansion, exactly.
Oh my god, that was crazy. I would say good effort on the side of on XOXO. Going to the Spider-Man towards the end, which I feel like, for me, I think the Magic had a little more impact than the Spider-Man, but I think maybe going back to comfort. But like you said, no, if you just go with that one character, 1 or 2 characters, I think New Moon kind of showed that they're the ones in picks and bans to kind of put teams in awkward positions, to force them to play characters they're not familiar with. And I think this is a prime example of how they're able to kind of dictate the pace of the match and continue on. But talk to me about the stats that we're looking at now.
Just look at the Spider-Man, right? He has the most elimination at 15 final hits, but that's the problem. He is also a suicide character. You go in, you take on people, but you also die in the process. Right? So I think that's the one difference that differentiates between XOXO and New Moon, simply because New Moon, they take you out, but they're still alive to stand on point. Spider-Man, you're not someone that can stand on point after taking out someone, because before you even fly out, someone's gonna get that counter revenge onto you.
True.
Boom, boom, double hit, you're dead. You can't even fly out.
I think there were a lot of examples there when he was able to take out, let's say, Invisible Woman or a Loki, but then right behind them, the strategist was there to kind of pick him off right away. So definitely a high risk, high reward character, and especially if you're playing it on the highest level here at Marvel Rivals Championship, they're ready. Power of friendship, like you said, will trump no other, because it's one Spider-Man versus like I think 3 strategists. So, or now towards the end became 2 strategists. So definitely there's constant communication here on both sides. So if they're getting peeled off by the Spider-Man, of course, like the Vanguards are going to look back, or whoever's going to look back to just get that elimination. So if you're going to go by numbers, it's 1 pick off and then you trade it off by another pick off and then you're off point as well. So maybe something that they need to adjust to. Not sure if they're going to still ban out the Wolverine, but Wolverine's also a character that has a little bit more sustain than the Spider-Man, but it's still pretty risky, especially if you're going up against a team like New Moon.
Yeah. I mean, I guess now comes the question, will New Moon respect XOXO Super enough to take out the team up? Like, I mean, at least ban the Venom, you know? Or at least take out the Spider-Man. Because Spider-Man did have the most eliminations last game, so will they do it or will they not? So I guess they're not gonna do it. They're gonna go back to the exact same bans, banning Luna Snow, banning Rocket, and even reserving the Atom again. So here maybe reserving the Venom would be a similar one.
Yeah, it could be. It's a mirror. Are we watching a replay?
I think so. I think so.
Now you're seeing the future, man. This is crazy. So when it comes to the bans, I think they banned out Mantis. Oh yeah, Jesus. Yeah. Okay, there it is.
It's the same. Oh my god.
Okay,
it is the same. Yeah. So I guess that makes Wolverine now.
Yeah, possibly Wolverine. I think maybe they'd rather deal, like, they're choosing the lesser of the evils. Like you said, wow, look at that. Now look into his crystal ball.
Oh my
2020
god.
vision, looking into the future.
I mean, it's pretty much the same strategies, right? When you watch a team over and over and over again, when you watch a team enough, you kind of get into their minds of how their mind works, how the band goes, right? So I guess you and I, being professional fans and all, we just know what's going on. But hey, here's something we don't know. A Penny into this lineup.
We talked about Penny, right? And Penny's gonna get a lot of reworks in season 2. But now it just seems like she kind of got outshined by other Vanguards because they had to play her in a different way. Because in a high level matchup, you know, her nest is gonna get eliminated right away, gonna get cleaned up right away, and other players know how to use this. So I know we're talking a lot about Penny. I hope we see a Penny, but could this be XOXO finding another way into this matchup? A Penny, Jeff, and okay, no Penny, but maybe a Jeff. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have to do it, they might as well have a Luna Snow, right? But because Luna Snow is banned, so I guess the Jeff is really there just for the ulti. Hi, it's Jeff moment, just trying to pick up as many people as possible. But I love this lineup going in. Let's see if... Oh wait, he's probably gonna change.
Yeah, he's gonna change. So just for the speed boost, just to, okay.
I can make this work.
Okay, I was like, okay.
It's okay.
I was kind of like, where are you gonna throw them off?
Yeah, DPS Jeff, baby.
No.
It's in Marvel Rivals Championships at least. So still going with the same type of lineup here. Gonna use the synergy of Venom and Spider-Man. But I think, yeah, New Moon, they don't necessarily have to change up shop here. I mean, if the plan still works, don't change it up. And yeah, you see, don't want to die, just constantly adding more pressure with the Bucky. They're fighting in the high grounds here. This is actually a hard spot to kind of dive towards, so I wonder how they're going to create that opening. Spider-Man's trying to go to Hela, but Hela's like, no, thank you, sir. We don't need the friendly neighbor Spider-Man, and we also don't need your Loki. Good eliminations on the side of ASDF.
What a play! Triple kill. Like, before the action's over, maybe getting a 4. Oh my god, Venom! He's so close to getting that 4th kill, but now ASDF is gonna persist. And apparently Invisible Woman's like, yeah, it's okay, I got this. What a kill steal. It's like,
you're just gonna KS real quick here. You can't pop off a little too much. You gotta work a little harder, says the team. But great team fight won by New Moon to start things up. We do see we're focused here onto the Spider-Man side. Maybe he's gonna try to create some chaos here, trying to gank and flank, but it's really hard, especially if they're under a rooftop and you can't really dive right in. But there you go, able to get it, but able to just get a little bit of damage. He got the health pack and now he's out of there.
Yeah, I mean that's disruption at its best, right? Here's a little fun fact, and I'm gonna share this later on because now Strangling Prison coming in, and the counter Invisible Boundary is gonna come in, and the Loki God of Mischief is going to copy again. The Invisible Boundary trying to equalize the battleground, but damage has been done. No casualties so far, but NLE Chopper is trying to make a difference with that.
Yeah, we do see some eliminations on this side of XOXO, taking out 3 here, and Fun taking out Behemoth. So constant back and forth here, still can't contest for the point. Fun still staying alive here, destroying the Loki totems, while NLE Choppa still holding shop here. But they might have to give up space here just to stay alive, so the point will be unlocked by XOXO.
Yeah, I guess the moment you take out 4 members of Uprise, right, I think that's when you know you gotta back off, you gotta give up that point. But Zeta is trying to say something about it, right? Just trying to push that point forward, and he's gonna get Fun. Wow.
Yeah, in that process, like we called out yesterday, Venom clicks heads too. He just got to get at that range. ASDF! Oh my god. Able to actually get the spectacular spin, but able to eliminate Dobby and create a little bit of chaos, allowing Zeta to capitalize on taking out Bucky. So, great push so far on the side of XOXO.
Yeah, it just reminds me of the stream where Necros and Andrew's playing together, right? Andrew on the Venom, the supposed #1 Venom, right? Just jumping in, he's like, okay, I'm jumping in. And he jumps in, and the Spider-Man just follows suit. So I feel like when you have all this information available, and with the combo and team out strategy available, it's just so hard to counter it, because what can you do? They're gonna jump in. Unless you do the thing, you're immovable.
True, yeah, immovable object is the thing, but now we see some trade-offs on both sides. Team fight will ensue here. You see that Don't Wanna Die is constantly peppering the backline here. He does have a Kraken impact, but he has a crowd control as well to work with. No, able to just get a little bit of the Loki clones here to continue on the pressure. He's gonna go through, find a target here. Silence has the death mark. He can still stay alive, and now he doesn't have the Kraken impact, but it was Don't Wanna Die did actually get eliminated, so still a good effort on XOXO's side.
Yeah, what a play right there, right? Zeta's like, what do you think? Where do you think going after Death Mark? Nah, it doesn't really matter. Spider-Man gonna take out Invisible Woman while we're taking... No, sorry, make that 2. He's gonna take out Loki as well. Poor strategist. You're not gonna have a good time when Spider-Man is on the job.
True, but now we do see that the teleport was made by Doctor Strange here. Zeta taking out Fun. Prime SQ is gonna get a little bit of the action here as he takes out and peppers a little bit more of the ops on the side of New Moon. So they're able to actually get the checkpoint with 3 minutes on the clock, and Zeta really disrupting the rhythm and the respawns of New Moon.
Yeah, what a play. Because of this dive characters, all of a sudden Uprise is like, oh my god, we have so much to deal with. We have so many flyers up above. The attack just comes from the front, from the air. It's really hard to deal with it, even if you have a Loki, right? So I guess changing to an Adam here, just to click heads with the charge right click, that might help a little in order to headshot the Spidey that's jumping in at least.
Oh, true. So now Prime SQ changing actually to the Hela just to add more damage in the distance. Look at that, Spider-Man! He's in a KO streak!
What? Fear the Spider-Man, man. Super is confident enough to bring out the Spider-Man here, the magic, simply because he's already super proficient with it. So this is exactly what happens in this map.
He's warmed up, I guess.
He is super warmed.
Yeah, he's definitely very confident because these are some brave dives that he's pushing through, and I love how Prime SQ, as they're coming out of spawn, he's already peppering on some of these headshots here, and now forcing all the ults. 2 invisible barriers, dunking on Dobby, but Zeta answers back and eliminates another one. My goodness, but ASDF actually reviving Dobby because of the team up of Hela and, oh my goodness, able to actually get the point 3.
What a play. Yeah, even if you revive, what can you do against the onslaught of dives after dives, right? Because now you have to deal with a Venom who uses the diving strike to just push you all up. Let me just remind you guys, right? Before this, when he dives in, everyone is just levitated, right? It's just knocked back outwards, right? But now, with the recent changes, they are knocked back inwards, 45 degrees inwards, right? So that makes it super, super hard to counter, because when Spider-Man comes in with the uppercut, with the spectacular spin, and the symbiote team up as well, all of this in 1 split second, 1.5 seconds. How can you deal with it? Especially if you don't have the domain to work fast enough.
I think that they were able to, in those split seconds, really get the pickoffs that they needed. And the stars really aligned on XOXO side. They really clutched it out, and the confidence in the plays of everyone was really good. It seems like we have a bit of a change-up, going with the magic this time. You called it, Nell. This character, I mean, when it comes to just building more ult, is really fast, but I mean, the sustain also, you really have to dive really well. How many times have we seen the Dark Child getting countered by New Moon? So... Yeah. It's still an uphill battle, I'd say, for XOXO. We can't call it just yet in this map number 2 until they're able to secure them not moving this this objective.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of what we see in this game, right? Can I dare say that Super can be regarded as the Necros of Asia?
Oh, dude, we can say that. I think we can.
We can, right? We can.
Because he's already here. He's made it this far, and he's playing in this high level.
Right?
Not under any other team. He's going against New Moon, and he's getting these amazing pickoffs. So
exactly.
Yeah, I definitely say that. He's definitely one to look out for and study. So now, Prime SQ on this Bucky is very dangerous. So you have to be very careful. But ASDF with a dive of his own. Very dangerous. No Magneto Bubble. And Magic might get picked off. Not quite staying alive. But we do have Supa getting picked off by Adam Warlock.
Yeah, I mean, Adam Warlock with the right clicks, you cannot underestimate the damage coming out from it, especially if you have amazing tracking. ASDF just trying to get rid of the cockroach that's trying to fly in here. The Bucky is the cockroach here, but yeah, you know, he's going to stay alive, going to try and run a little bit away, far away. But so far, so good. Just farming up the ultimate so far.
Okay, we do see that Magic. He's going to try to get the elimination off the Dobby. And now they're trying to hold this point for as long as they can. 2 invisible barriers, and Prime SQ gets himself an elimination. What? You on with more of the disruption of the backline. Holy smokes.
Oh my god. Magic, the strategy slayer. Or should I say, the Loki slayer? Yeah, because look at the invisible woman. She could not even react in time, right?
Yeah.
She couldn't even double hop just to go invis. And that's all thanks to the mechanics of Magic, right? The combo is just so deadly without the heals to react in time, without the other strategies to heal him in time. You're gonna get taken out with the combo charge, right? Click into the uppercut, into the left shift, into the E, into the melee, into the left click. So, Dragon Prison.
Able to put up the walls, and now we have silence, canceling it out with the Meteor and taking out the Bucky. But fun though, with Meteor able to get own, and now good defensive answers and responses on XOXO side. They stay alive now.
What a play. Galactic Legends, what do you do when you have Galactic Legends activated but you only have 10% health?
Oh, that was quite unfortunate there.
Prime SQ had him. He was like, yeah, I got this.
Galactic Legend, but yeah, it was just a little unfortunate. So now he's got to build that up. This really adds some pressure onto the side of New Moon, but at least time is kind of on their side here. ASDF has to be very careful, trying to create a flank situation. Prime SQ might have to move his angle away here. He might, he might actually get his life depleted here by ASDF.
Yeah, whatever they have to do, they got to do it quick, Hodge, because it's already 1 minute, 20 seconds left, right? So, I mean, you got to push the whole 3-0 point, right? Because Uprise, if you don't push even 1 point, I think it's going to get really hard when it goes overtime all the time.
Wow, and now an elimination on Prime SQ. So we do see that invisible barriers are up once again. Let's see if we'll get some pickoffs here. Still holding onto the Kraken impact by eliminating the Loki clones. Able to actually get the Magneto silence out of the picture. And just like that, they're able to dominate the point.
Oh my god. Again, taking out 3. No, taking out 4. And now they're finally going to unlock the point, moving forward. And this is why. The power of not wanting to die. Do not want to die. And he's like, sorry, I don't want to die. You guys have to die instead. So, yeah, that's Bucky unlocked. The cosmic powers.
All right, this makes Supa actually change up his strategy here. We're going to get the team up of Venom and the Spider-Man since the point is moving. So let's see how he's going to create chaos and make the flanks work out here. Fighting at the top line here, able to get enemy Choppa, but the bubble and the movement here just for him to get that jump away from the crosshairs of the opposition.
Yeah, I mean, I like the change to going to Spider-Man here, right? Because obviously this is a moving progression already. It's no longer camping a position. So look at what the damage is going. Just swinging in with the uppercut and then going with the hop, the double hop into a heavy attack. You can just do all of that in a split second. Now, Galactic's Legend, ASDM's gonna take out Prime SQ. Goodbye, Bucky. Ooh, he's gonna be the next casualty. Oh, unfortunately, the heal's gonna be too strong, and that's gonna stop there.
Man, Invisible Barrier was able to keep people alive, but Fun takes out Silence here, and now we're gonna see ASDF return the favor, and Elite Choppa. Spider-Man just coming back in, so now the momentum definitely swinging in favor of New Moon, the second team fight that they're able to win here.
Yeah, and Elite Choppa's like, enough! I am Groot, and he just takes out XOXO right there, because it's very rare to see Choppa play a character like Groot, right? Because Groot is just, you know, I am Groot, I put walls down, I depend on brute force, right? Because it's rare to not see him on fun characters like Thor. But look at the strangling prison, the effects. What's going on?
And look at that, ASDF just jumping on in all the strangling prison just for them to hold point here, but unfortunately they weren't able to secure the stopping of this objective. And now Symbiote actually taking out Dobby. So this could be the beginning for XOXO. Can they continue on this momentum with Prime SQ taking out Fun? And now they're holding point here. Let's see if the reset is going to happen on New Moon's side as they back away from the point.
What a play. The Thailand team definitely showing what they're made of. Just trying to hold the point as much as possible. There's only 1 minute left, and the pressure is going to rise on the side of Uprise because they're the ones that needs to push this point. Choppa already moves on from Groot. It's like, enough, I am Strange this time.
Okay, he definitely needs that teleport just so that they can touch point right away. But I think, yeah, like you said, there's still a little bit of time, and New Moon is kind of known for really clutching it out at the final seconds here. But they can't afford to stay away from this point for too long here. ASDF working to get an ultimate. We do see a spectacular spin. The team fight is happening. Save that takes out Dobby. Continues to get more invisible barriers.
What a play. Let's go. Invisible Barrier just trying to stop the onslaught, but all ultimates are going to be used. Ujima trying to keep the team of XOXO alive, but Kraken Impact is already on point. Oh no, going to be disrupted by Spider-Man. Super!
Oh my god, he gets picked off as he was trying to make it out there, but Red's taking out Fun. About to be
3 seconds.
Yeah, 3 seconds. They need to touch point now. They can't afford this, and it's going to be an overtime. Someone is able to have 2 point. So, coming into this next team fight, it's only Fun, but ASDF gets taken out, and Prime SQ already has the Kraken Impact for the cleanup.
Oh no, and Supa trying to stop any incoming attempt to touch point. But look at XOXO 3-1 counter, saying we're here to play, New Moon.
Mel, we got ourselves a game.
We got ourselves one indeed.
Oh my god.
BO5, let's go.
The response that they came in with a 3-1 up against New Moon with the same lineup that they had. It just shows that, it's like, maybe it was a confidence thing. Maybe they need to be able to, warm up a little bit. The pickoffs were so good. Talk to me about the numbers here compared to the previous game.
The numbers are very, very close, but the difference is the disruption that constantly happens. Look at Zeta, 12 final hits, but that doesn't even explain half of his impact in that game because he was constantly just dive striking the backlines, dive striking the payload, using the right clicks to keep them slow. So all of this happening at the same time while Spider-Man on Super was just destroying the backlines over and over and over again. And Prime SQ had free reigns because everyone was so preoccupied. Bucky, he was just shooting left and right, just taking out whoever that is low. New Moon, you gotta listen to this. You gotta ban either Venom or Spider-Man next round.
They can't afford that.
This needs to stop.
Because if they do that, they're going to run the risk of Wolverine, but at least you have Magneto Bubble. You also have their current lineup. They have the Invisible Woman push just to get Wolverine away from you. But you're right. When it came to the pickoffs, when it came to the dives, they were so good at, just not minding the noise around them and making sure that they get the pickoffs of the sustained characters, which are Loki, which is the Invisible Woman. And after that, taking out ASDF, just making sure, fine, let the tanks survive by themselves. It's usually that case. And whenever that happened, that was a recipe for success on the side of XOXO. And
see, I mean, just look at the scoreboard really quick, right? Look, do you know who is the most impacted on the side of New Moon? It's not the Duelist, it's not the Vanguard. The one that are suffering the most between these two players, Loki and Invisible Man. Saw that? 9 deaths? 11 deaths? How often do you see Dobby getting those 9 deaths?
Right.
Know what I
And
mean?
towards the end there, it was like, you know those videos of rage bait Spider-Man that just wait at spawn just as
God.
someone's coming in? That's what happened. Like once they had to rush towards point, he rushed right towards spawn just to make sure. And this also happened during qualifiers when someone just kind of rushed towards point. If you guys can, and you should save this VOD. There's a VOD of or in the replays. There's a VOD of Supa actually when it's overtime. He actually went towards the enemy spawn. Doctor Strange was spawning in. He was portaling, and for everyone. Then he just pulled him out of the portal, and then they couldn't.
Oh
They just
my
denied.
god.
So
Yeah.
just the constant disruptions. Like you said,
Yeah.
I think Supa really is like the Necros or like the top Spider-Man of this region. Southeast
Exactly.
Asia or Asia, because he's actually flexing it here in the Marvel Rivals Championship.
Yeah, and actually making it work. Because in high-level competitive games, we don't usually see a Spider-Man that actually helped the team win games, at least not in the finals, right? We don't really see that a lot. But here, he's making it happen in the lower brackets finals. So shout out to Supa, because I mean, I know some people say, yeah, Spidey needs to get nerfed and stuff like that. But honestly, nerf Supa, because he's the one that's doing the magic behind the scenes.
If only he can nerf like the human being behind
Yeah.
it. But we're still gonna go to another convoy. No, I'm just observing here. It seems like this might actually be a race to 4. I'm not sure, but we'll just get because look at the top. It says here they need to get 4 of that, but we'll just wait and see for that.
Okay.
Seems like they took a page out of your book. They're banning out the Venom. I wonder if this is gonna stop their efforts in for them to be able to bring out the Spider-Man. They are gonna reserve the magic though. Not the
Magic's a problem too, but at least it's not a Spider-Man, right? Because I think New Moon obviously had enough. Enough is enough. This is gonna take out Venom, and because it's just so annoying, right? For a Spider-Man and Venom team up. So I like that. Now they're gonna make it into a battle of the Vanguards, just having the Magneto in front. So it's just going to be a very standard composition. I think they want to pull XOXO into fighting a conventional game, not like those dive
Nice.
crazy games, right?
Sorry, I just said nice because they banned out the Warlock. Because
Yeah.
like that was always the one they kind of went to, and reserving the Mantis. Maybe they were kind of baiting them to do that, but at least I mean we've seen the Guardians team up so many times, so at least now this is gonna force New Moon to kind of change things up. How will they try to force them into that conventional fight that you were kind of talking about? Because the Wolverine is out and about here.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it already. Baiting the ban onto Adam Warlock with the Mantis Reserve opens up the possibility of not getting Wolverine banned. So here, I see what New Moon's trying to do, and I feel like XOXO is gonna suffer a little bit because of because of Wolverine. Right, you have the magic, but it's fine because we know once you take Wolverine, you take magic. We have the Wolverine to counter your front lines. So let's see who suffers more.
And not to mention also they got the Venom out, and the Venom did get MVP in the previous game, courtesy of Seitha. So I think I would also agree with you. Maybe New Moon was able to get the best out of this situation. For now, I mean, on paper is different in practice.
Yeah.
So, gates
They
are about
don't need
to
the
open here.
kidnap. Yeah, they don't need the kidnap yet. So just gonna bring in. Wait, they're gonna need the kidnap. What? Oh, okay, just moving on to Wolverine straight away. So let's have a look. Behemoth. Obviously, he's trying to be the silent, invisible spy. Just trying to see what's going on. Trying to get the heals up, honestly. But Silas, dangerously low. Zeta as well. Gotta be careful. Root walls are gonna block you out.
Yeah, so great heals on the side of both healers here. So now it seems like don't want to die, just constantly just adding damage from the backline. Note that Supa actually went to the Mantis here, so the heals are coming on in. ASDF constantly shredding. Hack and slash, taking out save the early seconds here, but we do see that the revenge was taken out by Supa here, taking out ASDF.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine because they are basically just outside spawn. So as long as they can take out XOXO, make sure that they can push the line, it's fine because they need a longer time to come back. So XOXO already 4 players down, and New Moon, I think they're just gonna be able to reach at least all the way up until the stairs.
Right.
But Zeta is gonna position a portal almost immediately because they know that that point is very strong choke point, right? They gotta defend this choke point. That's why.
Oh yeah. Nice spawn at the top here. Whoa, the kidnap! Oh my goodness. But XOXO still staying alive. Fun. Getting rid of Rez. So now this is, the first of the Vanguards getting taken out. But, sorry, the Strategist. They do have 2 more. Prime SQ, though, able to pepper in enough damage. And Silence as well. Taking out someone with a Meteor M. Unfortunately, New Moon unable to use anything out of that Meteor M, but we do see that Prime SQ getting the kidnap and the pickoff onto Ellie Choppa.
Yeah, Kraken Impact coming in, just taking advantage of the Loki clones and trying to clear shop. Prime SQ trying to send all of them back to spawn. This is madness. Prime SQ.
I like that you pointed out that they need to hold this point because it is that choke point that is super important, and they fought like their lives depended on it, and they were able to win. So now another team fight is going to ensue. Seitha kidnap, unable to get it, but Seitha is actually in the corner situation here, able to get the elimination, but on Prime SQ though.
Yeah, and it's just very unfortunate. Prime SQ was the casualty of the hack and slash aimed towards the Vanguard originally, but it looks like New Moon will be able to push a little bit further now. XOXO only has 2 players left, and even those 2 are going to be running away from the battlefield. Uprise, with 1 minute and 30 seconds to spare, will be able to push at least until point number 2 for now, it seems.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for them without a teleport to try to contest this, and they'll be caught in an awkward angle here. ASDF super low, but still able to get it, but Fun. Wow, Click and Head able to get Red.
What an aim.
Oh no, Seitha trying to touch point here to stop the objective from moving, forcing the defensive ults to come out on both sides on Mantis, and we have an Eye coming out, unable to get anyone just yet, but can he actually get a KO? Able to actually take out 2, but it's 2-3, unfortunately, on the side of New Moon. So XOXO getting whittled down 1 by 1.
Yeah, XOXO getting the shorter end of the stick, and now with just 1 player left on the battleground, how is Silence gonna stand strong? No, he's not gonna stand strong. He's gonna get taken out. Choppa showing what he's made of and trying to get rid of all these people. He's like, give us the point. Stop it. We're gonna get this point eventually.
Yeah, and look at that. The elimination onto Supa right away.
Wow.
And Prime SQ. So now really holding point here. Getting the invisible
barrier. They really want
this
point.
Yeah, they really do. They're fighting for their lives here. Behemoth able to still stay alive due to the invisible barrier, and Seitha actually going to the Hulk going to the Thing this time, just to disrupt. Meteor M, can it take out anyone? It seems like Behemoth still in invisible mode, just saving everyone from actually taking out Bucky.
That's huge. Taking out the person who doesn't want to die. That's huge. And now it's going to be a battle of attrition because it's overtime now. Will XOXO be able to hold this point? Wow. Looks like the answer is Uprise. Yeah, we're going to shred you. We're going to take point number 2.
You got to give it up to XOXO. They are really pulling out all the stops, making every team fight a brawl, making it a bloodbath, and just making sure that you're going to have to work for each point. So now, changing things up, Seitha is on the Thing, Silence still on that Magneto, but we still have the magic on Supa's side. So this is what they locked in with. Let's hope it's going to pay dividends here as they try to unlock point number 2.
Yeah, a lot of structures here to work with, so Magic definitely can have a little bit of fun. But Logan on the top side trying to kidnap someone. Oh, the ultimate coming in! Gotta take out the person that was unlucky. Loki, God of Mischief. No mischief for you today, sir. You're gonna get taken out almost instantly, and now coming back in. Wow, what is going on? The Invisible Woman, that's not a strategist, that's a duelist at this point. That's gonna eliminate more than half of XOXO, keeping the convoy going on.
Yeah, the confidence that came in with that team fight all started from that kidnap, like you pointed out. Not only did Loki, the goddess of mischief, catch himself in a really tough spot, but it was also Supa that got eliminated. So just in that team fight alone, they're contesting the second point with a lot of time left on the clock here for New Moon. So now XOXO really have to make haste here. Looking at the elimination on Supa's side, taking out the super soldier that is known as Bucky here. So now continuing on to disrupt the backline, Dobby gets to teleport away. Now we see the Dark Child is coming in. We do see that the Meteor M trying to find a target here, able to actually get no one, and the invisible barrier getting put up by their own Loki here.
Yeah, XOXO is fighting like this is the last day on Earth, right? Because and it pays off, because look at how much time they are playing. They are dwindling from the side of Uprise. Only 38 seconds left.
Ooh, wow, Red's getting the elimination of ASDF. That's actually pretty huge. Now Kraken Impact on Don't Want to Die. Nice shield on Eneli Choppa side to negate the meteor. And then he takes out Silence in the process, but Zaytha and Prime SQ get eliminations on their own. They're going back and forth here now. 2 for 2. They're still contesting with this point as the time winds down.
What a click by Hela here, and I think like this is gonna be the battle of Hela right here. The point here is almost gonna be overtime soon. 10 seconds left on the clock, and it seems like XOXO will be able to hold this point up. Will Uprise be able to maintain this point? Because this is not far enough for them, I feel.
Okay, the overtime did get utilized here, so now they really need to touch point. Zaytha trying to occupy space, the right click, and also Supa getting the elimination. ASDF taking out Spider-Man though. ASDF needs to touch point here, and now they're able to do it, force the overtime from going. He's gonna try to click some heads here, but Behemoth able to get the invis away. So now Eneli Choppa, oh no, gets eliminated by Prime SQ. The right clicks, the right hands from the thing, able to get the eliminations here, and it's gonna be a 1-point game.
Wow, XOXO fighting like their life depended on it, and you can see how desperate Uprise was, right? Using the invisible boundary, trying to keep everyone alive, but at this point, XOXO was just clearing up shop, taking them out one by one by one. XOXO, this team is not just about Spider-Man, Poch.
What you said is very poetic. It's like XOXO is fighting like it's the last day on Earth and really making New Moon hustle. Every time they had to contest for that point, it went overtime. And even though like the first few fights didn't go their way, it just takes one team fight for them to get that disruption of their rhythm, and XOXO is able to find that. Mind you, they had a really tough pick and ban here. They did get the magic and the Spider-Man used here, but they don't have that dive centered Vanguard that they needed in Zaytha's character, which is the Venom. So yeah, New Moon needs to lock in for this one and just deny a point from being gained from XOXO.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Because the Vanguards are also so good. Zaytha and Silence trying to keep alive, and the clicks as well. I think the accuracy is definitely more than 50%, 60% there, because they were taking kills left and right as well. The eliminations played, the damage was overwhelming. Uprise couldn't handle it, and when one of the members fall apart, it's like what you mentioned before. The first cut falls, the whole house of cards start crumbling.
Yeah. Hopefully there's a bigger foundation on both sides here. Gates are already open. Fun just making sure that he is creating these angles as they're coming out of spawn. So yeah, they can't get too risky here. Like you said, they do have the spawn advantage here. So let's see, just farming as much as they can for the ults. Prime SQ continuing to pepper these damages here and there. Not sure if we're going to see any pickoffs here, unless there's a big overextensions on Eneli Choppa's side.
Prime SQ, you do not want to be in the line of fire of the Bucky. This is so crazy. Even Silence as well. Behemoth also having a share in the kills as well. The eliminations, half the team was already gone. ASDF trying to make things happen. Okay, good. A fadeaway shot onto the magic. It's like, get off my back. He's going to get it. But the point is going to move nonetheless, Hutch.
Yeah, so now at least Eneli Choppa on this Strange able to actually spawn up here at the rooftops to get a really good pick off at the angles here. Nice Magneto buttle, but Zaytha unfortunately falls down here as they contest for the second team fight. Fun creating some angles here, trying to get some pickoffs. But Prime SQ, you got to be very careful. Can't be on his line of fire while Magic tries to create some chaos here at the back lines.
Yeah, and you realize, right, they got to this point so much faster than Uprise did in the first round, in the first half, right? Whoa. And look at that, ASDF finally going to get rid of that pesky Magic, and Magic won't be able to get back as fast, right? So when that happens, XOXO, they just need to slow down the pace a little bit and then come back for the push one more time, because they have plenty of time. 2.5 minutes left.
Yeah, and I think with their vantage points here, it's going to be hard for Magic to create that that crossfire situation. So now we're going to see a copy onto the ult here, but now we see the ASDF trying to collect some damage here, actually taking out Magic once again. And Eneli Choppa on the board here for some eliminations. So another team fight is definitely going to be won by New Moon.
Yeah. But that's the thing, they used up all of the offensive ultimates, right, in order to keep the convoy moving on. So if XOXO really wants to, they can regroup, and then they can come back with the 3 ultimates that they have, because their Vanguards have the ultimates. Behemoth on the invisible boundary can keep the team alive. So I think they're really just fighting for that last point of point number 1.
Yeah, hopefully they're able to make this one count because we've seen how New Moon and other teams able to shut down these ults. So yeah, the Strangling Prison really needs to matter here. And nice totem drop just for Seitha.
Nice.
Strangling Prison. Prime SQ doesn't have his ult yet, but we do have Meteor M online. They're pushing past the corner point. And Prime SQ gets an uppercut to ASDF. Slowly building up his ult and slowly just trying to make sure that this push happens on the side of XOXO.
Yeah, Bucky 1v1 making it 5v6 at one point, and now with all the defensive ultimates getting thrown out and W. But the Dark Child coming in, let's go! Fun's gonna be the first one to be taken out, and look at the power of Dark Child. Just the sweep of waves coming in. Loki has no choice but to expand the domain of regeneration, but ASDF trying to go 1v1 against Silence, and it's gonna come on top.
Yeah, so now unfortunately no bubble there. So we have one person stepping onto the point here. Prime SQ trying to get some eliminations. Able to actually get one before the overtime is called. Can they actually push it before overtime? They're able to do that. And now 3 minutes on the clock for them to actually win this game now.
They are looking so strong coming into this game, Podge. Like, just look at XOXO, not even forcing an overtime by Uprise, and they just keep going on. And you know, this is a tandem that we really are envious of, because when Super comes online, it's fine. I cover you. Prime not having a good time, I'll cover you. Okay, fine. Now Super's not having a good time. Prime says, I got you, bro. I got you, bro. And that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, they're able to like cover their ground so well here. They did get a pick off of Prime SQ. That's totally because they're still managing their resources very well here. So ASDF side here just gonna try to stop them from coming out of this corner, while Silence still holding down the fort at trying to push past here. Now we see Strangling Prison. Oh, and all the ults are coming out. Meteor M able to actually cancel out Prime SQ.
Goodbye, Meteor M onto onto the Bucky, and now ASDF's like counter Kraken impact. That's what it's all about, baby. And with that, team wipe onto XOXO.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but the spawn's so near, so yeah, it is really amazing. I think Jarvis, you gotta clip that.
Yeah, because that allowed ASDF to continue on the Kraken impact for that entire team wipe. So now coming into this next one, this battle, XOXO have to be very careful. Actually, they're coming in with a lot of resources here. Rez able to get the able to push the ultimate of Mantis here, and now continuing on to push. While they do have the defensive ult, and we do see Meteor M on the side, but Seitha taking out their Mantis. Pushing past the corner point here now. It's going to be so...
Whoa! The kidnap with the grappling and just pushing them back. Prime SQ taking up ASDF, and now it's going to be the Dark Child coming in, taking out all of the remaining scattering about. You can see Uprise is now trying to move backwards, but seems like XOXO regaining that ground, and they're just so close,
They're so close. They have to push this point. Choppa is about to come in, but I'm not sure if he's going to have time to teleport in, so they're going to have to march their way down. Okay. Oh my god, the Kraken impact! Just for him to just disrupt the objective here. And now they're going to fight, but Reds actually takes out ASDF. They go back to the Star-Lord to try to dive on in, but everyone's still alive on the side of XOXO. It was actually Behemoth that was taken out. Silence taken out, and Elite Choppa. Now, Kraken impact on SQ side.
Prime SQ, my god. And the Agamotto to end it. My god, the crowd control. The invisible boundary is not going to matter because half your team's going to go down. And this is a repeat of history, Podge. They're just taking them out one by one.
Oh my god, and now we see that Supa taking out two of the DPSs, and that is going to be game. 2-1.
What a play. And you can tell Uprise was super desperate at that point to start the team fight with a Bucky Kraken impact. You can tell that they were dying to get on that point. They needed a
touch point, yeah. And then Choppa coming in with the teleport. What, the Dark Child was online. Oh, man, the way they played that. I've never seen this aggression on XOXO side, and I mean,
the Tiger Blood coming in.
That's true. The fighting spirit of Thailand. Let's go.
Let's go. Thailand, Tiger Blood coming in. So I guess the question remains, will the star shine on them today? Because New Moon, this is a rare occurrence to see, right? Because New Moon, the only time when they are so cornered is when Genji put them in that spot, right? In the upper brackets. So XOXO might come with an upset here. Might come with an upset.
Yeah, from the All-Star team to the Pride of Thailand, right? That's how we're kind of billing this team. And the way that they're doing it is kind of insane because they're still sticking to their the play style
roots,
that they
right?
want. Yeah, their roots, the play style they want. We're gonna have two well, at least on Supa's side, but we do see some, I would say, depth and some character diversity on Satha's side because he's known as a dive tank. They remove the dive tank. All right, we bring it in the Doctor Strange, and it definitely worked out in their favor. So, I gotta ask you now that you know what they banned out the Venom, how can New Moon come into this next pick and ban to kind of thwart the efforts of our friends over here at XOXO?
The problem is the like just look at the score itself, right? You can see that ASDF is the one with the most elimination. So why are they still losing point? Right? Why are they still losing point? Because at that point, Magic, even though she died 12 times, but the impact towards the strategies on the time, the crucial moment, I feel like they grasp the crucial moment slightly better than Uprise because never, you have never seen once when Uprise was the one forcing XOXO to make that desperation move. It's always XOXO forcing Uprise to make that desperation move, coming in one by one, and that's not the first time. That was the second time just now. So I feel like they have the grasp of the timing slightly better on when to engage, when to commit this defensive ultimate, because as soon as Uprise used it, they have nothing else to commit to.
Yeah, that's true. I think when it comes to team fights, I think you pointed out, I think New Moon has won a lot more, but in the crucial moments, especially if you're on the attacker side, you just need one good team fight to really push past the point, right? Defense, they have to play flawlessly. So I think, like you said, they have the better grasp of timing. They have a better grasp on team dynamics to when to go for the ult, when to, all right, go all in with that dive. And I think it's that type of pace, it's that type of aggression that's taking them by surprise because how do you're kind of drowning them in the pace that you're being put in, especially like it. I guess you can say it comes in waves because, you know, when it comes to it, they just block everything and you just end up drowning in the wave of offense that they get, and they end up pushing the point.
Yeah, I think, you know what? I think besides the fighting spirit, I think XOXO has one thing also coming in. It's the spirit of nothing to lose, everything to gain. That's why I think Uprise is the one that's pressured because they sort of have that reputation to remain like, hey, we guys, we won this last season.
Yeah, and they also won against them. They're the ones that sent XOXO to the lower bracket too. Yeah. So they probably have that confidence. And XOXO's like, all right, you can have the confidence. We'll have the grit. We'll have the we'll have nothing to lose. And they're playing like they got nothing to lose. They just put everything on the table there.
And not banning the Magic. Oh my god.
Yikes.
Yeah. Whatever. You know what? I don't think it's even the characters itself. It's also part of the player's arsenal, right? So whatever XOXO had for lunch, I want to have that for lunch too, because they're playing like XOXO 02 right now.
Yeah, version 2, the new update, season 2 XOXO, right? They got the patch updates. It's crazy.
Exactly.
Wow, look at that. Denying the Venom, denying the Magic.
Supa, countering Supa 100%.
Yeah, this is definitely just not giving Satha and Supa that tandem. But they still lock in with that Wolverine. That Wolverine was a threat, but it was actually brought out by New Moon. You didn't see Supa actually go on the Wolverine here.
That's the plan. That's the plan. Ban our Magic. Not able to play Spider-Man. I can still play Logan. That's the plan.
That's the secret, Cap. I'm always a Logang main. Logang. Like, let's go.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. So let's see. The Battle of Groots. Let's see if the Logan will be able to take out the Groot, because that is one big juicy target to kidnap, right? So I know we're all about the environment and we don't want deforestation, but sorry, Groot. That's what you get when you don't ban Wolverine.
Yeah, Wolverine doesn't really. Yeah, he just like chops down the trees, chops down the vanguards. So.
Oh, okay. They're not gonna go for the tree anymore. Like, okay, no choppings.
True, but they can also go the mirror match, right? ASDF actually had a pretty good run as Wolverine. I wonder. Well, I'm sure he's not gonna go with Rocket, right? So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, New Moon has a pretty good idea as well, right? Because one, the immovable target, which is the thing. So Wolverine will not be able to kidnap. And fun, the moment you try to kidnap him, if you activate the shield, you're not going to be able to kidnap him as well. So we'll see. We'll see how he plays.
I stand corrected. ASDF is actually going to go with Rocket and also Rez. I guess they want to have the BRBs because Orlock was banned out. But
The
low
DPS.
gang.
Let's go. Again. Okay, the uppercut onto the place. The unlimited ammo is going to help him secure one kill onto Zeta. The tree is going to go down. The Prime SQ going to respond by taking out NLE Chopper. Please don't. We still want to listen to his music. But the thing is really, really close to spawn. So I guess it's okay.
True. So I would say pushing past the halfway mark was actually really good on New Moon's side. That's why Seitha is going to go with that portal just to make sure that he's going to make it towards this next team fight. There is that beacon, and now we see that the death mark is on New Moon's side, but can they get any eliminations? Unfortunately not. And gets the kidnap as well. Kraken Impact.
Never to be seen again. But no, the invisible boundary is going to help. Zeta going to come back in and try to eliminate Fun as well. And now Prime SQ taking out YouTube. DDOB as well. And Supa taking out Choppa. Everyone's dead on the side of Uprise. XOXO.
Yeah,
What can you do to stop them?
I mean, that was a response back with that early team fight that was won by New Moon. And look at that. The Rocket is going to catch hands. He's going to catch claws. Oh, the observer's got to be... I mean, I got jump scared there now. All of a sudden, I just...
I know.
Like, oh no, what's happening? My healers, they're dying.
It's not a horror game, but why are we so shocked left and right? But honestly, they're playing like tigers right now. The Thai blood activated, so to speak, in a way. But you're right. Uprise still has a chance to come back here. I mean, they still have plenty of time. It's pretty close to the spawn.
Yeah.
But the problem is, how are they going to make this work with a rocket? Because ASDF rocket DPS?
Low, I mean, just for the res beacon, right? And ASDF, I would say, adds a lot of value when it comes to using the DPS, but no, we get the kidnap and the ult. Whoa, getting a 3-for-1. Oh my god, 3-for-1 sale.
I know. Make that 4 casualties on the side of New Moon. What's going on? Low gang. I don't know. We were gonna say he's the Spider-Man. He's the Necros of Asia. But now with this Logan, will he be the team captain of Asia as well?
Well, they need to sustain this, right? But that one, guys, clip that W Supa in the chat with how well he was able to use that ult. And just disrupt the flow.
Look,
now
Choppa.
NLE Choppa moving. So ASDF is like, yo, okay, we can throw hands. I'll be part of the low gang here. So now let's disrupt your Groot or your Doctor Strange here. So they switched out.
Yeah,
so,
1 Vanguard's enough for them, apparently, for now. Let's see what's going to happen. But don't want to die. It's going to be the first person dead in this exchange. But fortunately, Choppa's going to bring out the BRB beacon, bring him back to the action. But it's so close to point with 1 minute left. Look at Logan, like a hunter, trying to snipe on someone. Let's go.
Okay, Dobby taking out Seitha, the first of the tanks here, but the BRB bring him back to the team fight right away. Don't want to die. Nice kidnap on the Prime SQ, but he does get the death mark, and now taking out Prime SQ. This could be the start for New Moon to get this push going on for the Kraken Impact. And now, no elimination though, so that's still pretty strong on the side of New Moon, but I spoke too soon. Silence gets taken out here. Continuing on with a low gang damage. ASDF.
I'm going to show you who's the real low gang right here, and that's what ASDF wants. But look at NLE Choppa adding insult to injury, taking out Zeta while he was levitating on the form. Doctor Strange is like, this is not supposed to happen. But with that exchange, Uprise will be able to take this point. Wait a minute, low gang. Going crazy. No, please.
Oh, nice. Dobby taking out it's the strategist now, taking out the DPS, and now by tooth and nail, they actually fought for that point. No overtime here, so they are going to push as fast as they can. We do see that everyone is kind of in the new spawn room here. We do see, the elimination on Silence's side. So I would have to say the team need to kind of come in all at the same time here. They're able to eliminate one by one, so everyone's kind of, I would say, not in sync right now when it comes to respawn at the same time.
I love Supa's Wolverine, right? But let's hope that it doesn't backfire on XOXO, because it seems like XOXO is the one that's determined on 2 Vanguards, right? So it's actually going to benefit Uprise more, because Fun's the only Vanguard here.
Oh, that is true. So ASDF collecting so much damage and taking out Prime SQ in the process. So at least the BRB, Ayabagamoto by Seitha, trying to take out some folks, able to take out a little bit of the backline here, but the process gets punished here. We do see that Supa gets taken out by
Silence!
The dunk? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, take that dunk and adding insult to injury. Prime SQ is gonna take one piece of that, make that 2 kills, and Behemoth as well on the Invisible Woman, like, hey, we're still here, don't disregard us. And this is just crazy back and forth because if you watch this now, you cannot even tell who's actually going to win this game.
Yeah, and this is the first part of this convoy mission, right?
Yeah.
What's interesting to note, like you said, New Moon have already changed it up. They're only going with 1 tank. They don't have a Doctor Strange for that portal, so they're going to have to walk down here. Oh, that was so close. The rocket almost got kidnapped there. But Seitha, very careful. Oh my god, Prime SQ popping off here now.
Let's go. The Kraken impact. Not going to be able to add much value to that, but it's okay because the left clicks is going to add damage to the team. And they're pushing Uprise back to the spot. Go back. Take a snack. Just relax. Go back. My god. The pressure. The pressure in low gang. This is not a Wolverine. This is Batman or something. This is like a bat hanging upside down, just waiting to stop the target.
It's relentless pressure that is on the side of XOXO. So now Prime SQ doesn't have an ult, but we do have an ult on Supa's side. They're coming into this next team fight still building their ult, so they have to be very careful not to get picked off right away. Unfortunately, ASDF gets taken out by Silence. About to be the final seconds here now, and Silence takes out more NLE Choppa. There's no more BRB for them to work with, and Silence continues on with the pressure here. And now Logang with the ultimate. The sleep, the invisible barrier to keep everyone up.
Oh my god, that sleep was so timely. What a play just now. Otherwise, that would have been a much worse fate, right? But it doesn't really matter because Choppa, everyone has been taken out and they are going to be stopped at the first point.
That's crazy.
Did you see that, Poch? Choppa wants to rap and Silence just said, silence. He just sent him back.
No, you're good. Cap a drink. Chill out. Go back to spawn room.
Go back to spawn. Just chill in your spawn. And that was just crazy. Crazy play.
The back and forths are crazy here, and you pointed it out, right? New Moon wanted to try to best XOXO in their type of lineup here, but now talk to me about it. They went with just 1 Vanguard and they went with the Wolverine.
Yeah, that's
How
the
did
thing.
it fall in XOXO's favor there?
XOXO cannot. How do I put this? XOXO is just very consistent, very stable. Silence, always the Magneto, right? He's very. If you talk about Lord being the top proficiency of a player's mastery, right? He's probably Lord times 100. That's how proficient he is, and that's the thing because Vanguard, he even if he got kidnapped, I don't even see him get kidnapped at one point. So. I feel like it's just the Vanguards that's really, really strong holding that point, not really giving any kills unnecessarily away and just holding onto that point so hard. And the Logan as well, like super just taking out the other side of Uprise doesn't matter even if it's not a Vanguard because Do Not Wanna Die is often caught between crosshairs.
Yeah, the way they're able to create positions and knowing their positions as well is very timely. Oh my god, they're gonna go for the turret spawn here. We go Prime SQ from behind.
Yeah. Stop. Hide under the under the sun.
Oh, the push, but now we're still able to actually get some damage here for them to push the objective. Okay, so Prime SQ immediately changing to Bucky right away.
Yeah.
So they know how to just change strategy up. Behemoth gets eliminated. That's totally fine. Rez is still on that BRB. They haven't used it quite yet. So early start, early aggression on XOXO's side.
Yeah, let's see if the Spider-Man's going to make a difference. Logan trying to kidnap someone, but ASDF is not going to be able to find anyone. And even the passive has already been used. So let's see if Supa on Spider-Man will be able to take out the backlines. You can see Spider-Man just sticking around. Yeah, trying to get sticky, just trying to get an uppercut in, quickly go in, uppercut, quickly go out.
Ooh,
Look. Yeah, that's the game plan. That's the game plan.
In and out. Now it's gonna change it up. I'm not quite sure. Gonna go low gang.
Low gang.
Okay.
Let's go. It's like, we gotta equalize the battlefield right now, right? Because Spider-Man's not the hero that they need right now. Okay. Not the hero.
It's Logan, dude.
It's Logan.
So now gets the dive onto the objective here. Trying to add more amplifiers. Gonna amplify the damage here on Don't Wanna Die. So he can actually try and take out, but nice push. But he does get the KO onto Silence.
He did.
Right. But the back and forth though. Did you see Silence? I say that actually taking out ASDF. Woo! Choppa, unfortunately, at the the chopping end of Supa's claws there.
Yeah, Choppa just got chopped. But Meteor M coming in. Let's see if he'll be able to take anyone. He's going to take Prime SQ. He's like, Prime Beef for the taking. Yeah, you're going to be the target right there. And that's a good thing as well because XOXO, they... Oh, wait. Alumoto getting cancelled. What a play. What a play.
Seitha a bit aggressive there, but Silence still doing a little bit of cleanup here. The kidnap was able to kind of cancel out. So now we're going to see Logan. Oh my god, the ultimate able to take out Dobby. And now he's trying to go for fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick onto you. I'm gonna stick onto you like a needy girlfriend. You're not gonna go anywhere. I'm gonna go until you're gone from this world. And that's exactly what happened. And now Uprise, 4 of them gone. 4 of them gone, and they're so far away. And the point is so close, Fudge.
And 4 minutes. That's a lot of time to work with here. Yes, they have an amplifier coming into this next fight, but Seitha able to build up the Eye of Agamotto once again, so they do have at least that coming into this one. However, on the side of ASDF, they really have to hustle just to prevent them because right now they're halfway through. Getting it. Nice kidnap onto ASDF Prime SQ. What a pick off there with that angle.
New Moon has to play this perfectly because this might be the last chance. This is game point, technically game point for XOXO. They can feel it in their blood. Look at Do Not Want to Die. He's like, yeah, not on my watch. I'm going to try and take you all out. You are not going to be the one moving forward. We are the ones that are going to be moving forward. And you can see the desperation coming in. But Supa responded.
Wow.
And XOXO.
Take it 2-1. Oh my goodness, Nell. The way that they were able to do that was so insane. They met New Moon. They were able to actually... New Moon was the one to be able to, copy their strategy. And they're still able to... They couldn't duplicate the same type of success. And they got it. It's 3-1 as of now.
It's now. I mean, it's best of 5, right? So... Oh, wait, it's best of 7.
Yeah, I think it's best of... I think that's why... Well, let's wait for confirmation. Because from what I know, it is best of 5. And I don't want to congratulate anyone just yet. But with that being said, talk to me about the stats here and how incredible that last play was for them.
It's always Supa. I think it's always been Supa, and I think with the passing game, he has that blood, right? The tiger blood. That the more he plays, the more confident he becomes going up against Uprise. Because in the interviews themselves, they were the ones saying that, oh, yo, the team to watch out for, Genji is definitely strong, but we're watching out for Uprise, New Moon, because they're super strong. The previous victors, so they definitely look up to Uprise. But as the game goes by, the confidence that builds up becomes an unstoppable force. So I feel like here, Uprise, I don't know what they need to do, but they probably got to get the same breakfast, the same lunch as XOXO. Probably got to lock in and change up the composition because the conventional setup is not going to work anymore.
Yeah.
Get a Psylocke, flank them because
True.
Try something different.
I think like from the game we saw yesterday, Don't Want to Die was really popping off with that Psylocke play
50 score.
Yeah, it's quite insane. Okay, so just trying to recuperate, just trying to like calm down from that.
Okay.
And I want to point this out because you you set this up very well. And this actually kind of goes with the play style of Supa. He makes you target the Spider-Man, not just in-game, but target it in bans as well. That they choose to target ban the Spider-Man or choose to like, okay, we got to get rid of this and that. But not knowing, or like, you have to make sure that you have to get ready for the Wolverine, which that was his game plan all along because Wolverine was so effective for the rest of the dive comps that he brought out.
Yeah, I mean... I just laughed because I thought of something funny. Imagine using 2 out of 2 bans just to ban one player's character pool, right? And I find it funny because I was thinking like, what if one day in the far future, you get to ban players as well? Because Supa's the one that needs to be banned right now. That's the guy.
Yeah, until there is more bans on the hero pool, yeah, you gotta ban out Supa or ban out Silence or ban out like Silence in the first game. Also, he knew where to be at as Magneto. All right, they targeting that. So that's when, like you said, that's when the Supa started to come out, started to pop off. So kind of point out how well they're able to cover their ground. So this is the most adversity we've seen New Moon in, but we can't count them out just yet, folks, because so we can't count out New Moon just yet, folks, because this is the superstar team. They have been receiving a lot of success since season 0, but I just love how the competition is rising, and like
Exactly.
you said, the underdogs are really showing up today.
Yeah, and just a little bit of fun fact for you guys at home right here. Behemoth, the guy that was clicking heads as the invisible woman from Team XOXO, he's only 18 years old, the youngest player in the team.
Thank you.
Support
Did you get?
peak one above all.
Let's go. Did you get that from chat or anywhere?
I got that from Zeta. Zeta, the tank. Everyone is actually peak one above all players.
Nice.
And even Super, high praise, peak DPS player as well, one above all. Everyone's just one above all at this point. So I think that it's this season that they made an impact and try to join the tournament. So a little bit of fun fact for you guys. Yeah.
Oh, thank you for that. Yeah, and thanks you, Nell, as well. If you want to check out some of his interviews, he did post them up on his YouTube channel, talking to the different teams that are here today. I know you had one for Genji, sharing also about Seitha's interview. So yeah, we want to be able to tell these stories. If you guys have any information, also let us know. We want to be able to, I would say, be this platform for players to get noticed, because if you notice, Genji, they need a sponsor. So hopefully, this could be the platform for them to kind of shine and really showcase that, like, yo, we got to pick up this team. We got to, really showcase and really take care of this talent, because Marvel Rivals, in every region is popping off, especially here in Asia.
Yeah, but you know what's up next? This might be the potential game match for XOXO, because they just need this one more round. This one more round, and they're going to be moving forward. So, Uprise, I don't know. If I'm part of Uprise now, I would be feeling the tension. In the air.
So from the previous game, from what I collected, where New Moon was able to win, they actually bested them in domination. So this is the first domination that we're going to see. Maybe this could be the switch up that they're kind of looking for, because you definitely have to change up your strategy coming into domination compared to a Convergence or a Convoy. And maybe this is their time to release a little bit of aggression, because in domination, it's just constant team fights after team fights. So now we're going to see a ban onto the Magic, saving the Mantis, and then we're going to see what New Moon is going to last a ban on the side of XOXO. Wow.
Well, Spider-Man Magic targeted ban onto Super. So it's good. It's good to see someone getting respect ban right at this point, all the way up until this point, because it's not often you see a single team ban a single player's entire
roster. And unfortunately, there's not one more ban for them to ban out Logan.
The Logan.
Imagine if there are 3 bans, then Supa's just not gonna play anymore. It's like, but I can't play anyone. I can only play Mantis.
I can. Stop. Unfortunately, there's not a 3rd ban. Otherwise, I think the next one he'll play is probably Rocket or something. So
possibly all damage Rocket.
Yeah. But now with the availability of Venom, right? The availability of Venom, you're going to be able to see that dive crazy plays coming in from Venom again. So hopefully that might be the key to winning in domination. And like what you pointed out, they did have a better performance, right? New Moon in domination maps. So we'll see if that's going to be the case.
So they need to bring that. Oh wow, fastball special here.
Okay, right.
They need
small guy, little bro,
little bro.
This is one
Short King.
I'd be
like you said, in map, I think it was map 3 or 2, where they really played like it was the last day on Earth. New Moon needs to do that, because right now they have a fire underneath them. They're fighting for their tournament lives, folks. And waiting in the wings is Genji. So I wonder how Genji is kind of strategizing to either go up against New Moon or XOXO. Not wasting any time. We do see that Supa's already, I mean, this is his favorite map when it comes to Spider-Man for sure, but he is
my god. Yeah, he can kidnap anyone to the edge of abyss, right? And smart move banning the Spider-Man too, because this map is just notorious for Spider-Man. Oh, let's see the kidnap going into hack and slash. Not gonna be able to get anyone yet. ASDF trying to get rid of Rocket. Rocket's like, yeah. Oh my god, the tracking,
dude, that's insane. Able to actually head click a Rocket, and now ASDF making sure that they fight for their lives in this game, and he's popping off.
Wow, this is the Psylocke, and I talked about Psylocke, right? On Do Not Want to Die, right? So ASDF is going to be the one playing Psylocke, but Psylocke just so good in positioning, into engaging, into re-engaging, into disengaging, just so good at catching up to people, and you can see the result here. So good start for New Moon so far.
Yeah, and like we called it yesterday, the one that dictates or the one that captures the point first really dictates the pace of how the match is going to go in the terms of engagement. So now it's XOXO that really needs to stop the bleeding at this point. Take out Seitha, though. It seems like New Moon working their way to try to finish this fight once again, and the dance of the butterflies just to add more pressure into the front lines.
This is crazy. This domination really is the forte of Uprise, right? Because you can see up to 33% progression, and they haven't won a single team fight. I mean, XOXO. So, this is a hard spot to fight, to rush out from.
Yeah, I mean, this might be their forte, actually, with Prime SQ trying to pick off some targets here, creating a crossfire here, trying to get rid of ASDF, but he's out of sight, out of mind. Seitha now might be actually a victim of the Kraken impact. We do see Meteor M trying to get a dunk, unfortunately unable to get the team fight continues now.
The Wolverine tried to kidnap Fun, right? But unfortunately, Fun a little bit too quick to swerve to the right, and Wolverine will be sent flying somewhere. So Kraken impact this time coming in from Do Not Want to Die. He's going to take out Prime SQ, and now
there we go.
Wolverine, let's go! He's going to hack and slash, going to take out Fun, and Silence coming online, taking out Chopper.
Okay.
But onslaught continues.
I was honestly getting ready to play Maroon 5 Animals there after he got that kidnapped, because it looked like you're about to fall down, but no, says Tatsupa. No, we continue on here. So now, with 82% left for New Moon, they're able to capture the point, but they need to hold off for the next couple of team fights here, because they cannot afford to lose the team fight, then re-engage with no utility to use.
Yeah, this is hard. This is a hard uphill battle simply because of the progression on Uprise, 82%. Not to mention ASDF already moving into location, trying to flank from the sides, trying to take out at least the rocket on side of XOXO. But Prime SQ on the front lines, dealing damage, eliminating 2, and now it's going to be a 4v6, sorry, 5v6 because of the rest of the BRB. Yeah.
True. So yeah, you have to say that the BRBs have been working out so far on both sides since the Warlock was banned out, but Prime SQ really setting up some angles here. The crossfire is there for them to work with because there are some people behind them because they are creating a flank situation. So now underneath the rooftop here, forcing out the invisible barrier while everyone tries to capture point. New Moon able to actually capture the point underneath Prime SQ. So this allows them to actually push it a little bit more. And now might force the overtime as ASDF takes out Prime SQ.
Oh my god, taking out 2 of them, but fortunately the revive beacon BRB, but now Strangling Prison is not available on the side of XOXO, but they are still killing, taking head to the triple kill from the Groot, the walls, and now Dance of the Butterflies trying to counter XOXO, only going to be able to take out 1, sorry, make that 2.
Yeah, incredible team fight won by New Moon here. And you gotta admit, it started with the crossfire that they created, and now they pushed the overtime, and just like that, they stole it. They forced the team fight underneath the small room, and then that allowed the Invisible Woman, and I believe the Psylocke to capture point. And yeah, you know what? This might actually be their type of game. They do love domination.
So. Yeah, domination, because everything is focused on a single point, right? So XOXO, I think it makes sense, Botch, because Uprise, they're like a fortress of solitude, right? They're fortified. They're a very grounded team. Like, okay, we're gonna hold this point. So maybe that's why domination is the game for them. Because if you look at XOXO, everyone likes to run away everywhere. Right?
Yeah, but if you're forced to, okay, I get it. Yeah.
Right? Super likes to go somewhere, pick off people from. But when it comes to domination, you need advantage in numbers on the spot itself. So everyone knows you are going to be here when the time comes. So it makes it easy to anticipate where the attack's going to come from.
True. Nice breakdown there, Nell. And I feel like, you really see how mechanically well in positioning they are when they know there's not a constant threat of a dive happening on XOXO's side. So now we're going to see a portal spawn here by Seitha to try to capture the point early on, or just at least establish the high ground. And I think they're going to get that, but they are working their way up. So let's see if XOXO can kind of counter this situation and kind of fight back here.
Yeah, we'll see, because now we are already in position. Just because the person who unlocks the move first will be in an advantage. But now, Fun! I did not think he was going to pick up anyone with that.
The dunk on Meteor M to eliminate Prime SQ, but oh my god, he's gonna go for another one. Silence taking out NLE Choppa, which is very good because he won't have the BRB anymore. So now team fight is still 1-for-1 pickoff, and Seitha trying to threaten the backlines here, forcing them in uncomfortable situations, but ASDF takes out one. Fun takes out Behemoth. So New Moon actually win this team fight, and actually they're pushing the point here. Can they still hold? Will XOXO find an opening here, or will they actually get this team fight going on? It seems like Dobie is going to get an elimination on Prime SQ.
Yeah, Uprise is just so good in this kind of games, right?
Yeah.
Domination. Look, like they already eliminated more than half the team every single time during the team fight. They even in the previous round number 1 game number 1, right? They didn't even manage to allow. They just keep winning team fights. So domination is their game. XOXO needs to realize this, and probably, you know what? It might be a little bit premature to say this, but even if they lose in this game in domination, don't get disheartened, because next game it will be a different mode.
Maybe? Oh yeah,
Maybe.
maybe
You know what I mean?
domination.
It will be domination again? No
Oh, no.
way.
But yeah,
now they have ultimates to work with them, so
do,
let's see
they
if they
do.
can fight
They
back.
need to put up a fight. But yeah, you're right. It seems like New Moon is really showing them that this is their game of, or this play or format of choice. And ASDF with the flanks just constantly being, oh my god, a moving target taking out Rez. Not just Rez, but also Behemoth. And now Annalie Choppa getting on the board for damage and also eliminations. Another team fight won by New Moon.
Yeah, they're so comfortable. Look, second team fight lost by XOXO.
Yeah.
Let's just hope this does not affect the morale moving forward.
True. But
Because you cannot be strong in everything, every single format.
I would say, though, this might be the confidence boost that New Moon needs after facing a gauntlet of matches, convoy missions going in XOXO's way. I think this is their, their reminder of how good they are as a team, because again, it's not a foregone conclusion, but now could kidnap onto Don't Wanna Die and able to take out Suma
Instantly.
as well.
Instantly, you saw him jumping in. Goodbye. Goodbye. I'm gonna send you back to spawn. And that's the thing as well, right? Look at ASDF, the flanking coming in. This is the Psylocke that they should fear, because the invisible attacker that comes from behind.
Oh yeah.
When's that gonna happen? You know what I mean?
Dude, this actually might be 100% game onto New Moon's side, and it might actually be just that. Seitha can't even teleport, so now just a big pop-off here on New Moon's side, establishing themselves that they are in this matchup, folks. Capturing Hell's Haven here, 2 for 1.
Yeah, crazy. Crazy. So now able to come back 1 game. Congratulations to Uprise. At least now it will be a 2-3.
Yeah.
So ASDF, very well deserved MVP. He was the guy that was just clicking heads left and right, flanking, positioning himself. I think we can all agree, right? Everyone, we can all agree. This is the game. This is the game. Domination for Uprise. 15 final hits right there.
Wow. That's something not to scoff at. And most, if not, I think the only time they were able to capture point was in the first map. And this next map, it's just like they steamrolled even more, and they really snowballed their offense. So just an incredible showing on Uprising side. Just a reminder that, they're here to play. I think this was also a good mental reset for them to just say like, hey, all right, maybe we gotta use this Psylocke in this next match. I would say they're not out of the woods yet. Like you said, if they change modes, if we go to a different mode like Convoy, Convergence, they have to deal with the dives. But yeah, it was very apparent they played very confidently, knowing that a flank wasn't going to come, and they were the ones kind of using the flanks and using the angles to their advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we share the same sentiments. They gotta have a mental reset. It's not easy to do. It's not easy to do at all. It's like telling your mind to just like, okay, shake it off. Let's move on to the next one. Maybe you gotta listen to some Taylor Swift songs, like shake it off. Right?
You gotta listen to Animals, bro. You gotta listen to Animals.
Let's go. Maroon 5 shoutouts. But yeah, you gotta really shake it off and just move on, because right now you're just 1 game away. But this is where things are going to get a little bit interesting, a little bit scary, because how many times have we seen this in Marvel Rivals Championship from Ignition round to here? They were just 1 match point away, and all of a sudden the other team comes back from behind to win it all.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of those, especially in the matches that we didn't broadcast. It's either 3-0s or those type of matches where all of a sudden the momentum swings in the opposite favor. So I think this is also good because this allows us to show the levels of new moon or a new moon as well as uprising. Because I think when it comes right down to it, we want the best of the best to win this. And Gen G definitely wants the best of the best to make them better. So I thought this matchup was gonna be very even, but I didn't think it would be this crazy or this back and forth. So I'm excited to see how this next match is gonna go, and depending on the mode too, and the thing that's very interesting, because we know that the picks and bans are gonna go possibly the same way. It's more of the mental stack on the players and what they're gonna be. How confident they're going to be. And if the Psylocke's going to come out, I don't know.
Yeah, because now they have another character to worry about, right? Because are you going to ban out the Psylocke this time? Because it seems like ASDF is very comfortable with it. So are you going to do that targeted ban? Because New Moon did that to you. The targeted ban onto the Spider-Man attacking the Spider-Man, attacking the magic. So if they're going to do that without hesitantly, without hesitation, then you might as well do that to them too.
So let's revisit how the XOXO does it, because they always ban the Luna and they ban the Adam Warlock. Which would you allow through just to ban out the Psylocke? Luna. So allow the Luna to come.
Oh wait, no, not Luna. Adam Warlock.
Okay. You ban out or you keep the Adam Warlock ban?
I'll ban out Adam Warlock.
Okay, so Adam Psylocke. Okay.
Yeah, because New Moon will definitely play the Namor Luna tandem.
You're right.
Right? You ban out the Psylocke, then fine. They'll just do the Namor Luna tandem, and that's going to be even worse for XOXO that likes to flank from different angles, that likes to dive. Yeah, I think that's going to be even worse. Honestly, as long as it's not domination, XOXO will have a chance. But if it's domination, I think it sort of just shows, because they were just losing team fights after team fights. So it kind of shows it's not even a myth anymore. It's not even a speculation anymore.
It's tried and tested, folks.
Tried and tested. Even though it's just one round, right? But you saw how it went from 0 to 100. And it makes you question, is this actually XOXO 1.0 or 2.0? Because when it comes to domination, it feels like they just downgrade their software or something.
I think the patch is still like downloading the domination the domination meta. But yeah, as much of a back and forth as everything was, if you watch this domination match alone, it's you can clearly see there's a clear advantage on New Moon's side. So yeah, hoping that if it is another domination map, hopefully they reset, XOXO resets. But if it's a convergence map or a convoy map, I hope that also on New Moon's side that they're able to kind of reset themselves as well and be more confident in their picks and not necessarily play to the pace of how XOXO is taking things.
Yeah, a lot of things that I have to take into consideration, because when all things considered, when you have already banned, you do those targeted bans, you do all of those necessary readjustments. What else can you do? You gotta wonder, what else can you do in order to stop this? And it seems like Uprise might be the team that starts to warm up in the beginning of the game and takes off in the middle game. Maybe that's why XOXO was trying so hard, playing like it was the last game of the on Earth, right? Because they know this is what's exactly gonna happen. Uprise is just gonna take off mid round.
Okay, so it seems like we are going to go to Shin Shibuya Convergence, not a domination map. And it seems like they're locking in with the Venom. The last one, is it going to be a Warlock? Is it going to be a Psylocke? 2 locks. Only 1 ban, though. So it depends on how XOXO is going to play this out. Star-Lord ban. Okay.
Star-Lord ban. Yeah, I mean, Mantis, maybe they don't want to give the opportunity to ASDF to play Star-Lord, but this does open up the opportunity to ban Spider-Man. Yeah, just ban Spider-Man. Yeah, you're not gonna let us play Star-Lord tandem. We're not gonna let you play anything. Spider-Man, you're not gonna be able to touch it, and it's very smart. I mean, it might seem like a lot to just target ban one player's character pool, but it's helping them somehow. It's helping them now.
I like this also on the side of XOXO. It's Rez not really going for the Rocket or the Loki. He's actually thinking of picking up the Adam Warlock, going for a triple support here. Maybe just to get the initial push going since they are on the attack side. Once they get some good pickoffs, maybe they'll switch back to this the 2-2-2 or go back to the Spider-Man lineup. But I think maybe we're gonna see another level to XOXO because, like you said, they're playing like it's their last game. Let's hope they have something left in the tank for them to offer New Moon.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta already going on to the Venom Silence is always going to be a Magneto devotee, right? So ASDF gonna be taking the opportunity to play the Psylocke again, and this is a different format this time. So let's see if it's really just the format or if it's really the Psylocke factor right here.
The Psylocke factor, I like that. So it seems like they got a bit of the boost onto the Rocket, but Rez is really sticking to that Adam Warlock. Mantis on Supa's side, we've seen him be a really good Mantis when it came to support, but I think, yeah, we got to look at Prime SQ because he's going to get most of it. Do you see that the portal has already launched, but at the lower side, they're still trying to look for where they're at. And now we see Seitha trying to create an angle here while everyone's just fighting below the objective.
Yeah, he's like, okay, let's just run in a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna be the sole. Look at that. Even the gameplay, right? The game style, like it's like divide and conquer.
Jesus.
But with silence, those 3 consecutive hits just took up on fun straight away.
Yeah, but thank God there's that BRB Chapo is able to put down so silence. And he still has to try to eliminate Fun once again as he back in the battlefield here. And he actually does that, a 2-for-2 pickoff here. And now ASDF gets picked out by Behemoth. Not enough BRBs for them to reset here. Gets the sleep, but Prime SQ on a tear here. And hell, they unlock the point so early on.
What a play. It looks like XOXO really is very dominant when it comes to convoy convergence sort of gameplay format, right? So
yeah,
I mean, it's not like it's not like New Moon wasn't even doing a good job of holding. It's just that the overwhelming flanking by XOXO. It's like they can play any character and just flank regardless.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like you don't know where to look because this map has a higher ceiling. I mean, actually no ceiling at all, so Venom can come in from anywhere. Yeah. And there's still that constant threat of having a Logan, but they haven't picked it yet. But now we see they are fighting in the second story as the objective is moving, forcing out the defensive ult on XOXO's side just for them to kind of push and save this team fight. Seitha trying to take out what he can and able to actually take out the Warlock.
Yeah, one-on-one fights. Yeah, you do not want to get into the crossfires of Venom. But the Meteor M gonna take out ASDF. Like, what transformation? All right, let's go Kraken Impact. Moving on, trying to kill, refreshing again, Poch.
That was crazy, able to take him out of the invisible boundary. Prime SQ gonna get a big team wipe on his side.
What a play. Prime SQ making barbecue sauce out of all of them with the Kraken Impact, right? So, I mean, that's XOXO right there. So I guess it's not really the Psylocke factor because they've already swapped up Psylocke almost immediately with the Hela, right? So, oh my god, XOXO, what's the answer for this onslaught?
I think they wanted the Psylocke to start out with, but Prime SQ able to create an angle and get a pick off onto the Adam Warlock. Note that the Warlock does have this res back, and now Dolby at least able to stop and kind of put Prime SQ on cooldown, but as I say that, the dive happens and the sedate as well. Fun!
Oh no! Karmic Rebirth into the hands of Magneto and ASDF, death from above, the goddess of death just trying to end everyone. This is exactly why you do not want to do Rebirth right in front of your enemies.
Yeah, this is the reset that they kind of needed, right? Just kind of slow down the pace, because I went 0 to 100 real quick on the side of XOXO, so now at least New Moon can kind of catch their breath and position themselves for the onslaught of a dive that's going to happen on Seitha's side.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, Silence is trying to get to the point, right? He's the Magneto, he's the frontliner, trying to go in and just 50 more percent. Okay, the dive coming in, but this time they're ready. Okay, this is how they should play it. This is how they should deal with the diving Venom, because that Venom dived in and 4 of them were clicking on him.
Yeah, they're like, there he is up there, get him.
This mosquito's not getting away. The fly is not getting away.
This mosquito hurts like a truck. But you know what? Venom does have mobility, the gift of mobility, so it's totally fine. He could actually reset. But the fact that they're here at the second floor, you can check the dives, but unfortunately, the floor did collapse. And NLE Choppa getting a huge eye.
What a play, Champa coming in with the Rat Bomb, Eye of Agamotto, and now Maelstrom of Madness taking out Rez, and the action is still continuing.
Yeah,
My
good.
goodness.
It's a good thing that they have the Guardians team up, so they were able to come back into the fight right away. But NLE Choppa and Fun making sure that the presence is going to be known in ASDF as well. So good defense on the side of New Moon. Again, they need to play perfectly, but XOXO just needs that one moment. But they're not going to be even allowed.
Yeah, this is so hard. This is so hard to watch because it's very clear now that New Moon is more comfortable with the Guardian of the Galaxy's team up than XOXO. Because, look, Adam's not the best. Not the best in mobility, right?
Yeah.
So, if you're going to compare straight trade-off in terms of left clicks, right clicks, charge ups, Uprise is more comfortable.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
even like just with the ult as well, like the usage of it, right? They were able to capitalize. But the dive is going to happen. Prime SQ with the Kraken impact, looking for the best target. Able to get the death mark onto 3 of the folks here on New Moon's side. We do see the ASD takes out Rez in the process. So XOXO fallen once again. About to be 60 seconds on the clock. They can't afford any more trade-offs here at this point, Nell, because they need to push this objective.
Yeah, Mantis is not the character. Is not the character for Supa because Mantis is not the flanker, the Rambo gear character that you want to play. So he's gonna move on to Wolverine.
Right.
I'm not really sure if this is going to matter a lot because it's only 40 seconds left, and this point is just so strong to defend.
Yeah,
defend
and
against.
Seitha, you know what? They're already gridlocking this top part because that's where he can dive from. So they know how he's gonna approach. Maybe the Logan's going to give a bit of chaos here. We do see the dive happen, but now it's going to be the final seconds before overtime. Can they even push for overtime is the question. Still holding on to both. Well, actually, 3 of the ult is XOXO, and now Feast is the Abyss. Can he actually get anyone? It seems like everyone is still up and about fighting for the point, but the Logan actually gets eliminated.
Oh my god. 1 second left. No one's going to be able to touch it. No, overtime. Trap that. They're going to be able to. The hack and slash is going to take out Dobby. But is that going to be enough? Because ASDF is still clicking heads. Dobby is going to revive Dobby himself. He says, I don't need no beacon. I'm going to take out everyone in the wake. And Uprise.
Yeah.
2.0. Uprise 2.0.
Oh, just, yeah, the firmware got updated. So now it seems like they're in control of this match. I think once they were able to stop the initial sprint of New Moon and they couldn't get past that halfway mark, the dives weren't working because they set up really good angles for them to just stop anything. And you pointed out, no, they were already looking at the skies. They saw him right away. 4 people started clicking heads when they saw Seitha.
Yeah, I guess they're already used. They have already adapted to the dive front. Like, it's always the same strategy. Zeta is always gonna run in heads first, and you know when you know how the bull's gonna aim, right? The Matador knows how to direct the action. You know, we know he's gonna come diving in heads on. So once they know how to deal with it, I don't think that's gonna be much of an impact anymore. No matter how tanky the Venom might be.
True. So I love how New Moon is able to adapt to the playstyle of XOXO. So now, let's see if they're gonna kind of change things up on their approach. They do have to play defense. Supa has changed towards the Logan, and I think maybe it's just both teams playing to their strengths because this is actually a case that XOXO went to Adam Warlock, which they don't normally go with.
Yeah. Just the unfamiliarity, right? Because look, even though it's available to them, they're not even going to be using it anymore,
Portal,
right?
But we do see that the. Oh, okay. I thought the dive was gonna happen, but no, it's just to stop the portal, but not quite. But we do see that Seitha already gonna try to lock in and hold the point from the bottom, while NLE and everyone from New Moon's side have already took up space at the rooftops here in this map.
Yeah. And you can see Supa just trying to make something happen from the sides, just trying to find an angle to hit, even though they are actually the ones defending. So you can see the habit forming already, right? So if it's a BO5, XOXO would have won already. Because the team any opponents wouldn't be able to adapt fast enough. But because it's a best of 7, look at Uprise. They know exactly what to do.
Yeah, spread apart. Make sure not to be. Make sure to look above to see if there's any dives that happen, and also thwart any Logan dives. But now we see that Doctor Strange was able to survive that onslaught attack on the side of Seitha. You do see the ASDF
Look at the
clicking
click.
head. Look at the tracking. It was crazy. But the kidnap on Eneli Choppa, but he's able to get the elimination onto Wolverine.
Oh, thank you for coming.
Yeah.
I did not ask to be kidnapped, but you're the one trapped in here with the Maelstrom of Madness just taking out the Logan, and they have to run all the way back to the point. And look like Uprise will be able to unlock with healthy time left.
Yeah, just the comeback. I mean, you have to give it up to New Moon. They were able to adjust towards the pace. They found a game plan that's they found a pick and ban that's worth what they're doing right now, and the dives aren't being as effective as the first half of that first map.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see if they're going to continue the same style, because it's very obvious that Uprise knows how to deal with this already. So, but however, this is a very strong point in order to flank. So let's see if the Wolverine will be able to make a difference here. Although it's going to be 1v5 most of the time. And look at Zeta.
Wow.
Oh no. You come in, but you never go back out.
You really felt that 1v5 there, but now we see Fun with the Meteor M just to take out Prime SQ, and it's gonna be a 3-team wipe, forcing the Feast of the Abyss here, but it's all for nothing because New Moon is still holding point, and Elite Choppa able to actually get a pick off onto Behemoth here, even though that they were able to actually touch point here.
Yeah. Now I think the nightmare's repeating itself. This is not the domination map that we saw last game, but Uprise. Once the firmware has been updated, they're playing better than the 2.0 version of EXO.
More
now.
calculated, more spread apart. See, look, they already know. They're already communicating that the dive's
They
gonna
know where
happen
they're
here.
coming from.
Yeah. Seitha still continuous. You gotta give it up to him. Persistence wears out resistance, but with how New Moon is playing this, they're really good at just knowing before, just negating any of the dives that happen, and they're not even playing them more. Oh, you see the invisible barrier gets put up. Nice pickoffs by Prime SQ to take him out of the Goddess of Death, forcing out Dobby, but Eneli Choppa responds in kind by taking out Silence, and ASDF taking out Behemoth.
Yeah, the clicks are just so good, right? And Choppa coming online already. He's like, yeah, I was good moments ago, but now with Doctor Strange. And even ASDF coming online with the clicks. Hela is only as good as the player itself.
Right.
Like, if you're super accurate, Hela's going to be great. But if your accuracy is 30%, yeah, you might as well change something else.
Yeah, just takes out the Raccoon. Prime SQ gets taken out by Fun. Yo, they're just like moths to a flame at this point. New Moon has won all the team fights, and we haven't seen XOXO actually touch points here. So that just speaks to the volumes to their dominance here and their adjustment towards the dive-heavy strategy of XOXO.
Yeah, they're just holding their points really well. Holding it off, point after point, team fight after team fight. And look at Fun. Double eliminations onto Super, unfortunately.
Yeah, and now it's just going to be a cleaning up process. It's going to be a 2-1 here at the Convergence. And Nell, I mean, it was very entertaining seeing the fight because of the dive-heavy strategy. But here it was a complete calculated dissection of how well they were able to counter the dives of XOXO.
Yeah, you can see how comfortable Uprise is right now, simply because they took out XOXO without even using the entire team's ultimate just now.
Yeah.
And that's why when it came to the countdown time, when it came down to the last second, they still had 3 ultimates to work with, and it just shows. It just shows. Even though Prime SQ was doing his best getting the 9 eliminations, but if Choppa comes in with a 14 final hits as a Vanguard, you know that they are feeling it already.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And next game, God, it's going to be final games for both of them.
Yeah, this is the last stand. This is the legit last stand of XOXO, and I love how this game had a lot of like peaks and valleys and like ups and downs for both sides. But I think this is a good test of character on how XOXO can kind of dig in deep because, and I wanted to bring up this point. Nell, what if it's domination as the last game?
Uprise is going to have the slight favorite to win.
That's true.
Yeah. But honestly, you can really tell, right? As soon as they ban Spider-Man and Magic, you can feel like if it comes to pure clicking skills, comes to pure aim, pure tracking, you can see that Uprise is super comfortable with it. Just look at them. Everything is like 40-50% above. And look at XOXO. 39%, 11%, 13%, 44%. It's I know it's really unfair to talk about accuracy at this point, but it just shows because ASDF 14 final hits, like the accuracy really matters. So I feel like XOXO probably got figured out by Uprise. They use the advantage in flanking. They use the advantage in cheesing. I would call it cheesing because that's what they're doing. One dives, the other comes from the side, and then Prime SQ is really the one that with the best aim here, just going frontline and dealing the headshots. But once you take that away from them, Uprise has the advantage.
Yeah, I think you fall towards the level of your training, and it shows that they are mechanically gifted. I mean, ASDF alone, Choppa as well, they just know when to push and pull. So when it comes to this next match, I think XOXO needs to show a little more levels, a little maybe XOXO 0.3 or not season 3 of XOXO. They need to be able
to soon.
Yeah, they need to do that real soon because that they're definitely not holding back any punches. And I feel like we've already gone through the entire convergence, and this might actually be a domination map. So that's definitely going to be on the side of Uprise. And you know what? We have to also sing their praises because they were able to weather out the early storm of the dive characters, the chaos that they were able to ensue, and they found I would say a good rhythm in trying to thwart that. And they relied on their aim because they were able to spot out where the dives are coming from, create flank situations, and not play XOXO at their pace. Play it at their own pace, which is making it like a far off ranged battle.
True. Like you can see the 180-degree turn, right, Poch? Like earlier on, Uprise used Kraken Impact just a touch point.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But now, right, they were forced to play at XOXO's pace, but now it's XOX. They're adapting and like, okay, we just need to be grounded. The Zen energy coming in, like you just need to be grounded. All right, just need to be grounded. Just play your A game and just take away the strengths of their flanks, of their dives, and we're good to go. And that's what happened. Back-to-back 2 wins.
I think, and this is kind of funny. If New Moon moves on, it's not the end of their dive nightmares because soon was the Venom on Gen-G. Yeah. That would be crazy though if we do see the matchup, the mirror matchup of Soon and Setha, because it's just a both dive heavy like matchup. But I think this is good training for them also to prepare for Gen-G because they have that in their arsenal, that dive heavy arsenal as well. But they don't have to rely on that too much. Unlike how we see XOXO, I think the reason it's very entertaining is because they create that chaos and it's super fun to watch. When it comes to New Moon, like you pointed out, I think mechanically they are up there, and they're also a lot more calculated in their approach, that they don't need to experiment. They don't need to reinvent the wheel. If it works, it works. And if we're able to dominate in spectacular fashion, we should just do that.
But I also want to sing praises to XOXO, right? Seeing that this is the first time that we've seen a Thai team. Correct me if I'm wrong, okay? We've seen a Thai team all the way up, fighting for 3rd place actually. So I think like this is just a case of new raw talent,
right?
Tiger blood coming into Marvel Rivals up against veteran professional teams that already have this tournament experience in season 0 and MRI. So I feel like it's just give them some time, and I feel like it's very back and forth. Give them some time, and I feel like the performance is going to be upped again the next time we see them.
Imagine if this is their debut of a team and they're able to make this much of an impact, and against veterans as well. That's definitely something that they can be proud about, and also know that they represented their region, their country very well, because you know what, Marvel Rivals is just kicking off, and you know what, it's popping off, and for them to be etched into the season 1 Marvel Rivals Championship as a Thai team that went this far is incredible. So yeah, both it's not over just yet. Hopefully they'll show us some levels to their game, but if it continues on to this trajectory, if the download was made by New Moon, they could be staring down the grand finals already.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's why we don't see Hawkeye, right? I was just all of a sudden I was just thinking about Hawkeye because that's one character that depends greatly on accuracy as well. But hey, I mean, all strategies apart, we've already seen half the roster being cycled through. We'll see. This is going to be the deciding match. So, ladies and gentlemen, who's gonna take it away? Will it be XOXO or Uprise? Please give your opinions in the chat because we're gonna read it out if we have the chance later on.
Yeah, the games are too intense that we're unable to take our eyes off the screen. And you just gotta love the storytelling of this, right? New Moon facing adversity, and facing the storm of dives and offense on XOXO's side, and instant ban on the Mantis.
Magic also.
Magic also. But at least this allows New Moon to lock in the Luna.
Let's go. Not more Luna to end things once and for all, I feel. So, okay, you can go Spider-Man this time. You can go Spider-Man this time. We're going to take out the Wolverine. Or maybe it's just going to continue. Ban the Spider-Man.
Oh, no, Namor.
Okay.
Banning out the Namor to allow the dives, but Spider-Man gets banned, not invited to the party.
Hey, at least we get to see Jeff.
We do.
we might be able to see Jeff. You know what I mean?
Hey, in the next season, it's only going to be Luna and Jeff that have that tandem. So, just a little technical difficulties here, folks. We're just going to wait and see how this game is going to shake out. But what we can talk about, Nell, is they ban out the... Oh, little spoilers?
No spoilers.
No spoilers? Do we see the spoilers?
No.
So tell me, Nell, how you feel about them banning out the Namor here? They still want to go dive because they did lock in the Venom.
It's very obvious that you gotta ban the Namor as soon as you see the reserve onto Luna, right? But maybe Uprise just has a plan to include a Jeff. Maybe they don't. But nonetheless, even Luna on a standalone point, the fate of both worlds is still super strong. So maybe a Loki Luna combination, the pure strategist, defensive ults.
Yeah, we haven't seen Fate of Both Worlds in a while, actually, because of all the bans from Luna. So now that Luna was locked in, it's quite terrifying. At least they're able to negate the Namor, so at least dive is going to be... I mean, it's not going to be countered on paper, but they were able to find out a way to be able to counter the dive. And considering this is Royal Palace domination, there are some good spots, especially like at that garden area where Spider-Man, unfortunately, is not there, but Venom can dive into. In Odin's archive as well. It's a little hard, especially for you to get that Kraken impact because of the low ceiling. But we've already seen this, but we're going to check it out again.
Yeah.
Unless they changed it up. I don't think they're going to change it up.
Yeah. I think they're going to not change it up. Yeah. I mean, if I'm correct, this is going to be a Luna reserve.
Yeah. Ooh, you're reading the script. Nice.
Yeah, nice. Okay.
All right. No.
All right. Because I spoiled the future. The Matrix is disrupted.
Oh no, you disrupted the Matrix too much. No,
I'm sorry. No. The red pill, blue pill. The red pill, blue pill. I'm so sorry for that. But yeah.
Nell sees things in ones and zeros. He's the one. He's the chosen one, guys.
One. I see things in 1 and 0. Ones and zeros. But interesting question though. Like will we be able to see a Jeff here? And yeah, I mean, a Jeff would be super good, especially with the team up, right? Just slowing the grounds and making it very hard for the team to maneuver. Maybe that's a game plan they can do in order to slow down XOXO a little bit.
Yeah, hopefully they do that. I mean, I want to see that Jeff, but DPS Jeff would be great. We saw a little bit of DPS Jeff from Damp Kit Kat in the qualifiers. So, with a lot on the line, do you think changing things up would be worth it for either of these teams?
I mean, can you rephrase that again?
Sorry. When it comes to everything that's going to be on the line now, this is the grand finals. Who should do more change-ups?
I mean, Genji is known to be doing change-ups, right? Up against New Moon, ultimately coming back, right? They were the ones that got 1-2 at one point, and then they went back to back games in order to win it. So I think we might be able to see a repeat of that right now in the lower brackets final. But I would say if it's talking about XOXO and Uprise, Uprise is doing everything good so far. Everything good so far. And I feel like this is the case of missing the timing because XOXO revealed their cards really, really soon. Actually, I wouldn't say revealed because I think they pretty much just know that he already plays Spider-Man and Magic, right? So I think this is pretty much a given. But they didn't realize how impactful it could have been. So I feel like they missed the chance to close out on an early game in game number 1. So even if they do make adjustments now, I can't think of any other compositions that they can work with in order to counter Uprise now because they're just so used to dealing with your dive comms. They're already adapted to it. So if you come in here, what other strategy can you do? Are you going to go for the triple Vanguard? Are you going to go for the triple Strategist because you know Uprise plays that comp better than you?
Yeah.
Are you going to go with the mano imano crossfire? Like, hey, your composition, you know that they have the upper hand as well because you have Prime SQ. They have Do Not Want to Die. They have everyone on the team clicking hands.
True. That's really hard because when you said you want to go mano a mano and go with these type of lineups or these type of synergies or compositions that New Moon has actually been using this entire time and they're super warm with it. We did see a little bit of that when they went the Adam Warlock, right? They tried to change things up, but you kind of saw that they weren't really comfortable with it and it didn't necessarily help out the dive so much. So I feel for that because it's not necessarily revealing the hand too soon, but more if we go back and see if this was a best of 5, XOXO would have won. But this is grand finals time, lower bracket finals time. It has to be a best of 7 you gotta play. So I think now this might be a little bit of an eye opener for a lot of teams out there, and also I think it's a learning process on XOXO side too that they can't be heavily reliant on just having a dive meta.
Yeah, but it's really sad though because it was a very interesting game, right?
So
remember
fun.
round 2, round 3? It was like, oh my god, will the Spider-Man actually work? And the Punk Spider-Man, guys, if you have gotten the skin, I don't play Spider-Man, but that skin looks cool.
It does, and it has the electric guitar riffs when you're able to do the pulls or any of the moves. So I see that skin a lot when I fall to a Spider-Man. So it's pretty cool. But if you're the victim of a Spider-Man pull or a Spider-Man gank, it's rough. But I think the fact that they were able to take out Spider-Man, and you said it yourself as well, when it comes to getting solo banned or specifically your characters, which is Magic and Spider-Man, that just shows you are a beast on that character.
Exactly. But just looking a little bit at the chat right now, I mean, we are in the middle of a slight pause, but just to read a little bit of the chat, just to engage with you guys. This is a funny one. You want to hear a funny one?
Sure, let's hear it.
Okay, let's hear it. A Skador with chat. Send them to the Temu factory. Do we belong in Temu factory? Touch.
I don't know. We're the Temu versions of.
I'm more of a TikTok shop person. So. Sorry. Yeah.
That's fine. But guys, do bear with us. You know, we want the broadcast to have the best possible outcome. So we're just fixing some stuff up. Big shout outs to each and every one of you that has joined us since the start. Since March 22, I believe. That was the start of the ignition rounds. And also shout outs to the people in the back. Shout outs to Prod. That's running the show behind the scenes. They're definitely keeping everyone keeping the show running. So shout outs to Marvel Rivals for this whole Marvel Rivals championship.
Exactly. Let's read one more comment and then let's give a question to them, right? Let's find out something more about you guys, okay? So Chiniwa with my beautiful Asian brothers deserve screen time too. So thank you so much for calling us beautiful Asian brothers.
Yeah, let's go.
Are we beautiful Asian brothers?
Oh, well, I don't know about beautiful for me, but we'll be your brothers. It's fine. We're good.
Okay, sure. Okay, you know what? Let's think of a question to ask the chat so that we can find out more about them, okay?
True.
So I see someone saying I like turtles, but far cute. But okay, why don't we say?
I want to ask them, chat.
Okay.
Who do you think, among all the performances you've seen thus far in the tournament, which player do you think deserves like the biggest highlight here? Because we've talked about known players. I think, well, recency bias, we keep talking about Supa, but I'll bring it back to Influenza G and Rib, and those games we saw yesterday. There were some incredible games. So let's shine some spotlight onto some of the characters or some of the players that we saw or some of the plays we saw before. Because for me, Rib and Six were so good yesterday also in their performance. I know also if I just look at my notes real quick, when it comes to legit L, they were so close. They also got the top 4, unfortunately. Bibiak and November 24, so good. They deserve praises as well, being a constant presence here in the competitive scene of Marvel Rivals Asia.
Oh no. Do people know I'm Kira? Okay, I'm just kidding. But yeah. Let's just wait for a little bit while we see the answers coming in. And then we're going to be reading your responses, right? So who do you think is the player that deserves the highlight, right? Like your personal MVP, is that right?
Yeah.
Your personal MVP, okay? And for me, my question is, I just want to find out where you guys are from. I just want to find out where you guys are from. So
Asian
I think
brothers.
Asian brothers. I think we can be a little bit more specific. And hey, so I'm from Malaysia. And
I'm from the Philippines.
Yeah, so there. You got the ball rolling. The ball rolling. So in case you don't know where Malaysia is, it's next to Singapore. I don't know why people are just using it as reference. Next to Singapore. Next to the small island Singapore.
Do you want to say what's up to your fellow Malaysians out there?
Hello, apa kabar? Ni hao. I mean, we're multilingual, so we know a lot of languages. But and also, like, where are you guys from? What languages do you speak? Because
Again, we want to highlight every region, and since this is Marvel Rivals Championship for Asia, do let us know, mga kababayan ko. Hello.
All right.
Mabuhay.
Salamat.
There is a word salamat also. So yeah,
that's true. It's true. But yeah, just coming in, just thinking about all those. How do you put this? Just thinking about all the players, it just makes me feel like I want to play on the level, because do you guys watch tournaments, like, just to find out a little bit more about you guys? Do you guys watch tournaments and be like, hey, I can play like that, but somehow I cannot get up the ranks high enough to the ones that I want? Do you guys have that feeling? Like, does it make you feel like you want to push your ranks higher, like, or does it just demotivate you, like, oh my god, I played 2,000 hours of Spider-Man, I can't play like that?
I could never be like Supa. I think it's a mindset thing, because I do get inspired when I see these. I'm just gonna answer the question as well before the ball gets rolling. I get inspired by seeing these things and seeing how, wow, the ceiling is very high, and to just master a certain type of character, and it does inspire me. I don't know if it inspires me to like keep grinding it out, or more just like showing that appreciation, because I do love like highlighting folks and like just watching them. I mean, like you said, we're professional fans, but it does inspire me. How about you, Noel?
It inspires me to a certain point, but when I hit that ceiling, I'll be like, oh my god, I'm so frustrated.
I'm a normal human being. I can't do this.
I can't. How are these guys so talented? I just think of that sometimes. But yeah, I mean, just okay, we got the comments rolling now. So Nor S saying super, been phenomenal.
Yeah, super.
Super. And then
actually, shout out to our friend Crit. It actually in Thai, it's an abbreviation of Spider-Man, but we just call him Supa. It's in Thai, but we just call him Supa, but it says Spider-Man. So he's basically revealing who he mains. But yeah, shout outs to you, because Supa does deserve an MVP.
And West Blue Marine as well. Supa with Bucky is just unstoppable. Also November 24.
Oh yeah,
good choice, sir.
November 24 on that Bucky was really good. Legit L, also shout outs to them, making it all the way to top 4. I think when we talked about our predictions, right, this was the top 4, but we thought Legit L would be in a higher position.
All right. All right, but we're gonna go into a small break, but before that, Hotch is a better looking Hikaru Nakamura. So don't go anywhere. Shout out to South Africa.
Right.
So
see ya. We'll take a break, guys. See you in a bit.
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, revenge your rise, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it.
Your mind is mine. Impervious. Feel presence.
Three, two, one, blast off! Legendary!
And welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship Finals here. Pot Spice and Elo Mello at your service, and also thanking everyone for letting us know where you guys are from. Big shout outs also to Sarah, watching all the way from Italy. You guys did a great job, casters. W Tournament, W host. Thank you so much. We learned a little bit of something to thank you. Ready now?
Okay. Are you ready? One,
go.
2, 3. Grazie.
Grazie. We're trying to learn different languages, folks. But we did see some people from India, from Germany, from Malaysia,
South America as well.
Any other shout outs you want to give out now?
Oh yeah, to Sorbet as well. Cornholio always. I don't know what you're always doing, going to the toilet, but shout outs to all of you. And sorry if we miss any one of you guys, but
yeah,
we see what you guys are doing, and thank you so much for engaging with us as well.
But now the moment you've all been waiting for is finally here. The conclusion. We have the Well, we have the match ready for you guys, and we're just gonna run you right through the picks and bans once again because a lot is at stake here. Because New Moon and XOX are fighting for that final slot to face off up against Gen G.
Oh no. Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Yeah,
Domination.
yeah.
Oh no.
It's domination, folks, and this is New Moon's forte. This is what they, you gotta love this best of 7 format because you really go through all the types of game modes in Marvel Rivals, and so far, based on what we've seen with New Moon, they have not dropped a single domination game.
Yeah,
Against
they've
XOXO
been really
at least.
dominant. Yeah, they've been really dominant. I think it's fair to say that they specialize in grounded close quarter combats, like a focus area. So here they're taking out the characters as usual, Magic and Spider-Man, keeping the Luna. So I guess it's safe to say they can just easily just go with the Hela again here if they want to, simply because ASDF was just so good at clicking heads, and in this area, it's easy to do that.
True, and we talked about how mechanically skilled New Moon is, especially if they're super confident and they know where to expect the flanks coming from, and knowing that this target isn't going to be moving, that it's just going to be a single area in the Sky Garden or in Odin's Archive, wherever it may be. They've showed dominance in this match called Domination. So New Moon definitely have to step up and make sure that they show a different level to their game, because if it's going to end up like the previous Domination map, it's going to be a tough time if you are an XOXO fan to see this. But let's have faith in XOXO. They did allow the Luna to come online. Let's hope that this synergy or the Luna doesn't change up the confidence of XOXO.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, they're sort of playing into a more common composition here. So I guess it really matters how they're going to execute this, because Prime SQ obviously is very good as the duelist, right, at clicking heads, but really just at this small area, it's really hard to contest, especially since you don't really have any access to other characters,
right?
Besides just the Venom diving in. So getting the first point here would definitely matter. I think the first team fight will pretty much determine the pace of the remainder of the game.
True, and so far we've seen New Moon really control that pace, trying to get a dive onto it, but ASDF is actually doing a great job, just constantly moving, constantly flanking, and Elite Choppa showing him, everyone, that he also has a Venom to be able to disrupt the backlines here, and now it is actually a point of contention here where New Moon is leading the charge. Fun able to get kidnapped here, the Wolverine unfortunately unable to get the pick off.
Wow, and Elite Choppa taking out Silence from the first time, and he's already moving on to the next target, just trying to take out people as much as possible. Dobby as well, that is not a healer at the moment. She's also contributing to dealing damage as well. Very unfortunate, because
oh my god,
he was the only one with 1 elims, but the rest of his team, nada, gone.
Yeah, big team wipe, and like you said, first one unlock the point is going to choose the terms of engagement, and how they're going to set up here is just going to make sure that they push them away from spawn, away from the objective as possible. Speaking of push, Silence gets readjusted. The Vanguard needs to be able to push the front lines while ASDF pumps in damage there. So Silence trying to make a play to go for the objective, while Seitha is trying to set up here, but he's going to get spotted out early on, gets the dive, but everyone gets bubbled up.
Wow, and that's going to keep them alive a little bit longer, but the chaos ensues, just trying to keep building up charges, and you can see Supa going to the traditional role. He's a duelist main, right? So he's just going to go for straight, no flanking thing. He's just going to go straight for the front lines.
Yeah, and we talked about this, right? People talk about Supa, but not just on that Spider-Man, he's also really good on that Bucky, so he's going to have to go for... Wow, he's able to actually take a two-person pick-off here, waiting for it to actually end, and he's actually taking out Fun. The fate of both worlds keeping the team alive, and just like that, XOXO, they need to get this point just to stop the momentum on New Moon's side.
He just eliminated 5 opponents from the side of Uprise, and guys, don't forget, even though you've seen him a lot on Spider-Man, on Magic, but he is really a duelist at heart. He is PTS after all. So going back to his roots, let's see if the Bucky is going to be able to turn the tides, because they still have a lot of progress to catch up from here onwards.
Don't want to die on the Adam Warlock, being very careful. Seitha unfortunately gets spotted out before he can get dove onto. So now it seems like Behemoth gonna have to heal him up before he can try and go for another dive, but it seems like it is Eneli Choppa that is already on the back lines here and trying to control the pace. He already has the Feast of the Abyss. Is he going to choose to pop it? We do see the Fate of Both Worlds to keep him alive, and ASDF continue to pump in more damage with that E, able to take out Super Soldier. Lucky.
Yeah, taking it out like Fun, also taking out Behemoth at the same time. Make that 2 kills. Wait, that's a 3 kill. Because Silence is also dead as well. What a play by Uprise in order to bring the balance back to their side. XOXO, a little bit of more progress, trying to hold on, but I'm not sure how long they can hold on because Data needs to get out of there as soon as possible. But I guess it's going to go out in a coffin.
Unfortunately, they tied it up 66%, but now they're still just chasing them back and adding more pressure here, because if they can not force overtime, that'll just really play to the morale of XOXO. It seems like Silence now trying to make some space, trying to create their entry into just making this happen, fighting in the front lines here. Unfortunately, unable to get it. We have Eneli Choppa also. Man, the confidence in Eneli Choppa switching up his characters to go for a dive character like Venom just shows that this is their game to win.
Yeah, I mean, it's already going to be close to overtime. The Fate of Both Worlds, yeah, Fun's not going to be able to take out anything. But Galactic's Legends in the background, you're going to see who will be the target, so to speak. But Silence, what a counter with the Meteor End. Taking out not just the Vanguard, but the strategist as well. So this is going to be a really, really close game with the Karmic Rebirth bringing everybody back to the game. Uprise, round 2.
Yeah, just when you thought that XOXO could breathe a sigh of relief there with that 2-person pickoff, but no! We do have Fate of Both Worlds on both sides. And now Eneli Choppa waiting for that Feast of the Abyss to try and get Super out of this team fight. And now ASDF slowly waiting for the Fate of Both Worlds to finish up. Nice heals going on, and ASDF actually takes out Prime SQ. The numbers game is actually in New Moon's favor. Rez trying to keep everyone alive with his ult, but the Galactic Legend might be the difference maker here now for the team fight to be won by New Moon.
Yeah, the double elims by the Star-Lord, followed by Fun, and Do Not Want to Die on Adam Warlock. This is just too much firepower. The offense is just overwhelming on the side of Uprise, just making XO unable to counter. It seems like they are the ones trying to play catch up at this point.
It's quite unfortunate. I think Seda actually changed. Oh no, it was Supa that changed to Doctor Strange and used the portal. So now their resources have dwindled. Prime SQ actually going for that Star-Lord just to get that dive in DPS. But unfortunately, it went in New Moon's favor. You do see a lot of fight happening in XOXO. They were able to contest the first point. But now we're going to the garden, Odin's Garden here. So not sure how this is going to play out. But Setha's going to have a lot of flank points. But you could say the same for Eneli Choppa here.
The innovation continues, Patch. Do you see the Iron Fist at the side? The Iron Fist combo with the Luna is actually also pretty strong.
True. The synergy there. He's actually gonna go for it. Wow, the Iron Fist I'm seeing at least on this broadcast. So Supa is showing us he's got more dive characters in his arsenal here. Let's see if it'll play an impact here. Oh, gets spotted out early here. Eneli Choppa already signaled to his team we're gonna be facing an Iron Fist.
Yeah, Iron Fist. Let's see if the Iron Fist is truly the savior of the team, because XOXO, they're just one match away from being eliminated. So let's see ASDF starting off with the first elimination, taking out the tank of the game. But Iron Fist dealing some damage to the backlines too.
True, and now we see that the invisible barrier able to keep everyone alive. Iron Fist is still doing some damage from the backlines while Rez forced to go for a dance-off here just to keep everyone alive. Fun trying to go for the pick-off of Behemoth, able to get it, and also a 3-person pick-off. My goodness. They did get a trade-off of 1 person, but the point was taken by New Moon.
Yeah, what a play, right? I think they're feeling it already at this point. Like, yeah, we know what we're doing. Fun. You do not want to mess with Fun. Even though he's a Vanguard, the Magneto clicks are just super strong, especially if landed on vital points. And look at ASDF just diving in with the E, even though he's not invulnerable. But because of the movement variability and being kept alive, he he's so courageous in moving in.
Yeah, he is. And I think, if you really put in a lot of hours on Spider-Man, on Magic, you really are used to just being in the middle of that fire and being in the middle of all that chaos. But Prime SQ is going to try to give him some opportunities here. He does have the deflect, and he's going to go for the ultimate here just to rip back the path line. But the fate of both worlds to keep them alive.
That's not any ultimate. That's Chi Quan Chang Hong. That's the one, the fist that breaks the sky. So unfortunately, the dance is just too strong, and now Goddess of Death in order to try and help you more damage. Dobby's gonna go down. The Invisible Woman's gonna go down. Adam Warlock's gonna go down. It seems like XOXO, with the help of the ultimates, is going to be able to push this point.
Okay, nice team fight won and gained. Little bit of a rehash of the previous map here. 68% gained on the side of New Moon. So now this is the time for XOXO to really hunker down and show the levels to their game that they can control the pace of this game without allowing New Moon to enter the territory. But speaking of which, look who entered the battle. We have Untitled Chapter's Thing. It seems like they want to be able to brute force their way into this matchup.
Yeah, the rapper turned brute forcer. Oh, look at Iron Fist. Not for the faint of heart. The Haymaker taking out the Iron Fist. Taking out the Iron Fist. I don't know how better way to put that, but yeah, with the Iron Fist out of action, it's going to be a game of 5v6. No, make that a 4v6. No, Zeta getting taken out in the middle of Eye of Agamotto.
Oh my goodness, that was quite unfortunate. Now New Moon really controlling the center of this space, forcing Silence to go for the Meteor, but at least he's able to take out Adam Warlock. He can go for that Cocoon though, and now Behemoth takes out Fun. So still doing an amazing job. We do see a teleport here on Zeta's side just to get to point and hold this point. But so far now, it is going to be a pick-off on New Moon's side. Galactic Legend on ASDF's side. There's no defensive ult to keep them alive. ASDF has a two-person pick-off.
Too strong. That's the only two words I can think of at this point. And even the Iron Fist coming in like, hey, yo, I got the Dragon Fist to stop you. I can deflect the damage, but that's only so much you can do when you have so many members of Uprise up, right, in the spawn point. So here it's already past the 80% mark. This has got to be the last fight for XOXO.
Yeah, so now they really have to pour in all their effort here. Prime SQ with the Goddess of Death so close to actually getting eliminated here. ASDF really pushing back the back lines, forcing three of the ults to actually happen now. Rez and Behemoth actually using both their ults, and now ASDF can't get any pickoffs here because everyone has so much sustain. New Moon don't have any ults just ready just yet, but now Adam Warlock has the Resurrect. XOXO really need this team fight without the help of Iron Fist now.
Yeah, XOXO, the innovator of the team so far, the picks, right, doesn't really stand a chance right now in face of Uprise because of the overwhelming offense by ASDF. And now a Galactic Legends to probably steal things, end things once and for all.
Hell, just like that, overtime's dwindling. They're trying to jump point, but there you have it, folks. New Moon capture the Royal Palace here. That means they win 4-3 in this amazing race to 4, and they've solidified their spot at the Grand Finals.
Wow. I mean, you gotta give props to XOXO, right?
Yeah.
For putting up such an amazing and innovative play. But congratulations to New Moon, because at one point, Poch, they were 1-3.
Yeah.
1-3.
The way that they were able to climb back was insane. Who knew that they were just getting the download and getting the tempo, getting the rhythm? Yeah. And it started with just getting that confidence and domination. And then there was a convoy mission. They were able to actually thwart any efforts. And luckily for them, the checkmate was another domination match here. They still stuck to their guns with their type of lineup with the 3 supports. And that they really played to their strength and showed the levels to their game. Like you said, New Moon for me is just such an entertaining team to watch. Hopefully we see a leveled up and more rounded team to go up against New Moon in the coming seasons of Marvel Rivals.
It kind of makes you wonder as well, right? I know this might be a what if situation, right? Because it kind of makes me wonder if XOXO, instead of reserving the Venom, I think if they had a Spider-Man, what would the outcome actually be? You know what I mean? But losing the Venom would be pretty devastating. So
if I recall in the matches that they did win, the Venom was band? I forgot what it was, but that's a good thought to have. I think we'll check it out later on because maybe I just remember the Magic and the Spider-Man being in the matches that they've won. And it's Seiya has other characters in his arsenal. So yeah, I guess that's a point that we gotta revisit or maybe talk to them about and just, congratulate them with, because them getting this far and really pushing them to that limit was just something that we have to acknowledge, right? Acknowledge me.
Acknowledge me. If you get the reference, guys. But yeah, I mean, after all has been said and done, congratulations, because New Moon will be your second grand finalist going up against Genji Academy, who apparently needs sponsor at the moment. So
yeah,
hopefully this next match will convince future stakeholders or ORGs to reach out.
And can I just say, I think this was the best type of warm-up for New Moon, because they are going up against Genji. This is a revenge match, right? They lost the best of 5 coming into this against Genji at the upper bracket finals. Yeah, upper bracket finals. So I think the way that they were able to counter the Venom, I wonder if they're going to allow the Venom to happen on Soon's side, because if we talk about their type of lineup, they're not afraid to go like a dive comp. They're not afraid to just go with a 1 DPS and everyone else is just going to support that DPS. Yeah, so this is really going to be a battle of you can kind of say that they have the same type of playstyle with where they counter each other and really find the openings in their team, the opposition, and just go forward with it.
I mean, fortunately for Genji, right? Even if they do reserve the Venom, they know that Genji they don't play Spider-Man. They don't play that kind of composition. Or do they play Spider-Man?
This could be the debut. But if I remember correctly, the original strategy of how New Moon approached this match is take out Kadia's Bucky. So we'll revisit that conversation in a bit, folks. Now we're going to check out the highlights and take a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and faith. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again.
To all our new guests from across the timelines, I welcome you to the Hellfire Gala. Welcome one and all to Krakoa. This living island may be a sovereign mutant nation, but tonight, our home is yours. Honored guests, I propose a toast to Krakoa. Here, there are no rivals. Man and mutant
Will be exterminated. You all belong to history.
To me, my X-Men! This is a fight for our survival!
Then try to stay alive just long enough to see my way as the Age of Ultron begins.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear.
Mind Crush!
You were beneath me.
Impervious!
Pathetic. How embarrassing.
Kneel, peasants!
That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Kneel, peasants!
Three, two, one, blast off! Legendary!
To all our new guests from across the timelines, I welcome you to the Hellfire Gala. Welcome one and all to Krakoa. This living island may be a sovereign mutant nation, but tonight, our home is yours. Honored guests, I propose a toast to Krakoa. Here, there are no rivals. Man and mutant
Will be exterminated. You all belong to history.
To me, my X-Men! This is a fight for our survival!
just long enough to see my way as the Age of Ultron begins.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear. Mind crush! You were beneath me. Impervious! Pathetic. How embarrassing. Kneel, peasants! That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Kneel, peasants!
Three, two, one, blast off! Legendary!
Ladies and gentlemen, the main event is upon us. It is time for the grand finals. In one corner, you have New Moon that fought tooth and nail to get to this position. And you have Gen G, the undefeated Gen G, that is in the other position. And you also have Nello Mello right over there. Here.
Yeah.
And Poch Spice. So how you
Here.
feeling, Nell?
Okay. Oh, feeling great. Definitely exciting back-to-back actions, right, going on in the games that we've watched before. And of course, you gotta give props to the creativity of the teams that we saw in terms
Right.
of the picks and the bans, right, going in. So I'm looking forward to this grand finals simply because these two teams, they only ever, like, okay, one team, Gen G, the only one that has ever given a run for the money is actually the team that's gonna face them now, which is
Right.
Uprise. So
Mhm.
I'm expecting it to be a super neck and neck action sort of back
Oh
and
yeah,
forth.
and we did get a bit of a glimpse of that yesterday, but it took the back and forth was so long that we had to actually cut it a little short, and it actually ended up being Gen G to actually win that entire altercation. But it did go all the way till the 5 games. They kind of did the same thing. Like they lost, they were I think 2 down, and then they just all of a sudden swooped the last 2 games, and they were able to get back into it. So I agree with your sentiments. It will be a back and forth, folks. And I want to ask Chad, who do you think is going to take this one? Is it going to be Gen G, or is it going to be Uprising? Is it going to be Need Sponsors? Is it going to be New Moon? For sure, I'm going to need to take a seat and take a sip of water, because this is going to be an intense one.
Exactly. And with best of 7, you can expect a lot of action, a lot of back and forth, a lot of adjustments, right? In order to counter one team up with another strategy. And you've seen how hard XOXO actually did just now in the lower brackets final up against Uprise. So I can imagine this sort of back and forth is going to happen with these 2 teams as well.
Oh yeah.
Simply because Gen G, they have that dive arsenal.
Oh yeah.
In their arsenal as well.
Shout outs to Soon. Him on the Venom has also, give us a lot of highlights when it came to the dive meta. So we are at the grand finals. We're gonna get towards the picks and bans, and I believe it's Domination now. This is gonna be the first game that we're gonna be playing. If you guys are just joining us, we know that Domination is in New Moon's favor as of the match with XOXO, but this is I would say a fresh Gen G that they're gonna go up against.
Yeah.
We all know Snake with his rocket heals. Towards the end of that match, that he did switch it up to Invisible Woman. So I wonder if he's still gonna stick to that tried and tested rocket healing. But no, sorry, I just saw the ban.
They're gonna ban it off straight away, right? Because they know that in the first rounds, in Domination especially, you have Psylocke. That's really strong in flanking as well, and Hela, and not to mention Winter Soldier. So maybe they just want to take a little bit off the plate. Like they don't want to deal with the infinite ammos that might occur with the team ups with Winter Soldier. Maybe that's the plan. But the reserve sort of gives us an indication of what they want to play, right? Because picking up the Loki and okay, great, you can pick Winter Soldier, but well, you won't have the infinite ammo to work with at least.
So I like that they picked up the Wolverine, just reminding New Moon, oh yeah, we're still going to keep diving on you. Don't worry, your low gang nightmares is not going to end. Just because XOXO is out of the tournament, you got to go through us there, buddy. Gen G, I'm excited to see this one because Gen G, we talked about their win streak so far. It was only New Moon to kind of put an asterisk on their undefeated record. They did still win, but they were undefeated in terms of rounds. It was really... Uprising that really gave them that run for their money. And here at Domination, New Moon, I would say they're more than warmed up. I just hope that this 20-minute break kind of gave them that reset to make sure that they're going to come into this matchup 100%, because we know that Gen G is not going to hold back and not going to pull back any punches.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure a lot of these players play 6 to 8 hours or 10 hours a day, right? We've seen people do that. We've seen content creators do that. So I guess professional players, they do that as well. But here, the interesting thing we're going to see is Zune is actually going to bring out the Captain America. And the reason why I'm highlighting Captain America is because of the effectiveness that he has shown, just rushing through the back lines, and that's why it cleared the way. It took the focus off his own duelists in order to just click heads. So maybe that's where Cadia and Exil on this back-to-back duelists, the double dragons that we've spoken about, maybe that's going to give them an opening.
Yeah, it's going to be very scary to see if Captain America is making space and it allows the double dragon duelist tandem to kind of create that backline pressure. It could be a little tough because on the other side, they don't really have anything to kind of stop the backline from being harassed. But the Tori able to take out Fun all the way from the backline, and quick pickup here onto the objective by new sponsor Gen G.
That's crazy. As soon as they take out one player from New Moon, right, everyone else just backs off immediately. It just shows how much respect they have not to take the fight with a disadvantage in numbers. But this backing off early on might show a little bit of weakness. It might add to the confidence of Genji in order to just hold the lines even more and maybe try the luck and push forward if needed.
Speaking of pushing forward, that's what Fun and Eneli Choppa are doing. But you just saw that Captain America just struck down right there. Once the Vanguards are away, Choppa is going to take out soon. So, seems like they are going to go for the Kraken Impact on Genji's side just to get the death marks onto 3 of the folks here. But Eneli Choppa continues to add more damage here, taking out Kadia, taking out the Vanguard here. So, a quick pickup and turnaround on New Moon, only allowing 43% to be taken by Genji.
Yeah, and you can see why the respect is so important here, right? Because these two top tier teams, as the moment that Captain America went down, I don't think he should have committed with the Kraken Impact because you are playing with a disadvantage in number.
Yeah.
And what happens is when the shield gets up, blocks your Kraken Impact, what then? What can you do from there? You know what I mean? So, yep, I think it's best to just reset things here. Okay, so let's see. The invisible boundary might be incoming here just to try and steal the point. Snake coming in aggressively, trying to push people out, but hey, invisible boundary countered by the side of Uprise as well.
JT3, they got 2 meter M's and a Kraken Impact just for this team fight. And it is actually Don't Die that takes out Kadia in the process. Soon does have that death mark, but let's see. Goddess of Death was already cancelled out, so ASDF taking out Snake. So in the midst of all the ultimates, New Moon still holding their ground here at point, Mel.
Yeah, Don't Wanna Die showing that, yo, you wanna be the best Bucky? Well, I'm the best Bucky here. I'm contesting you for the title of the best Bucky. And look at that. The 3rd elimination by Bucky, aka Don't Wanna Die. And Kadia, I don't know, man, but you gotta fight back for your spot because Kadia's your go-to character here.
Yeah, exactly. If it's gonna be a Bucky mirror, it's usually Kadia that really pops off. So right now, this could potentially be their last team fight, and not enough resources on the side of Genji is gonna help them gain this. Kadia does have Kraken Impact, but I don't think he can open up with it. Able to actually try and flank and take out ASDF, but no, burns away. And now, final seconds here to just hold this point. ASDF still holding point here at the right side of the garden, and he takes out Exa.
Yeah, it's just the positioning touch at this point because he's just hiding behind the walls, you see, right? It's such a good place to hide. And not to mention the clicks after clicks, just making it a sweep, a pick off one after the other. And now contesting for this final place. Yeah, I think it's wise for them to just keep the ultimate at this point because you're not going to be able to fight back this point.
True. A good cleanup on the side of New Moon. They lost the first team fight, but afterwards, when they were trading ultimates, when they were trading duels, when it came to the Bucky duel, when it came to like the Hela duels, they ended up on top. And New Moon really showing us that, you know, when it comes to like clicking heads and mechanical aims, they're really good when it comes to team fights.
Yeah, mechanical, gifted, and not to mention, we did mention earlier on in the game that domination is the format that Uprise excels in. So a clear statement that it not only applies to XOXO, but it also applies to Genji. So it's a good thing that they're starting off with the domination format. It does open up a little bit more leeway in the upcoming later rounds. But here, Genji is gonna show a little bit more grit. And with Captain America, I mean, it might be disheartening because it's sort of a mirror image at one point, right? It was a Hela and Winter Soldier mirror point, and Kadia and Kadia and ASDF actually getting the longer end of it. So let's see if this is going to be the comeback in the second half.
True. Wow, look at that, just cutting off the high ground, not even allowing them to take space here. So excellent portal on the side of New Moon's Eneli Choppa, forcing Soon to take the long cut for him to be able to get a flank going on. So let's see if they're going to take up space before the mission area opens. It seems like Soon is already down here, but Hela spots him out. Again, they're just so good at stopping any of the dives to happen. ASDF just birds away, so he stays in a good angle. And now the copy already onto the side of the Loki. And we see that Don't Wanna Die has used up already the Kraken Impact, taking out some clones. And Kadia now putting himself on the board here. Invisible barrier just to keep everyone alive now.
Genji really wants this, but unfortunately Fun is going to end Dotori at the moment. But it's okay because the ultimate, the Captain America rushing with the bonus armor is going to try and keep his team alive. But against the Goddess of Death, my goodness, ASDF clicking heads, the double elimination coming in. They're just so good at this format.
They are, and they're positioning, and we've seen them actually in the same one, but we saw Annalie chop up on a different type of hero. He was on the Venom, right, in this matchup alone. And you see them now just taking up space, being a slowly like a territorial bully instead of like going for the dive flank. So just showing us level to their game and just showing Gen G, yo, we went through the ringer just to be here, and now you have to show us that you gotta beat us in the best of 7 format. And they're starting off really well. It's already about to be 50% domination mark onto the side of New Moon, and soon trying to create position here.
Yeah, trying to create space, just going forward, but there's only so much your shield can do, the durability, right? Talking about it. But you can see Choppa just ending, just trying to hold on, but unable to resist.
Okay.
All right, so a little bit of signs of life coming from Gen G.
True. And you pointed it out, right? The Loki totems are just so good at just stopping any dive attempts from happening. You saw that Soon had to just retract and join the team fight. Luckily, they were able to take space into the objective area and the mission area, so now it's New Moon that kind of has to reset. So they are going to go to the low ground area. Have to be very careful not to get flanked by Soon.
Yeah, have to be careful. Zune can reach you in angles that you can't think about, right? So Choppa, I guess it's the point to just continue on. Let's see if we'll be able to kidnap someone. Don't want to die, but the invisible boundary is going to be employed just to keep the area secure a little bit longer. JT3 has ultimate in a little bit more. So if the action starts, they can use it. They have access to the meteor end.
Wow. And also don't want to die just to eliminate the Loki clones while still holding on to the ultimate here. Able to actually get some eliminations on the board, and New Moon coming out on top in this team fight, chasing everyone away and just making sure there are no more Loki clones to work with.
Wow. Don't want to die really excels in the Winter Soldier. And I feel like a part of it not only relies on like domination being their forte, right? But also because they've gotten enough warm up from the intense fight in the lower brackets finals. So maybe that's the advantage coming in. One can argue that the fresh Gen G might be a factor as well. But hey, the signs are definitely showing. Uprise just 10% away from securing this.
Yeah, and maybe Gen G needs to warm up here, but they have to start sprinting because it's going to be the overtime. But they were actually able to take out Annalie Choppa. So only one person left. They're able to contest this area and just deny the overtime and try to gain enough objective here just to win this domination map.
Yeah, just going in. Maybe this will be the last fight that they really need. All right, maybe the portal trying to stop any incoming. Wait, trying to come back and contest the area. The push almost immediately, but hey, they're gonna be able to make it to the point itself. Round 2 coming in. Let's see if the Hela ASDF will be able to click heads and then migrate, move on towards the Goddess of Death. Gotta force out the defensive ult by Exu first. So
Exa doing a great job, just trying to click heads and also get some heals going on, eliminating ASDF, and now Annalie Choppa back into the mix here. Invisible barriers have already expired, and now he's able to take out 2 for 1 here. So New Moon looking real strong in this team fight. The numbers game are slowly catching up. JT gets picked off here, and now overtime on both sides. While Annalie Choppa goes for a big eye, forcing ASDF to go for the Hulk and try to go for a dive onto Snake. And now it seems like they lost control. Overtime is going to be propped up, and now a teleport onto the Doctor Strange of Gen G.
Yeah, but with Dotori's invisible boundary, the counter invisible boundary as well. Let's see if they'll be able to hold on the point, and obviously Chopper is going to be slept. But the Kraken impact is going to come online. Don't want to die. He's just continuously trying to get the pickoffs. He's going to get KDF. He's going to get JT3. Who's the next target? Snake's going to go down. Excellent. Soon, everyone's dead. And the point goes to Uprise.
Just like that, the cleanup on Don't Wanna Die, proving to everyone and just solidifying the point that domination is their game to win. And there was a constant back and forth, but if you look at like 2-0, that just shows that they know how to deal with the adversities, even though you're up against a fresh Gen G. So now, starting things off, this is a race to 4 best of 7 series. New Moon starting things off in the best possible fashion.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a hell of a start, making a statement of the 2-0, and not to mention the Bucky Mira matchup. One has 11 final hits, the other has, well, let's say 2 final hits, and moving on to the Doctor Strange just to move in. But honestly, I cannot even find fault. I cannot even find fault in that matchup because it's just simply the more powerful offense moving forward. The one with the more powerful offense, that comes up ahead in that matchup. And not to mention, the gears already warmed up on the side of Uprise, and domination being the format that they really favor. Yeah, I can see how they would have gotten that first game. And relatively, I would say relatively quite convincing as well.
Yeah, especially coming from that onslaught of back and forth games, right? I think that was the best possible warm-up. I think the confidence was definitely there to even bring out the mirror match of Kadia and Don't Want to Die on the Bucky, right? In the previous outing that they had, they were actually respect banning the Bucky and forcing Kadia to go towards Mantis, go for a Wolverine, not allowing the mirror match to happen. But now it just seems like New Moon or Uprise is on a different level, that they actually want to allow Bucky to come through just so that they can give it to Don't Want to Die, and maybe in this format. I'm not quite sure yet because this is just domination, and now it's a marathon here. It's a race to 4, so we could be in for a long night. The back and forth is still possibly going to happen.
Well, if the games are going to be half as interesting, like super interesting like this, well, I wouldn't mind going through the whole entire BO7, honestly. And I think everyone else at home watching this on YouTube, on Twitch, on every single platform that this is being aired on, I think this is going to be a really intense back and forth. That's number 1. And 2, very interesting development because, hey, game number 1, we still have a lot of new games coming in, a lot of rounds coming in just to showcase what they can do. And the proper arrangements, right, with a little tweaking here and there. Mind you, this is still Gen G 1.0 versus New Moon 2.0. Thanks to the upgrade, right?
Thanks to the upgrade of XOXO. That's the new patch update that they were able to get. So
exactly.
Any dives? No, we got you. ASDF is going to just constantly survey the area and just deny any dive attempts from happening. Let's talk about that actually soon on the Captain America. How did you feel about that? Do you think that maybe he should switch it up or still continue on with Captain America?
Well, honestly, I think a switch up should be in line. But hey, let's just revisit the highlights a little bit and revisit the amazing moments.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way. on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time.
Your mind is mine. Impervious. Neophysics.
Three, two, one, blast off! Legendary!
Welcome back to the grand finals of Marvel Rivals Championship. I'm Nello, this is Posh Spice, and just want to show a little bit of love to the Twitch viewers as well, because the first thing I see was Eunice. Uni is dead, and saying hi to Uni is dead, and IJ Lee saying hi, Poch. So,
Hello.
shouts-
Hey, what's
shouts
up,
to
you guys?
Yeah.
Apologies for us spacing out our shout outs or like they're just looking at chat because the games are super intense, and I hope you guys
Exactly.
will also like lock in with us because it seems like New Moon has struck first blood in this matchup. And again, this is a best of 7 series race to 4, and with how domination went, really solidifying the fact that domination should be called an uprising game at
Yeah.
this point because they've been so good.
Yeah, it should probably just be called the Uprise.
The uprise,
The Uprise. So that would sound really cool, right? Marvel
Mhm.
Rivals Uprise, right?
uprise format. It'll be fun.
Uprise format.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's true. But hey, I mean, it's only fair to give Genji the benefit of the doubt,
Right.
Because they're starting a little bit slow. Maybe their engines warmed up, trying to warm up their engines, and everything does require a little bit of time for them to get a hold of what the action is all about, right? So previously, we saw that Zune on the Captain America did not really give much of an impact, especially in terms of diving the enemy backlines, because
Right.
they're hardened. Uprise has been hardened by
Oh,
previous battles.
They've seen things, dude. They've been through
They've seen-
wars
Yeah.
that
No
of
normal
Venoms.
players should see.
Too many dives, too many Dark Childs, too many Feast of the
Spider-Man.
Abysses, just Spider-Mans as well. So they need to bring something different to the table. Sure, Captain America can bring that synergy, and also the flanks are on point. But if you're not getting the final hits, if you're not getting the KOs and not occupying space, or at least gaining that respect from New Moon, they need to kind of change things up. So hopefully they will here as they lock in. They lock in the Loki. Oh no, it's actually the Wolverine that's locked in by Gen G here, which I didn't actually see the Wolverine be used in the domination match. So hopefully we'll see Gen G utilize their locked in character.
I mean, it's a convoy format, right? So having a Wolverine is always very good because the Vanguards are obviously a menace in the front line. So the ability to have Wolverine kidnap these frontliners will be an added bonus.
Right.
But Uprise, usually they're just going to go with the Magneto and Thing tandem simply because Magneto, shield. And the Thing, immovable force. So it sort of deters the Wolverine. And we know Kadia plays an awesome Wolverine as well.
Yeah, that's actually been highlighted in their previous matchup. So not forcing the Bucky mirror match to happen. It seems like Don't Want to Die is still on that Bucky. They're doing the defense. They're on the defensive side. So we've seen how Eneli Chapa could just like disrupt any formation from the front lines with his usage of the Thing. But with, like you mentioned, the dive heavy centered meta of how Gen G is going to approach this, because Soon is still on the Captain America. Let's see if they can create some chaos here.
Chaos is the name of the game here. With this lineup, yeah, I think we can expect a lot of them, right? Because Exit on the Psylocke, let's see the flanking power comes into play.
Dude, we've seen a lot of pop-offs, but actually on Don't Want to Die as well as ASDF on the Psylocke. But now Exit wants to make his mark here with the Psylocke. Already trying to see if there's anyone in the area, but it seems like Eneli Chapa is the one that's holding down the fort close towards the objective, getting those right clicks and left clicks in there.
Yeah, the 1-2 punch and the haymaker, that's gonna be enough. And that's the good thing about having a Thing in the lineup, right? Because anything happens in the front line, as long as you stay on the convoy, you stay on it. Anything happens to your back lines, no problem. I can just dash back and just give them the damage reduction as well. So that's the beauty of having the Thing. So you can see Exit has yet to find the first casualty.
Ooh, it seems like Dottori scored the first blood, taking out Dobby. Note that New Moon is still defending here. Fun able to take out Exit as he was trying to flank. And now the convoy is moving along quite well here, but Eneli Chapa getting some CC and trying to go for that back line. Oh, unfortunately, the invisible barrier wasn't able to save Kadia. And now Eneli Chapa focusing his attention on the back line that's being harassed.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much you can do, right? With Kadia, it's putting himself in danger because as a Wolverine, yes, you get a kidnap, but once the kidnap fails, you don't have your left shift to run away. You have your right clicks, but it only travels a short distance as well. So, New Moon, still holding on the points pretty well. So Gen G, even if they have the first casualty of the game, it doesn't really matter because Spawn is still pretty close.
Wow. Look at that. He was able to track Soon as Captain America was dashing away. That just shows that Don't Want to Die is just really on another level, able to actually get pickoffs without just using the left clicks of Bucky.
Yeah. And left clicks of Bucky, super scary. I wish I can play half as good as this Bucky right here. But honestly, it really is harder than it looks, right? You gotta have amazing accuracy. So here, the shields of the Vanguard is gonna help to negate some of the damage. But the clobbering time is going to... Wow, Chopper coming in strong. Haymaker just trying to punch the opponents into oblivion.
Yeah.
But watch out, Uprise. 4 ultimates ready to counter Gen G.
Oh, gets the kidnap. Oh, but the invisible barrier able to save them, forcing Kadia to use the ultimate here. And now we see that the Meteor M takes out Kadia. It was a battle of attrition now, and New Moon was able to get at least one Wolverine out of the mix here. Snake retaliates by taking out Don't Want to Die, but Exit is going to be able to try and go for the dance of the butterflies without having any defensive ultimate. And we do see the pickoffs on New Moon's side. So Gen G able to make this push happen.
Is this the game? Is this the game we're gonna see Snake pop off as a low-key DPSer? Because that's exactly what he just did. He just took out 3 of them. 3 eliminations on the Mantis strategist. So
yeah.
Snake. Let's not forget this name.
Yeah, definitely not. But, oh wow! Tries to get the kid. That's a funny animation, but nothing funny about this team fight that's gonna happen. Only Bucky has an ultimate to work with. Note that Snake was able to get those eliminations after the defensive ult was popped. We do see Loki tandems here, totems here. Goes for the Kraken impact, takes out Exa. We're gonna see Don't Wanna Die trying to go for the backlines here. Magneto is here for the shield. This shield away strategist, and they still are able to stay alive.
Wow, beautiful, beautiful play right there. Maintaining alive, minimizing the casualty, right? But Fun just too strong on the front lines, taking out a double elimination, and Choppa as well. The Vanguards are slaying from the side of Uprise.
Yeah, the Vanguards are definitely given us a multitude of reasons why you have to respect the right hands of, or the hands of Ben over here, the thing. And Magneto just showing, you know what, Fun also has a great aim, tries to displace Captain America here, but they do have a portal to work with. They go for the invisible barrier to keep everyone alive, and Kadia gets the kidnap on ASDF, but the invisible barrier to keep everyone alive, but unfortunately unable to keep everyone with the displacement of the ultimate of Wolverine.
What a play. Triple kill onto the fourth elimination. That's Kadia, ladies and gentlemen. And fortunately, they are going to win this one important team fight to bring it to the next point. So I was low-key kind of thinking that they might not even be able to make it to the second point with how strong Uprise was holding.
That team fight was super important. I think it reminded us what Genji is all about when it comes to clutch situations. Nice deflect on Soon's side. So they are holding the high ground here. It seems like they're gonna just push the cart a little bit more while while Uprise tries to position themselves to stop the objective from moving.
Yeah, I mean, now we're gonna see the battle truly begins here as the terrain starts to shift. Exit on. They're just trying to get a really safe spot, clicking, trying to click as many opponents as possible. Hopefully trying to get... You can see that almost every hit nails straight onto the opponents, right? But here, wow, they are dangerously low. Has to be really careful. Go back to the heals. But Kadia trying to go a different route. Probably trying to kidnap someone. Let's see who's going to kidnap. Who's going to kidnap Dobby? Goodbye, Dobby.
But the push onto him, unable to actually get anything going on. They're still holding point here. So in this slope, it's actually the most contested point. You do have the Goddess of Death here, but he can actually, with that flank to the right, to just get rid of line of sight. So it seems like Don't Wanna Die, just building up that ult, waiting for the right opportunity. And now Mantis using up the ultimate while Meteor M's gonna get popped. Everything is actually gonna be put on the table here, and soon, first one to get eliminated. Kadia eliminating Dobby. It's a back and forth, but it seems like Genji slowly falling apart here in this team fight ultimate.
Yeah, because if they miss that first shield, if they are unable to counter that first Kraken impact, trust me, it's gonna keep refreshing and keep going on and on and on. And that's exactly why they won that team fight just now with no Meteor M to counter at the very end. So this is going to help Uprise try and defend a little bit long. Wait, push a little bit longer. Genji has to come back really, really quick.
Yeah, true. And they don't have spawn advantage here. Seems like they don't even have a portal to work with, so they're gonna have to work on that slope position. But soon, already making sure that, yo, I got the shield, I got that new buff, I could jump with my shield now. So it seems like they're trying to flank. Final 10 seconds now. How is Kadia gonna try to play this one out? Can he get the kidnap going on? They're all holding point here.
Yeah, they're all holding point, and it's very unfortunate because Kadia is the one that actually has to try and make things happen. But Zune gonna try dangerously low. Fun gonna initiate with the Meteor M, and he's gonna instantly take out Kadia. No chance at all. No chance given, especially when he had his ultimate up and ready. Fun trying to keep the enemies away from the payload because it's so damn close at this moment. But they're taking them out one by one, Poch.
And they bullied them out of the objective. That was insane. That was an insane way how they were able to take up that space. It started with them getting rid of Kadia, slowly pushing into that room. They tried to preserve their life as much as they could, but the objective was not stepped on. There was a bit of overtime, and it seems like New Moon denied any more points to be gained by Genji. So it's a 1-point game now.
Wow. Uprise showing why they are the ones to beat in this tournament, right? Just slowly crawling back to their top form.
Yeah.
And what a match to look at. I think Genji wasn't even ready. I don't think they are aware of what's going on exactly, because is this the same team that we have eliminated and brought down to the lower brackets? just a day before because they're playing like monsters, like gods now.
Yeah, you know, there's some teams or players, if you send them to the lower bracket, they get so much stronger. I don't know, call it like survival instincts or they get warmed up. But yeah, a new moon showing us that they're not one to look out. I mean, we say that Gen G is the undefeated team, right? So I think this kind of lights a fire on New Moon's side. Like, yo, we got to get that one back. We got to be able to show them that we are not gonna just give them the championship. And this is still the second mapping contention, right? So Gen G could still fight their way out of this.
Yeah.
We just have to wait and see here. They haven't changed up any of their lineup just yet.
Yeah. Not changing, just going with what works, right? Try to test it. Nothing's wrong, don't fix it, right? So JT3 just gonna take the high grounds really good. At least there's the cover behind the walls just to try and do a little bit more damage, build up the ultimate. You can see Exo moving on to the Star-Lord, using the flanking, trying to help the Hela. Sorry, not trying to help the Hela. Actually, he's trying to get rid of the Hela.
Yeah. And he's able to do that. So great duel there by Eggsy. He did get a little bit support from Captain America there. So it seems like Dobby just healing everyone and actually taking out Captain America. So slowly but surely, New Moon, oh my god, gets kidnapped here. ASDF unable to burn away. Still staying alive, but no, Kadia able to take out ASDF.
Yeah, what Hela? I don't see no Hela. I only see food. And that's the name of Kadia right there. So good job getting rid of the Hela, because that Hela, honestly, if you don't pressure Hela, he's just going to be comfortably clicking from the back lines.
Yeah. Oh, and we've established so much dominance. ASDF just in the back lines, just making sure that anyone going to dive, no, I'm going to be able to just force their cooldowns or force their life away. We do see that the Loki copy was already there by Snake, and the invisible shield has already been up on both sides, while Soon trying to create a flank situation, adding more disruption onto the back lines while Dobby still stays up because of the invisible barrier. We have a Kraken impact as well as a Galactic Legend online. No one is falling just yet because there's another round of invisible barriers, while a Meteor M finally takes out one of the strategists.
Yeah, Invisible Woman down. It's going to be a 5v6 game right now. And not to mention, all ultimates have been used. So this is going to be sheer pressure from damage alone. The responses coming in really, really strong. You can see Genji holding on really, really tightly to this point at the moment. And Snake just being sneaky, slithering around with the Loki, the god of mischief, right? She's coming in, but wait, the click onto the Star-Lord's head.
Yeah, the kidnap to the click onto the head. And now the uppercut just to add more frontline pressure here. We do see that the Hela is trying to create a position, but it seems like Don't Want to Die continuing to just get elimination after elimination. ASDF is taken out of the map, but we do have close to getting the first point here. Can they continue on? It seems like Gen G is kind of recuperating from all this pressure coming from New Moon.
Yeah, you can see the captain flying away, right? Bucky's like, hey, wait, we're gonna get the team up next season. Don't go away from me. Yeah, you know. But Zoon's gonna come back in, fully refreshed, gonna try and make something happen, but the invisible boundary is gonna try and keep the teammates alive. The pressure is still on. Chaos on the battlefield. The chaos is just too much. Exu. Oh, it's gonna be the Peter M's gonna not hit anyone. Huge.
Wow. Good displacement and push as well. Back to Kadia here, trying to rip people to shreds. Able to get the kidnap, and Kadia taking 2 for 1. Fun just being able to pick off Kadia in the process. And we do see a little bit of technical difficulties here, folks. Going back to Untitled Chapter, just making sure everything is actually all right here as they try to push more of the point.
Yeah, that was a spinneroonie, by the way.
A little bit, yeah. I was like, wow, Star-Lord's dancing to save the
I did not know. The unlimited E. The unlimited spinning right there.
Oh, that's a preview of the next season. We're going to have E that lasts for like 10 seconds.
Oh my god, please, no. You don't even need your left clicks anymore. You pretty much just go in and E. Galactic Legend's gonna be employed, but the Meteor M almost immediately trying to counter whatever that's being thrown. Kadia gonna be the first casualty by NLE Chopper, gonna be taken out by the thing, but now Kraken impact by Do Not Wanna Die, trying to send everyone into oblivion, but beautifully counted so far. Over time, pretty soon, will they be able to hold this? Genji, no, Uprise, coming moving forward. They're gonna win in advantage of numbers.
Okay, they're trying to touch point here, but Fun able to hold down the line, and they're able to unlock the first checkpoint while Don't Want to Die continues on. just cleaning up the Loki clones. But that was
Yeah.
actually real close now.
Yeah, I mean, Loki, the Bane, right? I mean, Winter Soldier's the Bane to his existence, right? Because of the clones, you can easily just recharge and go back and try to find the next target. So that's why the Magneto ultimate needs to be super precise. The moment he gets
Yeah.
up, it's gotta hit him in the face, right?
Exactly. Kind of like in volleyball, just going for a spike. Nope. You're
Nope.
actually
Body
getting
shot.
denied. Yeah.
Face shot.
Exactly. And it seems like Dolby just going for the heal while Choppa trying to get some CC through that run of the thing. Eggsy staying at the back lines here, continuing just to clean up a little bit of those Loki clones. Doing a great job so far, but Gen G can't afford any more team fights lost because they're so close to actually getting the point. Soon gets kidnapped, goes straight into the invisible barrier to keep everyone alive. So another team fight ultimate we have here now.
Yeah, what a play, right? Just trying to keep teammates. The rotations of the ultimate was done beautifully, and because of that, Gen G was unable to hold off Uprise simply because the rotation just comes in time. What can you do? When you go for the Galactic's Legend, you have a Meteor M waiting on the other side of the map. You go for Goddess of Death, and they'll be able to hold the point as well. So now, coming in strong, Exu, but the invisible boundary is going to keep the opponents alive. Uprise, the kidnap happening, but that's not going to be on the Vanguard. That's just gonna be a little bit of sidetrack here. But finally taking out Dobby, taking out the two. Number 2, the strategist, the Bucky, and it looks like Genji showing signs of life right here.
Yeah, I think this might be a replay because they already unlocked the first point from where we're at, but I think that was the Spinneroonie that we saw a while ago. So finally, we are at the try to unlock the first point here. So it seems like Gen G getting control of this first half of the first third of this map is going to be a little tough. So the win condition still remains. New Moon needs to continue to face close to getting the second point unlocked because Gen G is still on that first one. So now this is going to be the battle of ultimates. We saw this before with how well Choppa is able to just click heads and just go for those right haymakers. And this is the cleanup that we did see from Don't Wanna Die.
Yeah, this is very unfortunate because KDL was so quick to go down, and that's why they have to fight this 5v6. And not to mention, because of the difference in number, the Kraken Impact's gonna help Don't Wanna Die to keep going on. Taking the third, taking the fourth, taking the fifth, the pentakill going on. Loki gonna be refreshing it, and that's gonna be it. They are going to unlock the first point, moving forward. Don't Wanna Die, unstoppable at this point.
Yeah, the way he was able to, when the team fight happens, like you said, the Meteor M was the one there to counter him. Just get that Meteor M to the face. Unable to get that. Once you're allowed Don't Wanna Die to just unlock himself and make sure that the Kraken Impact will go uncontested, it's just a sight to behold. So now we are going to go towards that middle mark of that second checkpoint. Win condition still remains on New Moon's side. They need to push past and unlock that second checkpoint. While we see the kidnap happen, seems like the uppercut just to displace Cadia. Continuing on the offense is Don't Wanna Die.
Yeah, who's kidnapping who? It kind of makes you who's actually kidnapping who, because hey, not me. I'm the one kidnapping you. Okay, so Cadia gonna go down, and my God, this guy taking out the opponents left and right, and it doesn't seem like Gen G has an answer to the moving force of Uprise.
Like you said, it's the immovable object, right, of Choppa. And Cadia able to get a kidnap on ASDF. Gonna get the fly away, but he's still gonna be able to catch onto it. But Choppa is here to be able to try and thwart the attempt. But we do see that Cadia did get that health back, and Choppa is gonna try to head on back for the team fight. Unable to get anything much, but we do see a Meteor M being used by New Moon Fun, unable to get anyone out just yet. But Gen G can't afford to give up any ground at this point now, and it's already the final seconds of this match.
Yeah, this is just crazy. And just a little bit more, just a few meters more, and that's gonna be it. But now, going into the assault, Cadia trying to make things happen with the hack and slash. Look at that slash going on, but all ultimates are probably have to be committed here with less than 30 seconds. They gotta make something happen. Exu in the heat of the battlefield has the Goddess of Death in case he goes dangerously low. But now he'll be able to eliminate half of Team Uprise.
Oh my goodness, this is actually going to be really good for Gen G. And now forcing everyone back to spawn, Champa has to use the portal to try and get back on point. It's going to be the final seconds. They need to push this point and force the overtime to happen. But can they do it? Everyone is actually on point here. They go for the portal and everyone steps onto the point to force the overtime to happen. And now it's going to be the final team fight. We do see that the Goddess of Death has been used by ASDF. And we do see that the copy has been put onto the... We see two Captain Americas here. So I'm not sure if they were supposed to go for that. And now they're slowly pushing the point here. Soon, we'll soon try to join the fight here. But nice escape on the side of the Hela. It's Chaos incarnate here now.
Yeah, just bashing the brawler that we know, right? Captain America. Wow, taking out the Invisible Woman at the front line. It's going to be 5v6. This is huge. And now going on to the next target. Zune is going to take out Choppa. Exu taking out Fun Fun. Looks like half of the team of Uprise is going to be gone. And they will be able to hold the point.
A back and forth battle we have in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. We're back to 1 each in this race to 4 best of 7. Gen G didn't have the best start, but man, they came online towards the end when it's clutch, and MVP status goes to Dotori.
Yeah, what a play to push the point, right? And at that point, Uprise wasn't able to even hold on any longer. So again, the timing to win. You might be losing battles, but winning the war is ultimately what you want to do. And you can see for yourself, like look at the final hits. You can see that, yeah, all right, we'll give you that. You have the better final hit score on Bucky, right? But hey, we aim for the objectives. That's what we want. And that's why they are so strong in this kind of maps, because if you give a domination map, obviously the kills are going to help you propel to secure the point even longer, right? But here, it's all about working as a team to keep each other alive and making those eliminations when it counts.
Yeah, and can I just say, one Captain America, okay, we can handle that. But 2 Captain Americas?
What
towards
timeline
the
is
end
this?
there.
What timeline is this? The multiverse.
The multiverse of
into.
2 Captain Americas, the Loki copy there. and also the ultimate onto the Hela towards the end, just to do a little bit of cleanup. It was just so masterfully played when it came to it. We did see a lot of moments of brilliance with Eneli Chapo, with the Thing. But I would also say, especially when they unlocked that first checkpoint, Kadia's flank started to really pay dividends for his team. The kidnaps, the harassment onto Hela, the harassment onto the Thing really helped the team just dominate that point and make sure that they were on the right direction to be able to get that victory. It was blood, sweat, and tears, but they did it. So now it's a 1-1 in this best of 7 series.
Yeah, and not being stubborn is also a trait, right? Because it's obvious that he could have persisted, went on with the Winter Soldier and insisted on going head on against Don't Wanna Die. But instead, he's very flexible, decides to go at the Wolverine because that's what's gonna help the team even more.
Right.
And honestly, he's not even getting a lot of final hits, but it's fine because he's managed to pressure them enough to get off the point and they're able to push it forward.
Yeah.
So I feel like ego is not an issue here. Team communication is top par, and maybe that's the one reason why Gen G was able to win this round.
Yeah, and I like that you said that, being flexible, because we did talk about how Kadia really pops off as that Winter Soldier. But before anything else, folks, let's check out the highlights and take a really quick break before we continue this best of 7 series.
stopping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now it's the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and faith. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
To all our new guests from across the timelines, I welcome you to the Hellfire Gala. Welcome one and all to Krakoa. This living island may be a sovereign mutant nation, but tonight, our home is yours. Honored guests, I propose a toast to Krakoa. Here there are no rivals. Man and mutant
will be exterminated. You all belong to history.
To me, my X-Men! This is a fight for our survival!
Then try to stay alive just long enough to see my way as the Age of Ultron begins.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserve that, dear.
Mind crush!
You were beneath me.
Impervious!
Pathetic. How embarrassing.
Kneel, peasants!
That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Kneel, peasants!
Three, two, one, blast off! Legendary!
To all our new guests from across the timelines, I welcome you to the Hellfire Gala. Welcome one and all to Krakoa. This living island may be a sovereign mutant nation, but tonight, our home is yours. Honored guests, I propose a toast to Krakoa. Here, there are no rivals. Man and mutant
will be exterminated. You all belong to history.
To me, my X-Men! This is a fight for our survival!
Then try to stay alive just long enough to see my way as the Age of Ultron begins.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear.
Mind crush!
You were beneath me.
Impervious!
Pathetic. How embarrassing.
Kneel, peasants!
That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Kneel, peasants!
Three, two, one, blast off! Legendary!
And welcome back, folks, to Marvel Rivals Championship Season 1 for Asia. We are at the grand finals, and we have ourselves an interesting game. One apiece for Gen G and New Moon. It's still a race to 4. Nell, do we still have left in the tank? I know it's going to be a long night, but I'm super excited.
Yeah, I have a lot left in the tank, especially when you're talking about the best of the best coming, coming back and forth, right? The back and forth is really just shows how tight this competition is. And, from what I'm seeing here, it's like you take one, we're going to take one. And so I feel this is definitely going to go to the full extent of best of 7. And hey, we're here to enjoy the games together.
Yeah, so shout outs to each and every one of you that has joined us since the beginning of the day, since the beginning of the weekend, since Ignition stage. You guys give that support to the players, and you give that love and admiration. Hopefully, we will be able to keep you guys company all the way until the end and keep up that hype, because it means the world that you guys are supporting these players, these teams. And I'm just excited to see who's going to take the lead now that we've kind of tied things up with Gen G versus New Moon.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's not domination, right? Gen G can be a little bit relieved simply because Uprise they've been nailing every team fight, especially when it comes to domination formats. But hey, it's Gen G after all. I'm pretty sure they're up for challenges. And you saw for yourself, you've seen it for yourself, the versatility of the lineup, Kadia.
Yeah.
We thought that Winter Soldier's the go-to, but hey, works with the Wolverine. Because Snake is just going to play Rocket, Invis-Woman. But hey, went with the Mantis and clicking heads as well. So a lot of rotations, and I'm glad because they're all very, very talented players. And we're just so happy to be able to showcase the talents for everyone to see here.
Showcase if any sponsors and any orgs are looking. Look no further than either of these two teams, because wouldn't it be sweet if not only do the winner get like majority share of the prize pool, but also get picked up by someone. I know, this is the first year of Marvel Rivals in competitive or Marvel Rivals Championship. Wouldn't it be sweet, like once like the leagues are established, we're able to, give these footnotes in history of this game that this was the introduction to everyone to these amazing players in the esport that is Marvel Rivals. But we're cutting things a bit close. We're gonna head towards Symbiotic Surface, round 3 Convergence.
Favorite map, simply because of the first point. It's just super exciting to watch the tower defense going on. In this case, it would be the team defense. But okay, so banning off the rocket, can see how strong the beacon, the BRB is, especially in team fights, just bringing people back in a safe spot nonetheless. You don't have to activate it like how Adam Warlock activates the Karmic Rebirth. So taking out the Adam, I think that's a wise choice, because Uprise is very comfortable with the Guardian of the Galaxies tandem.
Yeah, so at least taking them out of their comfort zone. Luna getting picked off here. It seems like now the court is the ball is in Gen G's court, who they will be choosing to lose here. So it seems like they're banning out a lot of the strategists, forcing probably a Mantis, Invisible Woman tandem on both sides, and it seems like Groot will be taken out of the mix here. So Wolverine won't have the kidnap onto Groot.
Yeah, I mean, basically just taking out Groot because they know that this is going to create a lot of problems, right? The walls are definitely going to help with buffing the bonus healths for Groot, and not to mention blocking off the exit path for the opponents, just separating the heals. Groot is just super strong at this point, right? So why deal with it? Just ban it. So glad to see that this is the composition that they are going to pick up. Kadia insisting on the Wolverine here, so it's pretty much going to be a similar composition to what they played from the previous round.
Yeah, I think they also did their homework very well, because we've seen a lot of Annalie Choppa getting MVP with that Groot. So just forcing him out of it at least, and also the points that you mentioned with the walls and the sustain that Groot has. Especially also denying the ultimate team up with Bucky, right? And once he gets the Strangling Prison, he goes for the Kraken Impact. So just taking that out, forcing Choppa actually onto Ben himself. It's clobbering time with the Thing. And everything else is kind of business as usual with ASDF on the Hela. You still got Don't Want to Die on the Bucky, but at least, like you said, Gen G knows when they don't want to go for that mirror fight with Bucky.
Yeah, coming in strong. The one thing that they need to do here, build up the ultimate charges as usual. Just try not to get killed in between the crossfires, right? So don't want to die. Gonna try and make the first move, trying to get a little bit of damage. And only chop out.
Oh my!
happened. The haymaker into the slam onto the wall, taking out JT3. So
Yeah. A big tank being taken out. Actually, the one that could hold the line, because Soon is going to have to go back and forth here. So this is going to unlock at least the first third of the point. I think they have to regroup to try to contest it once again, but they're going to try to hold their point here. I know the right clicks, the shield the Captain America shield still holding through here. Able to unlock the first one, so great start so far for Choppa. They're going to go fisticuffs with the adamantium claws of Wolverine, but seems like the great start here might actually continue on until first one who gets an ultimate.
yeah, first one to get the ultimate is gonna ignite, and you can see that Dobby almost has his ultimate up. He's the one that's charging really, really fast. Fun as well. But Choppa with the haymaker taking out Zoom. Zoom's gonna be out of commission. It's gonna be a 5v6. Make that 4v6 because Kadia, JT3, Snake falling like dominoes, and XZ. So the entire team getting team wiped by Uprise.
Yeah, I mean, I think it all started with Choppa just getting rid of JT for them to have the numbers game advantage coming into that first team fight. And they tried contesting onto that point, but I think they couldn't take up space without having Magneto there. Soon could only do so much, and he fell in the process. So now they have to really contest the midway point of this symbiotic surface. So they choose to engage at the second floor here, while Choppa being very careful, still sticking with his team here since he can't create space if he has to go over there to the other side of the building.
Yeah, exactly. Choppa is just so versatile on the thing, right? Just the haymaker into the slam shield. Invisible boundary gonna be countered immediately by their very own invisible boundary. Just gonna reset the damage a little bit, but ASDF is trying to find an opening in order to take down anyone that falls into the crosshairs. And even Don't Wanna Die is very, very far apart. Loki gonna be copying with an invisible boundary. Gonna be countered by another invisible boundary. He's flying left and right. Kadia.
Oh my god, Goddess of Death as well as the Kraken Impact, but both of them actually getting pick-offs left and right, so it's still a 5v5 situation, but no more defensive ults. It's Exa that's going to go for the Goddess of Death. They have to get rid of the Death from above, but racking in more damage here. Everyone is still under a roof here, so doing a great job is New Moon staying alive after that effort of the Goddess of Death. Soon has the Freedom Charge to work with, and he's going to pop that right away to try and flank a position here.
Wow, picking up, just giving bonus armor to the teammates as well, just creating havoc, bashing people left and right, and then just escaping through the battlefield, chasing after ASDF as well. The bird form gonna be taken up by Exil almost immediately. It's like, yeah, I know where you're heading. That's your exit path, and I will be waiting on my left here. 5d6 in the vicinity. Will Uprise be able to hold on against this right now?
Window of opportunity for Genji to contest the point, but now we see that Don't Wanna Die, and Annalie Choppa eliminating two of the players here. Is a three-person pick-off. ASDF forced to actually go for the Doctor Strange here and actually eliminates Exa. Holy smokes.
What a play. Jarvis clipped that. He used the portal. What a Chad. Using the portal to just catch up to where Exa was.
And now portal spawn on to jump onto the point, forcing out both invisible barriers. Trying to displace a lot of folks here away from it, and ASDF and Annalie Choppa taking out Snake and Kadia. Make that two. Exa is also out of the team fight here, and they're also out of portal. So now it's just that one person holding point on the side of Genji, and they're gonna unlock. New Moon is gonna unlock this first point here.
Oh my god, out of the boiling water into the burning, scorching hot oil. That's exactly what happened just now. And they thought that we were able to secure that point. But mind you, the Fortress of Solitude, the iron defense that they have while having Don't Wanna Die at the back, just dishing out damage along with Dobby. You cannot underestimate them. And with that, the push comes even closer to conclusion, and they don't have a portal to work with. Not that they really mind because the spawn's really close, but with a lot of time left on the clock, so Uprise not really pressured at this point.
Yeah, they have a lot of time to hustle, but they don't want to give Genji too much time to figure out how to counter this, but at least they have spawn advantage and they have some ultimates to work with. We do see that the eye is going to be popped here by ASDF, taking out Kadia, but Don't Wanna Die, taking out majority of the roster here on the side of Genji, taking out Snake's clones here, and continuing on the path to finish this objective.
Oh my god, continuing the Kraken Impact. Dotori is gonna feel the round. Exa is gonna feel the next round. They are pushing Genji back to the spawn. Uprise. What an aggressive play by them, and with just a little bit more, they're gonna reach the point pretty soon. But Captain America, Zune, let's see if he has something to say about that.
Okay, freedom charge to the point. Complete domination thus far. Genji's last chance. We do have the 2 invisible barriers up, and we have the Meteor M to take out Exa. So fun. Great placement of that Meteor M. ASDF now focusing on just getting the Maelstrom of Madness. Goes for that pop, and another invisible barrier to keep everyone alive. So they're trying to push away from that point, and we do see that Kadia really making sure that this Wolverine's gonna count. Taken out, don't want to die. Still a lot of time left on the clock for Uprise to rebuttal here, but Kadia getting the kidnap here. Still displacing a lot, and once the dust settles, let's see who is gonna fall. It seems like ASDF takes out Kadia, takes out the Chaos Maker, and continues on to push forward.
Yeah, they know that Don't Wanna Die will be enough as a solo duelist. The Triple Vanguard pushing, marching that way towards the end point. And you can see that right now Genji is actually scattering to make things happen. NLE Chopper with the Haymaker just trying to constantly pounce them back into the spawn area. Just look at what happened. Clobbering time, managing to card control and taking them all out. 3 of them gone. How are they going to defend this? The answer is no, you do not have this. Uprise. 3-0 at the point.
The way that NLE Choppa was able to bully one of the strategists to back to the spawn point was just like, that's him in a nutshell. The way he plays, he takes up space, he bullies you towards that point, and that's how you're supposed to be able to win this type of match. And it's rare to see on Symbiotic Surface for someone to be able to push the objective all the way to the end, because the defending side has such a huge advantage when they're defending once the second checkpoint is unlocked. And the fact that they're able to put all the pieces together towards the end means that New Moon,
God.
Holy smokes, dude.
Yeah, it's the thing, I tell you. It's the thing factor right there. Ben on the side of NLE Chopper. And guys, this guy has been pouncing his way, forcing everyone back. It's not even the van. It's not even fun. That's the one that's pushing them back.
Right.
You know what I mean? So the strong offensive capability of the thing, especially when being kept alive like that in a prolonged team fight, yeah, you know what? You can go invisible. Dotori, you're not going to be safe from the Haymaker. You're not going to be safe from the crowd control, even with Snake. So maybe that's why he's going to go on right now. Loki might be able to stall a little bit more, but that's where the danger comes in, because Don't Wanna Die? Kraken Impact will be there to settle the score, and especially after Meteor M has been employed.
Yeah, I really think that, Genji went back to the drawing board here, and it seems like soon. Benching Cap for a little bit and going for the Venom. So reliving the struggle that they faced up against Zeta. So hopefully this is going to create a bit more opportunities for them to come up with. But I agree with you 100%. Choppa was just one of the aces in the team. And that's with a team with Fun. And we know Fun is also a feared and revered tank. So going to Soon, going for the dive to try and snare up the thing. But he already got bubbled by Magneto. Kadia creating some angles here, but gets caught out by Fun.
Oh my god, and with a sliver of health, it's going to trigger the passive a little bit, and he's also lost the passive, trying to get himself healed up. But honestly, I'm glad that it changed into the Venom, because the Captain America, bonus armor and all, but you know what? There's only so much you can do, especially in the face of overwhelming offense.
Oh yeah. And they went through a double dive composition, right? So they've seen it. If it's just Captain America that's diving, they were able to kind of thwart his efforts. ASDF is sharp at being a sharpshooter, just stopping any dive efforts from happening. And we saw right there with Fun, just making sure that, this Kadia is not going to create an angle coming in. Now Soon getting the dive going on, but we see Don't Wanna Die able to wither his health down.
Yeah, just coming in with the Meteor M. Fun. Let's see if we will take out anyone. Probably take out the hell. Oh! Flying to the moons. We know it's Meteor M, but you're supposed to aim it to the ground. But it's okay, because that's good news for Genji. And now, Don't Wanna Die, trying to head out with the uppercut into the left click onto JT3. Kadia's down for the count with 4v6 in the lineup. They are going to push Genji out.
Yeah, again, excellent team fight won by Uprise. Even though, the Hella there was actually thanking his lucky stars that it missed, and the Meteor M didn't actually connect. But at the end there, when they had the numbers advantage, New Moon was able to clean up shop, So now another effort being thwarted here by Genji. They still have all the time in the world to try and unlock this checkpoint. So hopefully they do just that. And now ASDF takes out Kadia, trying to create a flank here, and Soon being very low, going for the Feast of the Abyss here, trying to wither down the health here. But we do see that the Thing was able to actually get onto the back line here just to save up shop. Gonna see a little bit of crowd control onto the Thing, keeping everyone at bay, not touching point now.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate, but without the damage amplifier of Raccoon, right? Or the damage amplifier by Luna Snow's ultimate, he's not going to be able to land that definite elimination. You can see, right? But Exe, on the other hand, he'll be able to get that elimination onto Chopper, JT3 onto Fun, and now Zune continually harassing the backlines. They're going to make it a numbers game right here. They've already eliminated half of New Moon. Right now, Genji, let's see if he's able to keep it up. Exe, Goddess of Death, taking out the opponent's Hela as well. So now, with only 2 people left, they have no choice but to back off.
Yeah, again, an excellent reset onto Genji there coming into that team fight. The way that they were able to create that chaos with both Kadia and Soon just controlling, getting the heat off of their backlines, and also Magneto, creating that space that they well needed. So now New Moon has to respond here with trying to stop this this objective from moving.
Yeah, stopping this objective from moving. But obviously, pushing the whole way is definitely very, very hard. Uprise did it, but now the objective is just to stop them at one single point. Genji still trying their best, trying to push on. But if you don't get rid of the strategies at the back, right, rest assured, Uprise frontline, they're not going to fall anytime soon.
True. Choppa already at on the ground here, just making sure he's trying to ground any of these vanguards. Tries to get the dive onto Kadia, but this forces the defensive ult on both sides. He's gonna try and get an elimination with the clobbering time. Couldn't get any crowd control. Kadia unfortunately couldn't get eliminated there, but it's Dobby and a JT3 actually taking out ASGF. So excellent pickoffs here on the side of Genji.
Yeah, Fun with the Meteor M, not going to kick anyone. But now, the Kraken Impact by Don't Wanna Die, he is going to be trying to make something happen. Choppa making a bad dash towards where Notorious. He's going to survive a little bit longer, but the Kraken Impact continuously taking out X. He's going to be the one to return the favor to Genji at this point, Poch.
Can I just say, yeah, I was actually like... without rubbing my eyes, like ASDF now onto the Wolverine. So making sure that they only have divers not only on the Thing, but also they have to worry about ASDF not on the Hela, since this is a point where there are a lot of ganks and a lot of flanks that you can utilize. So building up another ult, actually he's still holding on to it, so you gotta be careful. Don't want to die, making sure that this next Kraken Impact is going to be very impactful for this next team fight.
Yeah, making it impactful. And mind you, while all this is going on, the clock is still ticking. Zune trying his best in order to make things difficult for the backliners, but apparently he's the one that's suffering trying to make that happen. So, you know, when you know that the Venom's diving you, they're just all going to focus you and make your life very difficult.
True. So now JT3, we're focusing on his camera angle. Has to be careful creating that space up against Eneli Choppa, forcing the Goddess of Death as well as the Invisible Barriers to be propped up here. So now everyone being kept alive, but no, tries to get the kidnap to push away. Kadia taking out Dolby in the process. Exa taking out Don't Want to Die. So this is a big moment for Genji to continue on to push for this point.
Pushing on this point, yeah, not too bad. Like already taking out 2 of them. Now ASDF trying to take out. Who is he gonna take out? Kadia is gonna be taking out 2 of them. Choppa and Fun finally getting the revenge onto the Vanguard that has been eliminating the team's lineup, right? So Kadia's got to be really happy with that, because finally they'll be able to push on forward with only 20 seconds left on the clock. Genji still has a lot of ways to go. Oh, the distance is so short, but with Choppa coming with the portal, let's see if they'll be able to hold on. Soon coming with Beast of Abyss. Will they be able to hold on? The Domain of Regeneration by Loki trying to keep them all alive, but that's gonna be enough, I think. Zune gonna have to try and back out a little bit, but the action still continues. Choppa has no Eye of Agamotto to work with, but Bucky is ready on a whim with a Kraken Impact, especially with Fun. Meteor Ram coming in, not gonna be able to eliminate anyone, but Choppa taking out Kadia already, going on and on.
Okay, soon taking out Dolby, one of the strategists, but we do see the Tori already put up the shield just to keep his teammates alive, and now continuing on taking out ASDF. Final point being contested here in a 4-6 lineup, but it seems like they can continue to go for more Exa and JT3 and also Zoon. We're going to continue on here for a clean pickoff onto this first point being unlocked to push for the bridge area. So now it seems like New Moon have to be very careful how they play up this next team fights.
Yeah, Zoon's already up ahead, right? Scouting the areas above, right? Above and beyond. So just trying to settle himself into a perfect position in order to do the diving strike onto the back lines. JT3, in the meantime, just trying to be on the front lines, trying to do a little bit more damage, clicking heads, trying to do that, building up the ultimates as well. He already has an ultimate charge ready. Fan is going to have it a little bit sooner. No, a little bit later. But now the offense, the front line versus the front line. Zoon's going to come in. The action is going to continue. Invisible Boundary is going to be employed. The ultimate is ready from Dobby. Who is he going to copy? But he's going to take out Dotori instead. It's going to be 5v6 right now. What's going to happen? Wolverine did not manage to get anyone with that. Zoon's going to go down shortly after.
Wow, good cleanup on New Moon's side. There's still some time left, but not enough for a minute. So ASDF just making sure that he is going to be ready for this next team fight. He's going to be so close. Oh, couldn't get the kidnap on to Acadia. But now forcing another team fight here. They are far from the objective here, but Egg's able to take out Dobby. So this could be the start. At least they don't have that much sustain on the side of New Moon. And now Zoon going for the Feast of the Abyss, trying to go for the moment, and he takes him out. For them to push for this point, it's a trade-off, but still in favor of Gen G, folks, because of Eggsy doing a lot of cleanup here to push this point from the halfway mark.
That's the goddess of death to you right there. Hela, played by XZ right there, just taking out 4 out of the 6 members of our press. But mind you though, they're already at overtime. There's still a little bit of leeways going towards the final point.
Right.
And Uprise is still up and ready with 3 ultimates to counter what Genji has to offer.
Oh, no, this next team clash is gonna dictate the pace of how this matchup goes. We're gonna see a copy onto Dobby here. Is it gonna be a defensive ult? Goes for both invisible barriers here, just keep everyone alive. ASDF is away from the barriers here. If he's able to actually pick off Kadia, that's going to be huge. Meteor M, can he catch anyone? Unable to get it. It's going to be an overtime game.
What a game. Just when you thought that Uprise had the upper hand, Genji just has to go and prove, hey, we can do this too. We're going to bring you into an overtime. We're not even going to think about game 4 yet. We are going to take you down in round number 3. We are going to go up and ahead. So right now, critical moment right here, Patch.
I think both of them kind of forced the overtime to happen, so I think it's just going to be a minute to see how far they can push this point. It is going to be Gen G to kind of push the point first while New Moon continue on to defend themselves. Do you think we're going to see any change-ups here on how to approach, or still the same lineup?
Well, you can see that Zoon's already going with the Doctor Strange, right? Simply because they only have 1 minute to push in, so they have to use the portal straight away to try and make something happen. Push it as long as possible. So the lineup that's really good in order to keep standing on the payload itself. You gotta secure that early
True.
catch, and then the revivability as well. So you can see they don't even have a character that can come back to life here. So it's basically saying all or nothing. If we lose this, we lose this.
Yeah, I like that they're going for that. They need to go for an all or nothing because I stand corrected. New Moon actually finished that whole point faster because they have 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, while Gen G, the timer starts once the door opens. They need to make sure that portal is going to be on point. If they walk down site, it's going to be easy pickoffs now. So here we have it. Doctor Strange portal, making sure that they're going to try to control the high ground where Dobby is at. And now it seems like a surprise attack here. Dobby has to move on away here, while Choppa able to cut off soon. They need to try and contest this point as much as possible and not allow them to touch as the clock winds down now. But taking out Italy Choppa.
What a play! Choppa's the one that's actually really dangerous on the thing there, right? And with one of the members gone, the core Vanguard gone, they're going to be able to fight this 5v6. And it seems like Zoon, continuing the assault, fighting an aerial battle, is trying to poke left and right. And you can see Uprise, although they are the ones defending, they are actually outside the vicinity.
They are, but we see that Eneli Choppa has a portal of his own just to try and head on in. And now the contention is going to happen before the point is even going to open up. Now they do have the high ground. Someone needs to be able to take them out of here because Exit is clicking heads. He's cleaning the things up. And now Exit takes out ASDF. We do see a kidnap on Cadia into the into the invisible barrier here. Fun gets eliminated by Kadia. Overtime is still overdue here, but Genji is the one controlling the pace of this match in this 4 versus 6 lineup. So this all or nothing strategy is working out for Genji.
Yeah, exactly. With the reverse invisible boundary, it's not even going to help a little bit more. It's going to be the Eye of Agamotto and the Elite Chopper. Will he be able to come back with this? The Maelstrom of Madness, the counter with an Eye of Agamotto as well by Zun. 0-8 right there, trying to get that counter kill. Kadia coming back to the action, trying to kidnap, trying to get rid of the Elite Chopper because that's the problem.
Wow.
The ultimate taking out 2, taking out 3. Everyone's down, all of them. Genji.
Yeah, unlock the point. Oh wait, hang on, there's still gonna be 2.
Oh my god,
They can't unlock this
3v3.
yet. It's a 3v3. Oh my god, I thought he was able to take out everyone. Eggs is still alive.
No!
Grab explosion. Only unable to unlock the point. So
98%, so close.
Oh, I thought it was gonna
98%.
be- Dude, Kadia was able to eliminate so much, but towards the end there, the Meteor M to take out everyone. No one touch point. Overtime was done. 98%. That is the magic number, Nell, for New Moon to beat.
Yeah, I mean, New Moon, they have plenty of time to do that, right? Because of the time advantage, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. And to get that 98% point, they might as well just unlock the first point at that point, right? You know what I mean? So with 2 minutes there, I think it's safe to say they can afford 2 team fights right there. 1 team fight at the very beginning, and of course, if they fail to get that team that point in the first try, the second try can always be during the overtime, and that's where they make it count. So honestly, 98.17%, it's like you gotta even stop Uprise from even standing on point.
And the fact that, like you said, they have the time advantage, they can go for at least 2 team fights. But I wouldn't suggest Uprise to kind of rest on their laurels, because I think once you get caught like just relaxing and be like, oh, we have more chances, that could be the opportunity for Genji to fight back. So I think they're going to go with the same type of strategy here. It's looking like a mirror match of sorts, but we do have Don't Want to Die onto that Bucky, while Genji still on this Wolverine. So it seems like they're going to walk down because they know they might have to save the portal for when it comes in clutch.
Yeah, clutch moment, like grasping the timing, right? That's what the game is right now. And Ellie Chopper moving on towards the Doctor Strange just knows that if they fail this first try, they have a second try in front of the portal. The team fight's gonna be starting now, right now, the collision of the front lines. And Ellie Chopper trying to just jump, taking some angles. Fun is the one to be taking most of the damage here. But now, we don't want to die. Oh, just to grapple, uppercut to the side. No heal's gonna be happening. But what's that just yet?
Yeah, just the totems of Loki keeping everyone alive. The backlines are still all good on both sides. No displacement yet. We don't have the thing on Eneli Choppa. He's just gonna force it out, and Dobby actually takes out Snake, which is very telling. Eggsy, though, answers back and also takes out Snake in his own. So now, Fun holding on to point here, forcing everyone into this roof area. Kadia has to be very careful here. Not much to go with, and Fun takes out Kadia. It seems like New Moon has established the dominance here at this objective. New Moon, Genji can't afford this. JT has already switched on over to Captain America, but Fun takes out Exa. It's gonna be close now.
They're gonna be super close. JT3, he knows that Zun needs the portal to come back in, right? And that's why he has to be the one to change to Captain America. JT3 trying to make things happen, just forcing away. You can hear Kraken Impact being employed already by Don't Want to Die. Will he be able to take out anyone? He's gonna be take out Kadia. He's gonna be take out Zun. He's gonna be take out so many of them. The hook onto the Invisible Woman again, coming back in and going down. JT3 going down. Dotori is gonna be next. Everyone's gonna die, and that's gonna be it. Uprise taking it 4-3.
Holy smokes, guys. The way that they were able to do that, imploring their team fight, making sure that they still had a backup of that portal to keep on going, and just the cleanup of Don't Want to Die. It was amazing the way that they were able to implore that. And now, this is the longest match that we've witnessed here, and it's still only 2-1. They were not even close to getting a match point just yet. But Nell, talk to me about these stats here, because that was an incredible back and forth that we saw.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the stats itself, right? Even though it is a convergence map, obviously holding the point is very important by eliminating, making it an advantage in terms of number. And you can see for yourself. Don't Want to Die, that's the Bucky we're talking about. ASDF, the Star-Lord, those are the top 2 eliminations the eliminators of the team of Uprise, which actually contributes so much into getting rid of the flanks, the flanks of Genji. And Genji, honestly, exit super impressive. You see him eliminating so much. KD as well with the eliminations, but because of how the number of times that the strategist falls, Snake falling for 7 times, Dotori 9 times. It's honestly the Vanguard and strategist deaths that played the most difference. Yeah, the impact, the difference, the reason for the difference.
Right, because the sustain onto the whole team relies on that strategist, and the whole point to take up space is on the Vanguard side. So just an incredible showing of just timing and knowing where to direct their fire and knowing where to direct the damage to really pay dividends. And New Moon is up 2-1, folks. They've been at this for how many hours already, and they're still sharp as ever. Dare I say, they leveled up with their match from XOXO, just continuing on with that dominance. And I would say adapting too, because we did see a bit of switch ups here and there. Eneli Choppa on the thing, going to the Doctor Strange, making sure everything's on point. We also saw ASDF experiment a little bit with the Wolverine, just to make sure that they have that same type of threat. But when push came to shove now, I have to bring it back to the domination part of the game plan of New Moon. I think they just played domination right there towards the final overtime, because they just needed to take up that space. You can't really move that point. But folks, we're going to move on to the next match. But first, let's check out the highlights and take a quick break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where, Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
To all our new guests from across the timelines, I welcome you to the Hellfire Gala. Welcome one and all to Krakoa. This living island may be a sovereign mutant nation, but tonight, our home is yours. Honored guests, I propose a toast to Krakoa. Here, there are no rivals. Man and mutant
Will be exterminated. You all belong to history.
To me, my X-Men! This is a fight for our survival!
Then try to stay alive just long enough to see my way as the Age of Ultron begins.
The White Queen's reign begins. You deserved that, dear.
Mind crush!
You were beneath me.
Impervious!
That's White Queen mind control.
Your mind is mine! Impervious! Steel presence!
Three, two, one, blast off! Legendary!
Welcome back to Marvel Rivals Championship Season 1 Grand Finals. I'm Nello. This is Posh Spice. We will be the ones bringing you the commentary. If you have just joined us, we're already witnessed an amazing back and forth between Gen G and Uprise, and we're already at round number 4.
Yeah, just to reiterate the scorecards here, it is New Moon to take 2 games out of the 1 game that Gen G did get. So they are in a game advantage here. Again, we're talking about race to 4 best of 7 series, and we're going back to Shin Shibuya for a convergence map. Luckily, on Gen G's side, it's not domination yet. So hopefully they can kind of stop the bleeding here so that New Moon won't get into match point here. Just to reiterate to everyone, Gen G tried going with a dive strategy. It worked out a little bit, but man, it went all the way to overtime in the symbiotic surface.
Yeah, it's really, really hard. Just bringing it all the way up to overtime just shows you how neck and neck this is. But ultimately, Uprise came up on top. So hopefully, round 4, Gen G will be able to come back, equalize the score here, maybe bring it back to 2-2, right? In order to make things work. But here, it seems like they're going to reserve their favorites, Adam Warlock and Wolverine. So Guardians of the Galaxy team up will be available to them.
Oh, yeah.
And it seems like they're going to waste no time using it straight away. Mirror matchup of sorts, actually, with the exception of Captain America.
Oh, of course. Freedom. That's all. That's what soon is all about, which is very interesting because I think, if I recall correctly, I don't know if he's going to still lock this in, but I think the Venom actually gave a little more value and a little more disruption into the backlines of New Moon. So we'll have to see, because over here at Shin Shibuya, there's a lot of like building areas that you can actually hide from and kind of go towards. But this is also the same map that New Moon was able to shut down any efforts of EXO to try and go for any dives onto Seida's Venom.
Yeah, I mean, can't discount Soon's dive. The moment you don't expect it, he comes in with the Venom, and that's going to be annoying. Well, at least it will be the Captain America we'll be seeing soon here, but right now, Uprise on the defense, and Gen G, plenty of time to experiment a little bit.
True.
And fortunately, we know that ASDF super good with the Star-Lord, but so is Exit.
But yeah, I guess a mirror match of sorts with the Guardians of the Galaxy lineup and with a mobile tank versus just two tanks that just slowly move forward. And now, not wasting any time, ASDF trying to find the best flank position here. Coming from above here, going for that E along with the Magneto's bubble there. Just pouring in a little bit of damage, getting as much utility as possible to gain that ultimate.
Yeah, beautiful start so far. Just trying to farm a little bit of ultimates here. Trying to get the charge up a little bit. Okay, you can see ASDF trying to go a little bit wild there, but it's a contained aggression after all. Does not want to overstep the line. You can see Gen G slowly creeping their way into the battlefield. But right now, don't want to die. The charge right attacks, you got to be really careful when taking that damage.
So far, no one has fallen just yet. So continue. Oh, as I say that, don't want to die. Did the thing he didn't want to do. He has to go back to spawn. While Eneli Choppa gets a bit of revenge here, taking out JT3 along with Eggsy. So good revenge on the side of New Moon. Good defenses, but the attacking side just need that one good pickoff, one good team wipe for them to be able to unlock this point. ASDF so far. Yeah, just making sure everyone just revives back at spawn.
Yeah, revive back at spawn, it's really okay. There's still 3 minutes left, right? So just have to make sure that the next few fights are gonna count, right? Because on the side of, they both have 3 ultimates on both sides. So ultimately, we'll see the better Star-Lord, the better Adam. That will be the key in getting more eliminations as well. So Meteor M will be ready for Fun as well as JT3. Sorry, make that 90% actually. So team fight might ensue any moment right now.
Yeah, we just gotta wait for who is gonna commit towards the ultimate. It seems like Eggs is gonna go for the Galactic Legend here, but everyone's actually hiding away. And now we see that Dobby is continuing on to just buff everyone. It seems like Eggsy takes out ASDF, and now he's gonna try to flank and find point here. Again, the Guardians lineup just continuing just respawns here could really help with the team fight action on either side. ASDF unable to get anything out of the Galactic Legend, but we do see the Freedom Charge already being used by Soon, unable to get much out of it because the point has not been unlocked just yet, no.
Yeah, trying their best in order to unlock the point, but you can see that the defense are still going pretty good. Don't want to die, just trying to get out of sight, but gonna take out Snake on the other side, and Snake gonna be reviving himself, bringing him back to the battlefield itself. X is gonna take out ASDF, but gonna be revived with Karmic Reaver. Sorry, not gonna be the Karmic Reaver, it's gonna be a self-cocoon revive.
True.
So continues, Zoon taking out Fun.
Yeah, and now just constant pressure being poured in by Gen G because they need to unlock this point, but Eneli Choppa stops any of that, continues on, he's taking out any efforts of unlocking this point. Cadia going for the Solar Surgeons here of Mantis, but we continue on here to just push them back towards spawn. Still trying to attempt an unlock of this point, but they still haven't moved just yet. No, ASDF continues to pour the damage for everyone to get back on point.
Yeah, it's dangerously close. The clock is ticking right now. 37 seconds on the clock. Will they be able to push this first point? Because right now, the iron defense of Uprise is just deterring the full death march of Gen G. And JT3 ready with the Magneto, with the Meteor M right now. Choppa! Double elimination with the Eye of Agamotto. What just happened? But Snake gonna be bringing in the Karmic Revive. They know that this second will be crucial. 10 seconds left. Will they be moving in? Galactic's Legend coming in. Who will be the casualty of war? No one yet, apparently, because Fun just so good at the shields, just covering the teammate to go back, and they're gonna slowly unlock the point, but it's overtime at the point now.
Yeah, so are they going to continue on here? Fun wants the touch point, but soon... Uh-oh, we do see that the portal was used, but NLE Choppa with the sleep, and now the elimination. Soon able to take out NLE Choppa after using that portal, so now he's going to have to walk towards the point. Oh, but we do see the Karmic Rebirth here just for him to get back into the team fight, and now the point is still being contested here. They need to be able to push past this, but ASDF taking out 2 more.
Oh my god.
Like the numbers game is not on Genji's side.
Genji's gonna fall that soon at the first point? All of them fell. And this is going to be a solid iron defense. Capture progress only at 82%. Uprise. Showing that domination is not their only format.
And this isn't an overtime game. In the overtime game, it was 98. But the way that they were able to just stop their defenses, all the team fights just really went their way now, because we agreed, and we can agree in chat also, that usually in Shin Shibuya here, it's attacker favored because you're just so close to spawn. But the way they were able to take out the strategists and then just make them go off cadence and not be able to go in all at the same time, that just shows that they were able to just stay alive, and it just shows why they wanted to add a Warlock. So in this mirror match, New Moon was able to best Genji, but can they duplicate that same type of success in the second half though?
I mean, technically they have similar lineup, right? With the exception of the Captain America just now. But it seems like June 8 will probably be giving up the Captain America, going to employ a similar lineup, taking up the Doctor Strange. So technically speaking, this should be a doable, right? Similar lineup.
A mirror match. A definite mirror match.
Yeah. And nonetheless, the talented players as well. So, I mean, I don't know, man. 82% in order to unlock, they have the full 4 minutes to give it a try.
Yeah, we could say that the advantage is on New Moon's side, but I don't know. We just have to wait and see, because the fact that Soon changed the Doctor Strange, we're already going to see a portal right away, not allowing them to breathe at any point. And ASDF just trying to get rid of anyone that is trying to just harass the backline. Eggs are also up here in the rooftop, just trying to whittle down NLE Choppa. So the point is being contested, but not at that alleyway. So good portal in. I'd have to say ASDF does get eliminated, but he can just cocoon his way back.
Yeah, Cocoon get his way back, and that's exactly the game plan, right? You want to be able to get back to the battlefield as soon as possible, and that's why, hence, the Guardian of the Galaxy tandem here. But look at Snake, the charge right attacks, trying to take out as many people as possible, just dealing damage from the different angles. But now, I mean, they're doing a pretty good job so far, just trying to defend right here. Mantis double teaming the Star-Lord alongside Adam Warlock. The second paid off.
Yeah, so, you know, Genji doing a great job defending so far, taking out ASDF. He's already used up his revive, so now seems like they're stuck in this windowed area here. Eggs is still pouring onto the damage, and now they do have to be careful, because he is gonna be heading on back, so it could be a 2v1. But seems like, the Star-Lord mirror match here. ASDF able to actually get the health pack, and now going back to the battlefield here, ASDF is separated from his team. Still a lot of time to work, and they're still trying to unlock the point.
Yeah. Just half the time left, right? Just looking, I think Exil, and with the Galactic's Legend, is gonna try and make something happen, trying to dish as much damage as possible, but the ultimate is all gonna be dished out in the vicinity. No one's gonna die from that Galactic's Legend, but take that away. They are going to be able to take out one person out, making an equal trade. But now, look at how much damage that's gonna be. Uprise!
Oh,
solid defense.
Yeah, I was trying to look if the Karmic Rebirth is gonna happen, but actually Snake was taken out, and now the Doctor Strange is the only one alone here, and now they're actually gonna be able to unlock the point for them to take this next game.
Oh my god. That is going to be 3-1 in favor of New Moon. And you know what this means, Putch?
Tell me.
Next game, deciding game for New Moon.
Deciding game could be potential match point or last game for them.
For New Moon, yeah.
Oh my goodness. And Genji can't afford to drop a single game. 3-1. If anybody needs a comeback or a Karmic Rebirth, Genji needs to complete this three game just for them to be able to win this best of 7 series. But let's look at the stats here, Nell, because the way that Uprising did play was just so on point in this map.
It is. They're showing why they are considered one of the best, if not the best faction right now, competing for the championship a second time. Mind you, a lot of these players are top 1, top 2 factions from the previous season and coming here. A statement, nonetheless, showing that, hey, we're the champions. You've taken us down previously, sending us to the lower brackets. But you know what happens when you hurt the pride of lions? You come back stronger.
Okay. I actually didn't know how that saying went. Thank you for telling me that, because now it just seems like
have a good dinner. You have a good dinner.
I guess the way that they were able to perform here was just night and day. I just think that the first match that happened, it was a constant back and forth, but this one was, dare I say, a little bit of a shutdown. The way that they dominated that matchup was just could be the final game that could determine our winner here. But hopefully Genji, comes back from this in spectacular fashion, because even if we compare it to XOXO, that was a back and forth. XOXO was able to at least get 2, 3 even, I believe. Yeah. And we're facing the match point already. But I think this new gear that Uprise was able to find is just terrifying if you're going up against them.
Yeah, I mean 3-1, right? Similar positions, similar points, 3-1. But the difference is that game, we know the outcome to that game, the losers brackets final. What happened was New Moon came back from 1-3 to make it a 4th to 3 in the very end, right? So maybe Genji is looking to duplicate that, but whatever it is, let's have a look at the highlights to recap.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the unravel till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and faith. New day smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through.
Your mind is mine. Impervious.
Three, two, one, blast off! Legendary!
Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching Marvel Rivals Championship for Asia Season 1, and we're at the grand finals. This could be the final stand for Gen G because New Moon is just one game away from claiming victory and calling themselves the Season 1 champs. Nell, I gotta talk to you. How do you think Gen G's feeling right now? Because the pressure must be immense.
It has to be, right? Because they are just one game away from crowning the victor. If Uprise wins this next game, they'll be crowned the champion. So
Yeah.
Gen G is definitely in a lot of pressure. And I'll give you a little bit of insight of what they can do later on in the game, because right here, Zune, obviously, Gen G needs a little bit of adjustment to the strategies and
Right.
force out certain situations. We'll talk a little bit more about that later on. So just coming into the game itself, Poch, I think we can continue here because
Yeah, please go.
what has to happen, right, is I think throughout the games, Gen G, they're trying to force out with the captain or venom composition, they're
Right.
trying to force out the support skills, bait out the support skills, or at least force out the support skills by Uprise first. But the problem is, Uprise, even though they were the ones who used the support defensive ult first, they still managed to come up on top. So I feel like here they need to take advantage. Make them use up the support skills first. Make sure the timing is impeccable. Use it up, then advance with the duelist ultimates to counter as soon as it goes down. So timing's gonna be of essence here.
Wow, and it seems like they are actually taking out the Bucky in contention here. So just getting rid of that really good DPS on the Don't Wanna Die. So yeah, when it comes down to timing, hopefully they will come up with a strategy. And now I just saw now domination. This is a New Moon type of format
It
because we
is.
know Uprise has gone flawlessly in at least today, from what we've noticed, and also in the previous day, that they have always been so good at domination, and we saw that they take up space so well. And I'm very scared for them if we see that ASDF or Don't Want to Die locks in with a Psylocke here.
Yeah, well, let's see, because Psylocke is really good at flanking, right? And a domination game, you know the name of the game. You know that it's Uprise Forte right here, right? So Psylocke, very easy to pick off people on the side, flanking from top and bottom, and you know perfectly well at this terrain, there's so many places to come in from. So let's see if Genji will be the one to make this happen, because right now, the Venom comp is going to go in, and with this, they're going to have to force out the support ultimates first, and hopefully that will add a little bit more advantage to their side.
So probably the Jeff bubbles just for them to be able to get that big speed boost, able to get it right away, changes to Loki, and making sure that, you know, the support ults are gonna last. So forcing ASDF to go for the solo Hela while everyone just rotates around with their ults. But soon, being the X factor here, can he try to disrupt and go for the backlines and get rid of any of these supports? We'll have to find out and see, because soon, still hiding out here. Let's see how he's going to try to dive, but he's already get spotted out.
He's going to get spotted out, but it doesn't matter as long as he's not injured and he's able to dive, use the diving strike onto them. And Exu, look at that. Very, very beautiful hits from far away and still managing to hit the bodies of the opponent. Zune swinging in, not going to use the driving strike just yet because, you know, he's got to get himself into a good position here. But obviously, Uprise will be the one to take the point first. But, you know, being the lizard on the side of the wall, he'll be trying to get one person off. But look at this, Choppa trying to force everyone out of the fun. And fun as well, trying to force down Arcadia, trying to take the full wrath of the left.
And not just that, ASDF taking out Eggsy as well. So a 2-for-1 pickoff in this team fight. And the domination still continues onto New Moon's side as the percentages keep on climbing here as they clean up a little bit and force them to come back from their spawn room. So now Eneli Choppa creating a bit of a cutoff here just for them to stay away from the objective, while Soon is going to try to swing his way in to try and disrupt anything here. No ults on the side of Genji just yet. Maybe Snake might be able to get a copy ult, but you could say the same for New Moon's side.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, progress is already at 40%. Dobby making a good job on the Loki, right? This is such a great position in order to keep healing your teammates and keeping your teammates alive. ASDF also at an amazing position. Anything goes wrong, that's the health pack for him to actually go over. You can see June trying to give that, trying to make that pressure on. Has to work with, but no!
Wow.
Now June!
Okay.
A skirmish.
Yeah, this is actually could be the start for Genji to claim point here. An Eye of Agamotto being used actually to stop Zune. They're going to try and go for some defensibles just to keep everyone alive. JT3 continuing to push back Kadia here away from that point, and now it's about to hit the 80% mark. And the Meteor M trying to find the mark, able to get anyone, not quite, but Katie actually takes out Don't Want to Die, and the Goddess of Death continues on here. They're fun trying to get rid of this death from above. We're going to continue on the team fight here while New Moon continues to gain progress.
Yeah, just trying to hit from all angles, right? And this is the problem. There's so much tankiness going on here in ASDF. Once you take out Exu, you are not going to have anyone else. And taking out Kadia as well, this is going to be a domino effect. And the beginning of the end is going to happen right here. They're going to take out 3 of them, 4 of them. No one will be able to do it. Yeah, team fight. A convincing 100% touch right here, Poch.
Wow, New Moon. They're like I mean, the way that they were able to snowball their offense to having it now, it seems like complete domination here at the Stellar Spaceport. It was just real tough to see how Genji was trying to be able to create openings. I think Soon had his moment in the sun there where he was able to take out the Hela, but ultimately, if you're not able to touch point, if you're not able to contest the area, New Moon was able to win that 100%. So now we're going to head to Warriors Falls, and this could be the match point, the game-winning point for New Moon, unless Genji is able to figure out a strategy to counter the Domination Kings in Uprise.
Yeah, Domination King, you couldn't have put it any better, right? And this just continues to show because they're not doing this against any faction. They're doing it against the second best faction right now, the top 2 faction right now at the finals, the grand finals of Marvel Rivals Championship Finals. So this might be it, Poch, because just one more match, and if Genji fails to crack the code of dismantling Uprise stronghold,
Yeah.
I think this might be it. But
Yeah.
if they manage to crack it open, well, the treasure is gonna be waiting at the end of the line.
Yeah, the thing is they have to dominate in 2 maps, right? So Genji definitely have their work cut out for them, but let's have faith and still believe in them as Zoon tries to create some chaos here in the back lines, able to get a big dive and a snare onto the Invisible Woman, just to create a bit of chaos, and now just gonna swing right away just to make sure he's gonna be still alive. Exit is gonna still continue to pour in some damage from the back line while they're still containing themselves on this point. At least able to hit ASDF while the invisible barrier was up. So excellent pickoff on the side of Exit.
Yeah, what a beautiful play. And then Eye of Agamotto actually catching everyone. And LE Chopper. Oh my god, but fortunately there's no... sorry, that's not an LE Chopper. I'm so sad. That was actually the copy, right? Was it?
Yeah, I think it was the copy. But the invisible barriers just to keep everyone alive just yet. But once the dust settles, let's see who's going to be remaining, who's going to be standing, and who's going to be remaining in this matchup. It seems like Fun Fun was able to save his Meteor M all the way till the end there to take out the Tori, and now forcing out the sleep onto Genji's Cadia here. So we're gonna continue on this fight. No one has unlocked the mission area just yet, while ASDF still continues to pour on some damage on the back lines here.
It's just too strong. I mean, you can see Zoon doing his job, trying to dive the backlines and just trying to create chaos at the backlines, disrupting the strategies, forcing out the strategies, ultimate at the very least, right? But somehow, Uprise, just the Iron Fist, Iron Defense coming out,
Yeah.
and with ASDF, yeah, I mean, Exit is also an amazing duelist, but when it comes to the Iron Defense,
Yeah.
they're doing it better.
Yeah, and ASDF taking out JT. Just a constant, I would say, pressure was able to get them this first team fight, and just a wave of ultimates being traded back and forth. When the dust settles, New Moon is still standing, and the way that they're able to position themselves is just so good, despite having Zoon constantly trying to disrupt their backlines.
Yeah, disrupting backlines might not even be enough because, you know, they've been tried and tested. XOXO was the catalyst that they needed before this grand finals, right?
Right.
Because they are so used to the dive comp now. It's like, oh, wait, what? Zoon's good at diving? Oh, wait, Zetas?
We've seen this before.
The worst.
Yeah. We've seen this
Tupa,
when
Zeta.
both divers just constantly being there. So just an amazing, I would say, warm-up for them going right after XOXO's match. ASDF now constantly just peppering a little bit of the team fight here and away from anyone. So the one time we saw ASDF in trouble was when Zoon was able to find him out. And look at that, as Zoon was trying to escape, ASDF just clicking his head, being able to eliminate him. We're past the 50% mark, and now New Moon is still dominating this point.
Yeah, dominating this point is already at 63%. Oh my god, is Genji really not able to do anything and weather this early onslaught? But
It seems like this is not just an early storm, it's a continuous typhoon here that
Yeah.
New Moon
And no
is
storm.
riding. Endless storm with no storm in the pick. But now we see Cloud trying to go for an Eye of Agamotto. We do get some stuns off the board, and we also see a Meteor M close, trying to go through, but unable to get anything. 2 invisible barriers here on this corridor at Warriors Falls. Everyone is still up, and everyone is still fighting till the very end here, as overtime is going to be pulled off.
oh my god, Meteor M, let's see if they'll be able to get anyone else. He's gonna try and dunk it into an opponent at the backline. Overtime has already been triggered. Let's see the battle, the chaos ensuing in the middle of the run. Fun just being very comfortable thanks to the ultimate, the defensive ultimate by Mantis. But Dobby's gonna go down. It's gonna be a 5v6. NLE Chopper levitating up to the sky, trying to take down the forces to be in the top. Fun trying to get rid of JT3 out of this point, but will he be able to do it? There are just so many obstacles here. The last stand. Fun
that.
finally.
Going after their backlines, and now they can focus onto their tanks here because there's no more sustain, and the numbers game is gonna fall onto New Moon's favor without having anyone to contest. But it seems like there was an overtime that was triggered. Can they actually get a teleport ongoing? It is Snake that has the Doctor Strange, but that's gonna be it. GGs are gonna be called. New Moon are your champions for Season 1 of Marvel Rivals Championship Asia.
What a game. Congratulations, New Moon Team Uprise. Very, very well deserving and convincing victory. 4-1. Eliminating this time Genji into the runner-ups. But hey, honestly, coming to this very point, it's already a victory in itself.
Yeah, just the fact that the All-Star team was Gen G, the tournament run they did, taking out New Moon at the start, going undefeated in how they were able to do, undefeated in how they were able to come into this finals is just an accolade in its own right. I'm sure these players also are, they have to be happy about that, but we can't deny, we have to give our flowers to New Moon with how well they were able to weather the storm of XOXO, learn from the dive comps that they were bringing into the table and bring it to this fight up against Gen G. So here are your champions, folks. Once again, W's in the chat for New Moon, folks, because they have went through the ringer to get to this championship level. And Mel convincingly 4-1, not dropping a single domination game.
Yeah, exactly. Convincing victory. And you know, I think it's finally tried and tested. Domination really is the map to go, right? Uprise map. They might as well just call it the Uprise rule, right? So you can see for yourself, ASDF, 9 final hits, and everyone else was pretty much just... It's sad to see, right? But the reality is it was 0 to 100% progression back to back in both games. And honestly, they are sort of... It's sort of like a punching bag game at this point because they weren't able to deal damage, but sort of just being a battery for the opponents.
I would say, you know what, the victory and the defeat, it's the same side of the coin. It's our heart goes out to Gen G because you know how much they fought and you know how well-rounded they are, but you also have to feel very happy for our friends over at New Moon. So I'd say, you know what, steel sharpens steel. Season 1 is going to come to a conclusion soon, and I know Season 2 is right around the corner, and I hope these teams look at the performances that was put on display here in the grand finals and also at the lower bracket finals and get inspired because, you know what, sky's the limit for Marvel Rivals Championship, and I hope the Asia region continues to kind of to flourish and showcase amazing talents like Gen G, like New Moon, like XOXO, like Legit L. All these teams, do support them, guys, because I'm pretty sure they're going to hit the big stage very soon.
Yeah, like ACAS. And you know what? We are going to reminisce with a little bit of highlights. And thank you. Do enjoy the highlights.
What a culmination of the grand finals. Once again, congratulations to New Moon. Dominance incarnate with how well they were able to just win every map when it came to domination and the way they were able to adjust to whatever is brought to the table. I'm so proud to be part of this region and have these guys as our champions, our kings of Marvel Rivals Championship for the Asia region.
Yeah, super excited to see as well. And here are today's results for Asia region. MRC, Marvel Rivals Championship, New Moon 4-3 up against XOXO, giving them hell at the very beginning. But now coming into BO7 Grand Finals, need sponsor will take only 1 point, and New Moon solidifying it with a 4 points. Difference.
Convincingly, right? That's the word. That's the operative word. Dominant as well, with how New Moon was able to counter any attempts for any dives, any attempts of flanks. And here we have the roadmap of how we got here for New Moon to be able to get the victory. They started the upper bracket against XOXO. They moved forward, but it was need sponsor Gen G to take them down to the lower bracket. And funnily enough, New Moon learned a lot from that matchup with XOXO, taking their learnings to grand finals. And they are your champions for Season 1 of Marvel Rivals Championship Asia region.
Congratulations to New Moon. We will be going to talk to them in a bit. But yeah, I mean, hopefully we'll be able to come up with the interview questions here. And hopefully we'll be able to find out more about how they feel and do it in a separate session in the future. But for now, I think it's safe to say they are happily celebrating with their lion's share of the prize pool.
Oh, yeah.
And what do you think is the first thing they're going to do?
I am not sure, but they could check out these skins. Let's check it out, folks, because you can decide your fate now. Brace the present and grow stronger with Thor's Lord of Asgard and Hawkeye's Ronin's costumes or their skins. Take your chances and make your move towards glory on the battlefield. This was available since April 3, so now you can let your presence ignite the battle.
Yeah, exactly. And attain glory by any means necessary. Seek your revenge with Moon Knight's Fist of Vengeance and Black Panther's thrice cursed king costumes. Embrace the fury of Dracula's curse and use your yearning for vengeance to ignite the battlefield. These costumes have been available since March 27 at 7 p.m. PDT. So, well, if you want some pretty badass skins, now's the time.
Gotta ignite that battlefield. But now we've crossed the finish line. An intense back and forth with so many teams. It was such a pleasure commentating with you. Any final words before we wrap things up?
Well, I see Sarah in the chat. So, hey, Sarah, hopefully you got our grazie. So, and for all of you who have been here since the beginning of the game, thank you so much. Hope to see you in the next one.
All right, that's it for us here, guys. We'll see you guys on to the next one. Keep playing Marvel Rivals, and we'll see you guys on the next big tournament. Bye-bye, and good night.